Bobby Witt Jr. is having a truly elite season by pretty much any metric you can look at, even if it isn't quite as good as last year. Whether it's being on track to be worth over 7 WAR, having 44 extra base hits through 88 games, or throwing up a 131 OPS plus as an elite Gold Glove quality shortstop. But one aspect of his game that might get a little underrated is his pure base running ability. I'm not even talking about his ability to steal bases, which, by the way, he's on track for nearly 50 of those this season. No, instead, I mean purely running the bases, which he's managed to do to the tune of being worth the second most runs in this category since he made his debut in 2022 per StatCast, with the difference between him and third place finisher Trey Turner being the same as between Turner and 8th place finisher Bryson Stott. And he may have just pulled off the craziest move we've ever seen from him yesterday versus the Mariners. It was in the 7th inning of a 1-0 game when Bobby came up to the plate, facing hard-throwing reliever Carlos Vargas with 2 guys on, and he delivered, managing to flip a soft line drive into the left center field gap, scoring the go-ahead run and pushing trail runner Jonathan India to third. Witt would then, on the 1-0, manage to steal second base without a throw, putting 2 guys in scoring position for cleanup hitter Vinny Pasquantino, which was immediately followed by the hulking lefty grounding a cutter into right field, easily scoring India, with Bobby getting the wave around third. Unfortunately for him, getting beaten handedly by the throw from the outfield, yet still somehow managing to get around the tag to score. That was obviously impressive at first glance, but it's only after we look at the slow-mo here that it truly becomes a nearly otherworldly move. Look at how he starts his slide. He was going to try to touch the plate with his left hand, but then seeing the ball's in the catcher's mitt, retracts it at the last second before contorting his body away from the glove and touching the plate with his right. This is a combination of an incredibly high baseball IQ to be able to think that fast in an instant, and also a crazy feat of athleticism being able to actually make the adjustment that late. And this would prove to be a very consequential play as well, as the Mariners managed to rally in the 9th inning to score a run off of Carlos Estevez on a homer to center field from Dominic Canzone, a shot that would have tied the game if not for Witt's maneuvers. Carlos would then go on to allow a couple more base runners before managing to retire Julio Rodriguez on a strikeout, and then MVP contender Cal Raleigh on a soft ground ball to the right side, securing a much-needed win for the Royals as they look to keep pace in a crowded AL wildcard picture. Now, before I go, I also want to give a shout out here to Chase Mydroff, who, a couple games back, also pulled off one of the more intelligent slides you'll ever see, yanking his leg back at the last second to get in safely. Unfortunately, on this day, I was knee-deep in other videos, so I didn't get to cover it, but I had to give it some kind of acknowledgement for how cool it was. So I thought here, at the end of another video on sliding, would be the best place to do so. It's no secret the Atlanta Braves have been struggling this year, but it has not at all been because of their undisputed ace at this point, Chris Sale, who's managed to follow up a Triple Crown Cy Young winning season in 2024 with basically the same campaign in 2025. But perhaps even more importantly, up until just recently, he was again on track to throw over 170 innings as well, a mark he hit last year for the first time since 2017. But unfortunately for him and Braves fans everywhere, he's going to be on the shelf for a little bit after he sustained an injury during his last start. But here's the thing, the injury was a peculiar one that you rarely ever see for a pitcher. Chris was on the mound versus the Mets a couple days ago, coming off of back-to-back starts where he allowed 1 run and struck out over 10 while pitching at least 6 innings. Truly dominant stuff. And this wouldn't change at all during this outing, as he began his night with a punch-out of Francisco Lindor on his signature slider, his only K up until the 3rd inning, when he basically did the same thing to rookie Ronnie Mauricio, only with this one coming in a lot lower. Next, it was Pete Alonso's turn to bite the dust, then Lindor again on a perfectly placed called strike 3 to end the 5th. Alonso would join Lindor in the multi-K club before Sale registered his first strikeout on a pitch other than the slider, pinpointing his 4-seamer inside to Brandon Nimmo to lead off the 7th. New York would then manage to put every ball in play over the next inning and a half, but not with any damage, meaning that as Sale began the top of the 9th, he had a chance to accomplish something he hadn't done since 2019, throw a complete game. The first batter he would face was Juan Soto, who managed to barely make contact on a slider away, tapping a ground ball that Sale himself made a diving play on, soaring through the air like Superman before securing it and flipping a first for an out. But I want you to pay special attention to his face here on the replay. Keep that in mind for later. He would then punch out Pete Alonso on a fastball away before getting 2 strikes on Nimmo once again, only to see him flare a little single out to left field, driving him out of the contest 1 out short of the complete game shutty. Raisel Iglesias would then get the last out of the game, securing the contest for Atlanta and getting Sale his 5th W of the year. But it would be revealed earlier today that this start had come at a heavy cost, in particular that play in the 9th inning, which apparently had resulted in Sale suffering a fractured rib cage, putting him on the 15-day IL, with no timetable for a return at this point. To quote his manager Brian Snitker, "With bones like that, they've got to heal before you can start the process, but I have no idea how long that'll be." This is a real tough break. No pun intended, for not only the Braves, whose struggles are almost not even worth repeating at this point, but also Sale himself, who has found himself trying to chase down multiple major milestones on the way to securing a place for himself in Cooperstown. And this injury, which may rob him of a significant portion of the remainder of this season, certainly isn't going to help in this journey. Clayton Kershaw seemed to be written off in many baseball circles after his rough 7-start sample size last year, with many saying he was washed up after he posted a .450 ERA with a below-average 88 ERA+, while toting diminished stuff. But this season, after making yet another lengthy recovery process from injury, he's managed to excel once again, with a .325 ERA and 121 ERA+ through 6 starts. The stuff may still be down, but he's executing it much better than last season, and he just had his best appearance of the year so far, arguably versus LA's biggest rival in the Giants, going 7 innings while giving up just 3 hits, 1 walk, and striking out 5. But it was in this start he also did something else he hasn't done in almost 10 years. Throw an eephus pitch under 50 miles an hour. But first, let's break down the actual start. He would begin his night in a less than preferred way by walking Jung-Hoo Lee on 8 pitches. But the veteran wouldn't let this get him off center, eventually inducing an inning-ending double play off the bat of Heliot Ramos. The second inning would go off without a hitch, getting 2 more ground balls and a pop-up. The third would see him work himself into a little bit of trouble to start, giving up a line drive double down the right field line. But in a manner we've gotten used to seeing from the Hall of Famer year in and year out, he would work out of it without too much trouble, flipping his Cooperstown curveball up there for a called strike 3 before getting a couple routine fly balls to end it. A quiet fourth would then be followed with a fifth that began exactly like the third, with a hard hit double, this time off a curveball. But if you couldn't guess by his final line I detailed, just like before, he would manage to retire the Giants without giving up anything, again utilizing that all-time good Uncle Charlie to end the frame. He would then use this pitch to de-helmet Lee in the following frame, in which he gave up another hit, but not much else. It would be in the 7th now, with a 10-0 lead, that he would face off against a familiar foe in Wilmer Flores, starting off the at-bat with an 86-mile-per-hour fastball perfectly placed for strike 1. He followed this with another well-located heater, again at 86. It was then on the 0-2, he would flip this 46.3-mile-per-hour bowling ball up there, eliciting a smile from Flores and a weird look from his catcher Will Smith. He responded with a little nod, almost like acknowledging the absurdity of what he'd just done. If you couldn't guess, this was indeed one of the slowest pitches of his entire career, but funny enough, it isn't the absolute lowest, as way back in 2016 he actually threw this 46.2-mile-per-hour nothing ball up there, though that one seemed to be more so the product of a cross-up than an intentional Greinke-esque pitch. Kersh would then hop right back on the mound and strike out Flores on another one of his signature pitches, a nasty slider biting into the dirt. 2 hitters later, and Clayton was walking off the mound having thrown one of his best outings in the past 2 years. And while there were some shenanigans with Kike pitching in the later innings that ended up resulting in the Giants getting 5 runs, LA would indeed manage to close it out, allowing them to celebrate an 11-5 victory that gave them, at least for the day, their lead back in an extremely competitive NL West division. Oneil Cruz has had a pretty good start to 2025, overall posting some good numbers at the plate while leading the entire major leagues in stealing bases. This has of course come with some pretty rough play in the outfield, but this hasn't stopped the Pirates from running him out there every day, which is also what they did at the end of last season. This means that he is, for all intents and purposes, no longer to be considered an active infielder, which is important for the purposes of our video today, where I wanted to talk about the best active infield arm among all MLB players. Now, you might think this belongs to Mason Wynn, if not Cruz, right? He of the MLB record, single hardest infield throw of all time. But he actually is only 3rd overall in average throwing velocity right now among infielders, behind Addison Barger, who's had an impressive performance with his own arm since he made his MLB debut, and the guy I'm going to give the current crown to as of now, Elly De La Cruz, whose 93.2 mile-per-hour average throwing velocity is the only average we've actually seen above 93, if we're not considering Oneil. So what exactly is the current best infield arm in baseball capable of? Well, it allows you to set the all-time record for the hardest throw in the infield twice yourself, with this first one from De La Cruz coming in at 97.9 miles per hour, which broke the previous record held by Cruz, which he would then break again later in that same season on a 99.8 mile per hour relay throw at the plate. Yes, Wynn would eventually take this mark later the next year, but still, this was an incredibly impressive feat from the big righty. Oh yeah, did I also mention that he made a 99.7 mile per hour toss later that same season to get the speedy Corbin Carroll trying for an inside the park home run? This means that, as far as I know, he's the only MLB infielder to register multiple 99 mile per hour plus throws, something even Wynn hasn't managed to do yet. But let's move off relay throws now. His exceptional arm also allows him to make some of the deepest plays in the hole at short that you'll ever see. As you can see on these three separate examples, the first one coming against Fernando Tatis Jr., obviously a fast runner. The next one being a play that chased him multiple feet onto the outfield grass, yet he still managed to get another guy with decent wheels, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, by a solid amount. And the last one actually forced him to leave his feet to grab this, only to still manage to fire a one-hop missile to first base to get a guy with over 300 career steals in Jose Altuve. Speaking of leaving his feet, here's two other times he had to dive or slide to grab batted balls only to pop up and still have enough arm strength to finish plays that probably would have been impossible for the vast majority of players, especially on the one versus PCA. The same can also be said of these two double plays, the first one coming against the Royals, when Jonathan India fielded this ball about as far to his left as you'll see a second baseman do so, with Cruz having to ramp it up to max effort to still get Nick Pratto at first base. And the second one coming versus the elite speed of Jackson Chourio, who grounded this ball up the middle, forcing a skid off second base for a second, handicapping Matt McClain, who then got the ball to Ellie a bit later. Still, he had enough juice in that missile launcher to get Chourio at first base. Finally, let's end the video with two plays he made at third base back when he first got into the major leagues. This is actually where he's posted the hardest throws of his MLB career to date, as he managed to average 97.2 miles per hour at the hot corner in his limited time there. That's actually the MLB record for a third sacker, as nobody else is within even 3 miles per hour of this speed, with the next closest being Casey Schmidt at 93.6. To me, this just shows how hard he can possibly throw when he's at a position that requires it on nearly every play. But regardless, even though he spends the vast majority of his time today at shortstop, this doesn't change the fact that he is MLB's current hardest throwing infielder. There was an entire contingent of Royals fans that were getting on their organizational management for not bringing up top prospect Jack Caglione sooner, because the Major League team has struggled consistently in the power department so far this season, while Jack was crushing 15 home runs in 50 games between AA and AAA, with a 982 OPS. Oh yeah, and he also registered the hardest opposite field hit ever recorded by a hitter, period. MLB included. But unfortunately for those fans, after being called up in early June, Jack hit just 196 with a 447 OPS through his first 13 career games, with 1 run scored, 2 RBI, and 1 walk to 12 strikeouts. But today versus the Rangers, he finally managed to get on the board with his first career home run, and it was truly unlike any we've ever seen before. Facing Jacob Latz in the second inning, Jack got a 2-2 fastball way high, and proceeded to not only swing at it, but crush it high in the air to deep right center field, just getting over the fence for his first ever long ball. Now, obviously you can tell just from first glance that the height of this ball was something impressive, but it's actually much more than that, as it was struck 4.22 feet off the ground. Not only did that break the team record for the highest pitch ever hit out for a Royal, surpassing this Bobby Witt Jr. shot 4.07 feet off the ground, but it also broke the Major League record for any player's first career home run, as the next closest was this Steven Moya shot, ironically versus the Royals, at just 3.91 feet. And honestly, because he was 6'7", it wasn't like this was even close to as impressive as Caglione's, who's 2 inches shorter at 6'5". Not impressed enough? This actually was the second hardest hit home run on a pitch at least 4.2 feet off the dirt in StatCast history as well, at 106.5 miles per hour, behind just this Mark Trumbo blast at 108.8, which was truly a crazy feat in its own right considering its height was 4.57, but that's a topic for another day. And guess what? His power output for this game wasn't even over yet, as he would crush his second dinger in the 9th inning. This one a no-doubter to the right center field gap, launched out at 110.2 miles per hour, allowing it to travel 438 feet from home plate. Carlos Estevez would then come on at the bottom of the 9th and retire the side 1-2-3, helping the Royals to sweep the Rangers and get back to just a game below 500, once again firmly in the AL wildcard picture. Juan Soto has had a rough start to the year at the plate by his standards, largely because of some insanely bad luck and the dead ball phenomena plaguing all of MLB. And while he has also come under some fire for his lack of hustle at times, you can't really debate what his base running performance has been so far this season, as he already has 8 stolen bases and a base running run value of 1, when he's never had even a single season in his career above 0 before this. But it was yesterday versus the Braves that he registered one of the ugliest base running mistakes of the entire season, and then chose to blame the field umpire. But before we get there, let's start with the game itself. It was actually Soto who got the Mets off to a fast start in this one, crushing a hanging breaking ball in a 1-1 out to center field. His 14th of the year, pushing his average to 340 in June with 5 home runs already, which is more than he had all of April and only 1 off from May. Tyrone Taylor would then come up in the top of the second with 2 guys on and 2 out, and pop a shallow fly ball into right field that Acuna Jr. came in on, diving unsuccessfully, allowing the second run of the game to score for New York. The The Braves managed to answer back in the third when Matt Olson flipped the ball into center field to cut into the lead, but the Mets were right back at it in the top of the fifth when Tyrone Taylor did more damage with a home run. At this point, it seemed like the game was pretty firmly in New York's hands, and it would stay that way until the bottom of the eighth when Atlanta rallied for 3 runs to tie the game, with the major blow being a 2-run double by Marcell Ozuna. This brings us to the top of the ninth, with Soto again at the plate, facing lefty Dylan Lee and crushing a fastball right down the middle into right field at 111 miles an hour. Pete Alonso came up with the chance to be a hero, and for a second, it looked like he delivered, crushing a fly ball to deep right field that sent Ronald Acuna racing back onto the track before leaping at the wall, registering a fantastic catch for the superstar. But it was then that he noticed Soto well off the bag at first, so he calmly made a simple throw, resulting in one of the funnier looking double plays you'll ever see. Just look at this. In the moment, it seemed hard to understand what he was thinking, as I don't know if I've ever seen a guy making gestures like this while running the bases before, and certainly not before getting thrown out. It was after the game that Soto would provide a little context, apparently choosing to put the blame on the field umpire, saying, "We rely on the umpires. We wait on them to make the call. The goal is look for the umpire and make sure he gets the call right. But I feel like he took way too long to make the decision, and it put me in a tough spot." There's 2 main issues I have with this statement. The first one being, why was he so far off the bag if he had no clue whether the ball was caught or not? If he was halfway to second, he could have gotten back relatively easily. And the second one is that he didn't look at his first base coach, who, while he isn't able to be seen on the broadcast, was apparently gesturing for Soto to get back to the bag, according to a few fans who were at the game. This ended up being a highly consequential play as well, as the Mets would go on to lose this contest on a walk-off from Austin Riley in the bottom of the 10th. Little side note, but shout out Taylor for running this ball down despite the fact it really had no bearing on the game. Maybe if Soto remains on first instead of getting thrown out on that double play, things could have been different. But at the very least, it's certainly a moment that can't feel good for a Mets fan base coming off a sweep in the series before, and well on their way to losing another game tonight. Jacob Misiorowski just opened a lot of eyes yesterday when he went out and dominated a team full of future Hall of Famers, to the tune of 12 strikeouts through 6 innings of 1-run ball, departing the contest with just 91 pitches thrown and 5 base runners given up. But he did something else in this start versus the Dodgers, as well as, really, through the first 5 starts of his MLB career, that is much more significant than just the base stats. Redefine how hard we believe pitchers are even capable of throwing. We'll start first with his performance in yesterday's contest, which featured an average breaking ball velocity of 92.9 miles per hour between his curveball and slider, which tied the all-time record in this regard for a single game with over 40 breaking pitches being thrown, with 2019 Jacob deGrom. Pretty good company if you ask me. His slider was easily the more impressive of the two from a velocity perspective, with him being just off of his own major league record of 94.7 in his previous start versus the Twins at 94.6. But he did manage to do something fully record-setting in this game, throwing the fastest slider in MLB history at 96.9, again breaking his own previous record set in that Twins start at 96.7, before, on the very next pitch, throwing MLB's first 97-mile-per-hour plus pitch of this type, at 97.4, a full half a mile an hour faster than the previous pitch. For a little context, this now gives him 13 of the top 15 hardest sliders ever thrown, with only Emmanuel Clase sneaking in on the back end. It's no wonder that, in this contest, he managed to generate a ridiculous 21 whiffs, which is the 3rd most this year for a pitcher who threw less than his 91 pitches. Putting this single exceptional performance to the side for a second, we can see him shattering our understanding of how hard pitchers can throw in his average velos as well, being either alone in first or tied among starting pitchers in average four-seam velocity at 99.3, curveball at 87.4, and slider at 94.4. Predictably, the hardest we have ever seen for any hurler. Period. Even his changeup is second for starting pitchers at 92.2, behind just Edward Cabrera. On top of all of that, he's now thrown the 7th most pitches this year at over 100 miles per hour, despite only throwing 25 2/3 innings, and having the lowest total pitches among all of those in front of him, including relievers. Put simply, this guy is redefining not only how hard starters are capable of throwing, but just baseball players in general. And it will truly be fascinating to see what kind of production he's able to put up going forward in his young career. Pete Crow Armstrong made his full season debut last year with the Cubs, and in that first campaign posted results that were certainly mixed. While he was one of the best outfield defenders in the sport with 16 fielding runs and 11 DRS, he was also one of the worst everyday players at getting on base, toting just a 286 OBP. But aside from these stats, one other thing was abundantly clear in his first real run as a consistent presence in a major league lineup. He is absurdly fast, with his 30.0 feet per second average sprint speed being tied for third in all of Major League Baseball, with these legs obviously helping his play in the outfield and also on the bases, where he stole 27 bags and posted a 98th percentile base running run value of 6. And we just got a chance to see this exceptional speed on display moments ago, when he managed to score from first on a stolen base. Facing the Diamondbacks in the 6th inning of a tied game, Crow Armstrong took off on the 1-0, with the fastball strike being delivered to Carson Kelly, who watched as the throw from second skipped past the second baseman and into shallow center field. Pete immediately realized this, prompting him to get up and start racing for third. But he wasn't done there, as upon realizing that shortstop Geraldo Perdomo had overrun this errant toss, he took off for the plate, where a throw from the center fielder, standing just barely past the second base bag, couldn't quite be handled by the catcher, punctuating arguably the speediest play that's occurred so far in spring training, as well as one of the only instances I can remember where a runner was able to successfully go from first to home on a swipe of second. Just completely insane. Now, I want to know what you guys think. Will PCA ever hit enough to be considered a true major league star, or do you think he's going to settle into more of a role as a gold glove outfielder with plus potential on the bases? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Oneil Cruz and Ronald Acuna Jr. are some of the most dynamic players in the game today, each possessing light tower power, upper tier speed, and elite base running instincts, allowing them to do the kind of things most players can only dream about. But there's one other skill that each of them share that we just got a chance to see them excel in, and in a way that we've only rarely seen in the whole of recorded StatCast history. I'm talking about the absolute fireballs they fired from their missile launchers attached to their right shoulders. You'll see what I mean in a second. We'll start with Cruz and this play versus the Brewers when he fielded a two-hopper in center field, then unleashed a rocket to home plate that missed the catcher by approximately 20 feet. Not only would an additional run come in to score, but hitter Sal Frelick would actually scoot all the way to third base. Now, on the surface, this looks like a gaffe, right? And while I admit it definitely wasn't a productive play in the moment, it certainly was impressive in one capacity specifically. StatCast tracked it as being thrown at 104.9 miles per hour on its way to the plate, making it, at that point, the fastest throw of the year, and only our second ever tracked throw that would round up to 105 miles an hour, joining Brenton Doyle's official StatCast record of 105.7 tallied back in 2023. So, where does Acuna come in? Well, you see, shortly after Cruz's feat, Acuna would be in a game versus the Padres when he fielded this Jackson Merrill single into right field, surrounding it before unleashing a much better one-hop missile to the plate that was just late. A throw that might have gotten veteran Manny Machado if not for a nice slide. Regardless, it would later be revealed that this throw also came in at an identical 104.9 miles per hour. Just crazy impressive stuff from both of these absolute mutants, even if neither ended up resulting in an out. And for those wondering why I didn't detail these when they first happened a couple weeks back, StatCast's database actually registers misreads when they're initially taken, so you have to wait a little bit before actually considering any throw legitimate. In this vein, I saw Brenton Doyle get credit for a 107.3 the other week, only to see it be taken off shortly after, so you do have to give them time to verify it. But being as how I've now waited what I believe the necessary amount of time is, I think we can say with no degree of uncertainty that both Ronald Acuna Jr. and Oneil Cruz have in 2025 joined a club with just one other member, as players who've managed to throw basically 105 miles per hour from the outfield. The 2017 Astros World Series win, even all these years later, still stings to the casual fan a bit because of how it was gotten, being obviously through a certain amount of cheating. And while I'm not going to get too far into any of that discussion today, it is relevant, because everybody, it seems, in the general baseball space is discussing a comment today from one of the Dodgers announcers regarding what seems to be the implication of the Astros potentially stealing signs once again. But is it actually true, or just a quote taken out of context? Before I get into breaking it down a little bit, let's first listen to exactly what was said after this double to center field from Cam Smith.
I don't want to open an old wound, but in some ways they're swinging at these breaking balls like they know what it's coming. I mean, that is not a bad pitch.
Okay, that doesn't sound good, right? Almost like a salty comment from a guy who was intimately close to the team that actually lost that World Series to Houston back in 2017. A lot of fans around baseball have been perceiving it as such, and making fun of it relentlessly as a result. But I want you to listen to what he would say just a couple seconds after, and see if that changes your perspective at all.
It's the other thing that you analyze. You analyze your grip, your delivery, your glove position on different pitches. Am I giving something away?
Yeah, both this and a few other things he'd mentioned throughout the broadcast were basically stating that he thought the guy in the mound for LA, Ben Kasparius, was in some way tipping his pitches, and that the previous comment about opening old wounds was simply a plucky callback to the controversy before, not meant to be taken as if he was in any way accusing them of stealing signs once again, or even implying it begrudgingly. And I'm sure, as you've seen in the B-roll I've been showing on screen, there were indeed some really good swings being taken on decently located pitches, giving his theory some credence, along with, of course, that Kasparius had given up 9 runs over his preceding 9 innings in his prior 2 appearances. I won't go into the game itself too heavily here, as I already covered it briefly in my video I released on Shohei getting robbed of a hit on a crazy play earlier today, which will be linked in the end screen that I'll show in just a few seconds. Anyway, I just wanted to hopefully shed a little perspective on a narrative that seems to have gained a little steam, and yet is almost completely without basis. I made a video a couple days ago discussing this play from Jason Dominguez when he let a ball drop in that had a 99% catch probability, one of the uglier hits allowed this season so far. In making that video, I took a surface level look at his overall defensive metrics without getting into them too deeply, but after choosing to revisit them post-video, I came to fully appreciate how poor they've actually been, being, from what I can gather, the worst of any Major League outfielder so far this season. I'll get into the numbers a little bit later on like I typically do in these videos, but first let's look at some individual plays, starting with balls he's had to come in on. Here he is taking an odd angle to this Brian Rocchio single down the left field line, rocking back and forth as he pursued it before just letting it drop in front of him. It was a similar story here versus Ernie Clement, though with a little bit less wasted movement. Still, it dropped when, with a lot of guys, it's probably not going to. Andrew McCutchen would send a line drive his way in the next clip, with him racing over, and then, in the last second, taking another somewhat odd-looking angle that resulted in the ball falling at his feet and then getting kicked away a little bit. Luckily for him, McCutchen isn't as fast as he used to be, otherwise he almost surely would have been on second base. But even if we forgive him on a few of these plays that resulted in simple singles, it's a little harder to do so when he messes up on balls that force him to go back, like on these 3, when he first was sent back to the warning track by Taylor Walls, having time at the wall before leaping at the last second and seeing it go off his glove for a double. When a guy has that amount of time on a fly ball, you expect it to either be caught or at least timed up correctly. He certainly had less time on the next one, again versus the Rays, when Yandy Diaz sent this ball to left field, with him ranging back at maybe 70% speed before seeing it clang off his mitt, and again go off the wall. Over the last few seasons, this seems to have become a bit of a trend with Yankee outfielders, in that they don't approach fly balls with maximum effort, leading to some hits that maybe shouldn't have happened. The last one was probably the hardest when it comes to just pure difficulty, but again another play you expect a Major League left fielder to make, when he was sent racing back on this line drive over his head, getting his glove on it, but not being able to secure it. If it seems like I'm being a bit hard on him, I do want to note here that he really would have only had to have made about half the plays I've shown so far to have his metrics look drastically better. He didn't have to make every single one, but by not making all of these, it really hurts him metrically. But still, none of these qualify as his single ugliest looking play, with that one coming on this triple off the bat of Zach McKinstry that forced him to race towards the left field wall before seeing this ball go past him, then having him skid past it on the track as he overran it, turning a routine double into a bit more. Just look at Max Fried's reaction on that play. You don't want your ace making faces like that when he's in the middle of 5 scoreless innings. Now, I'm going to repeat the same numbers that I gave at the beginning of the last video, in that he's tied for dead last among all Major League outfielders with at least 200 innings played right now in fielding run value at -4, outs above average at -5, and success rate added at -8%. The thing I didn't mention in that video, however, is that he's the only outfielder to be tied for dead last in all 3. The thing is, he is excelling at the plate right now, relative to his age, as he currently has a 114 OPS plus with a solid 761 OPS and 14 extra base hits through just 36 games. And what's more, he has shown off some decent athleticism, with a sprint speed in the 77th percentile and multiple athletic highlights. So I do think he should, in the future, be able to separate himself from the likes of Teoscar Hernandez and Juan Soto, both of which he is currently slightly worse than at the moment defensively. Still, even if he does manage to do so as soon as by the end of 2025, this won't change the fact that, up until now, he has been Major League Baseball's worst defensive outfielder. So far over this offseason, I've detailed what I believe to be the dumbest play in baseball history and the sloppiest play. But in both of these circumstances, there were multiple people involved, each of which had varying amounts of blame. So this leaves open a different question in my mind. Who is responsible for the single worst defensive play by a single player in the history of Major League Baseball? Well, according to both video evidence and the actual statistical fact, I believe we have a pretty clear answer in a 1988 play that came at the hands of one of the most significant pitchers in the history of the sport. Tommy John, yes, that one of the groundbreaking Tommy John surgery, was on the mound for the Yankees in the 25th year of his career with a runner on first. The tall lefty got into his motion and delivered a sinker low and away to hitter Jeffrey Leonard, who proceeded to dribble it down the right side. It was there he made his first mistake, bobbling the ball before picking it up and making a hurried sidearm throw to first that was nowhere close, with the ball going down the right field line. Tally that as error 1 on the play, and it already was a pretty consequential one, as it was going to put runners on second and third instead of recording a fairly easy out. But the base runner who started on first wanted to push things, rounding the bag at third before racing home, with the throw from the right fielder being intercepted by John. What was he doing? Everyone knows the job of a pitcher on a play like this is to back up home, but instead he inserted himself where he shouldn't have been, catching what probably would have been a 1 or 2 hop strike before delivering another sidearm toss wildly to the plate, with the ball sailing past the catcher. This was error number 2, but before anybody was able to recover the ball, it bounced out of play, leading to Leonard getting 2 bases from his position on second, meaning he was able to score standing up. Error number 3. That's right, on a ball that traveled all of 30 feet, John gave up a little league inside the park home run, and completely, solely because of his own mental and physical mistakes, which go even beyond the errors themselves. I'll list them briefly. Bobbling the initial grounder, deciding to make a throw to first when it was already too late to do so, then throwing wildly to first, being in the wrong spot as the throw from the outfielder came in, deciding to intercept the throw from the outfield, then throwing wildly to the plate. That is, in total, 6 individual fielding mistakes on one play, a level of defensive ineptitude that's unlikely to be rivaled anytime soon. I made a video over this offseason talking about how the 2024 Yankees were the worst base running team in all of MLB, which was an assertion backed up by a bevy of individual lowlights and actual advanced stat totals. This must have been a big point of emphasis for them in terms of offseason work, as they have been much better in this regard so far in 2025, being worth exactly 0 base running runs as a team. Having them grade out? Was perfectly average. But there were perhaps some old habits that managed to take hold during their recent series sweep to the Red Sox, and at a couple of the worst times possible. The shenanigans started in the 7th inning of the second game of the series, when, with 2 outs, Trent Grisham was at the plate, hacking on a 2-1 and missing. It was then that Jason Dominguez just started wandering off the bag, being easily backpicked as a result by former Yankees prospect Carlos Narvaez, ending a potential New York rally with them down only 2 runs. Jason would later reveal after the game that he thought for some reason that there were 2 strikes, which explains the Xbox controller power down out there. And this play would end up indeed being very consequential, as New York would lose by only a single run after this demolished fly ball to center field off the bat of Austin Wells died on the warning track. And while this certainly was a good example of the dead ball phenomena we've seen so far this season, which I'll be making a video about shortly by the way, it's hard not to put at least some of the blame on the terrible base running of Dominguez for this loss as well. Killing a rally in the 7th with 2 guys on like that is just inexcusable at the big league level. Now let's flash forward to the 3rd inning of the following contest, with the Red Sox going for a series sweep. 2 guys were again on in the 3rd inning with 2 outs, this time with Jazz Chisholm at the plate, having to watch as Brian Bayo spun and threw to second base, managing to pick off Ben Rice, killing yet another opportunity. Just look at Aaron Boone's face after that play. I'm pretty sure they're all going to be getting an earful before coming home to face the Angels tomorrow. As for the rest of the game, they wouldn't manage to score even a single run, them squandering a couple different opportunities with guys on base, including an inning-ending double play off the bat of their captain, Aaron Judge. Final score? 2-0, again being tainted by the fact that they basically gave away a scoring opportunity, this time early enough on that it could have possibly changed the tone of the entire contest. These are the kind of plays that can come back to haunt a team late in the year if they end up being in a close race for a division or wildcard spot, which may end up being the case for a Yankee squad that now finds himself with just 3.5 games separating them from 2nd place Tampa Bay, and 4.5 from 3rd place Toronto, with the Red Sox doing their best to continue to catch fire. Mookie Betts is back at shortstop after being forced out of the position following an injury midway through the 2024 season. But it wasn't just because of physical reasons he was pushed off short, it was also due to underperformance, with him posting a negative 4 outs above average in just 531 innings there. But with him being announced as the Dodgers starting shortstop once again in 2025, it's become clear they view him as a legitimate fielder at the hardest infield position to play in the sport. But this doesn't mean there won't continue to be growing pains here and there, and we just got an excellent example of this on a play versus the White Sox when he made one of the worst infield throws I've ever seen. Facing Chicago with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th, Anthony Banda gave up this rocket shot to the left center field gap off the bat of Corey Lee. It took a bounce high off the wall before being relayed to Betts, who caught the toss, planted, and fired as he began falling to his left, resulting in a throw that was at least 5 bounces from what I can tell. Just look at that one more time. I can't recall the last time I saw a relay throw with that little velocity and distance on it. This is totally a field play, something you develop familiarity with over a long period of time, so I do think this goes to show what kind of issues he could be dealing with as he continues to try to develop as a shortstop. I will acknowledge, while I am being critical of this one play, I do understand the Dodgers want to use him at this position, and the fact that because he's been such a good Hall of Fame level player offensively for basically his entire career, his value can take a bit of a knock in the field without him losing too much of it overall, when counterbalanced with his work at the dish. Now, I want to know what you guys think. Will Betts actually manage to spend the entire year at shortstop this season, forming to an average or even above average level, or do you see him moving off the spot later in the year in place of somebody like a Tommy Edman or in-season acquisition? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. A few weeks back, I made a video on Ronald Acuna Jr. and O'Neill Cruz, each throwing verified 104.9 mile/hour missiles to home plate. But one of the comments that I got more than a few times on that vid was that neither one of these throws ended up resulting in an out, with Cruz's not even being remotely close to the plate. And while I personally enjoy pointing out statistical feats like this, even if they don't end up with the best results, I did see the merit to this. But that's one thing about having arm strength like these two guys. It never results in just a single throw like this. And O'Neill just proved that he not only could hit 105 again, but do so exceptionally accurately. Facing the Mariners in the bottom of the first with ace Paul Skeens on the mound, Cruz was sent cutting over to the left center field gap on a line drive off the bat of Jorge Polanco, where he fielded the ball pretty deep for a throw to the plate, yet somehow managed to make a perfect one-hop toss right on the money, a throw so unexpected that base runner J.P. Crawford didn't even slide. Just look at that slow-mo, it couldn't have been in a more perfect spot. And yes, while it was certainly aided by the fact that Crawford probably just assumed he'd get in easily, it doesn't change how impressive this fireball really was. It was later revealed by the Pirates themselves on Twitter that the throw was measured at 105.2 miles per hour, making it not only the hardest throw of the season, beating Acuna's and Cruz's previous throw by 0.3, but the hardest toss on an assist we've seen since Aaron Hicks back in 2016 at 105.5. And the thing is, it was objectively a more accurate toss as well, with Aaron's throw being up the first base line a little, in comparison to O'Neill's right on the money. Unfortunately for the Pirates, this wouldn't end up making much of a difference, as they would go on to lose another one of their all-star pitchers' starts by a final score of 1-0, making this the first time in MLB history that a team has come off of winning 3 straight shutouts to losing via shutout 3 times in a row. Shout out to Andrew Tull for pointing this out via email. The last thing I want to point out here is how much better Cruz's defense has been in the last few months, helping him to recover from a horrible start in April, all the way to a 75th percentile total so far of 2 fielding runs in center field. I'm just hoping for an overall turnaround in the same way for his bat and focus levels in the season's second half. Most of the time in Major League Baseball, it's hard to crown a player as king of defense, because there are very little objective numbers to quantify performance in the same way as with offense, with a lot of it coming down to whoever you trust metrically. But right now, there actually is a player who's managed to buck this trend, emerging as the #1 defensive player in all of Major League Baseball, per basically every available measuring tool, regardless of position, and by a fairly sizable margin. I'm talking about Pete Crow Armstrong, or PCA. Now, towards the end of the vid, I'll get into the overall numbers that lead me to believe this, but first I want to look at some specific plays that demonstrate what he's truly capable of with the glove. Let's start first with perhaps his most famous defensive accomplishment so far. This game versus the Dodgers, when he made not 1, not 2, but 3 elite plays in a single contest, starting off his night with this racing grab towards the right center field gap to rob Kike Hernandez of extra bases, then doing the same thing to Shohei Ohtani a few innings later, this time pausing on the warning track for a second because I think that he thought right fielder Cody Bellinger was encroaching, before still making a sliding catch. And then, finally, robbing Max Muncy of a home run to end the game on a leap at the wall. Now, I want to move on to 3 plays quantified by catch probability, a stat that basically tells you how often a ball put in play is caught by an average outfielder, starting with this one off the bat of Xander Bogaerts, which forced PCA to race into the left center field gap before making the catch running into the wall. That ball had just a 30% catch probability, courtesy of the 100 feet he had to travel before getting there. This next play had just a 20% catch probability when he finished this ridiculous grab with a slide versus the Giants just here recently, making a play that only about a fifth of outfielders will be able to look relatively routine. The last one of this section, which ironically probably looked the most nondescript, was versus the Dodgers, when he robbed Tommy Edman of a hit on this play that had just a 10% catch probability. Why was it so low? Because, you see, he got such an insane jump on this that it really undercut how low of a line drive it was, and how much it was slicing away from him. Now let's take a break from his glove and focus on his exceptional arm, which has registered throws at an average of 93.3 miles per hour, which is in the 96th percentile league-wide, allowing him to nail one of the fastest runners in baseball, Ellie De La Cruz, going for third base last year with a perfect one-hop strike from the warning track, then doing basically the same thing to Josh Naylor, who tried to advance on this ball deep in the right center field gap, although this time he didn't even need a single hop. And of course, as you could probably guess, if he has the kind of arm strength to get a guy from that distance, he could do the same to a guy going to second. But that doesn't mean this play, where he threw out Jose Tena, was any less impressive, as he had to fire off balance while spinning, almost like a shortstop, while still managing to put a decent one-hop toss right on the bag. All of this so far has been impressive, right? But none of it is the most impressive to me personally. That category has to be how close he's gotten on 3 separate plays that all had a 0% catch probability. You heard me right. Every one of the hits you're seeing now are quantified by StatCast to be caught 0% of the time, yet he managed to get reasonably close to each one, missing the final two by mere inches. It's looking like fairly soon he's actually going to manage to nab one of these, which will basically break StatCast's models. Like I alluded to before, all this fantastic work that is backed up by the eye test is also verified through advanced means, as he currently leads all of Major League Baseball in fielding run value at 10, which is 3 ahead of the next closest in Fernando Tatis Jr., and outs above average at 9, while being tied for the league lead in defensive WAR at 1.1 and being on pace for roughly 40 defensive runs saved by the end of the year. Basically every metric across the board has him as MLB's top defensive player, and I'm sure after seeing this video, you can understand why. He's able to routinely almost make impossible plays, and turn really hard ones into downright easy outs at a level that no one else in baseball is currently able to approach. We've all seen nightmare performances at the big league level, from Edinson Volquez giving up 9 runs while recording just a single out in the first inning, to Mike Mayers giving up 6 runs in his first frame in the big leagues, to even arguably the worst box score of all time, owned by Jason Jennings, who managed to allow 11 runs leading off a game while throwing just 39 pitches. But none of these, in my opinion, are purely the worst start in Major League history, not the most painful one to watch. That unfortunate prize would have to be bestowed, in my opinion, on by then a long-standing Major League vet who had managed to be perfectly average throughout the course of his career, except for on April 8th, 2017, when he would tally the worst start in the history of Major League Baseball. Jeremy Guthrie, fresh off a campaign in which he didn't throw even a single inning due to both injury issues and underperformance the prior season, was getting the start for the Nationals versus the Phillies, and it certainly wouldn't begin well, with him giving up a line drive double to left field on just his second pitch of the night. This would quickly be followed up by a Howie Kendrick single to right field 2 pitches later, setting up a first and third situation with nobody out. Odubel Herrera would manage to work a walk before Michael Franco would lift a sac fly to right field, netting Guthrie his first out of the day. Now, at this point, things hadn't gone completely off the rails. If he could somehow manage to get a ground ball here, which he had done a lot in the past, he could literally end the inning with only a single run having come in. But, as you can probably guess, this wouldn't happen. Michael Saunders would line a ball to right field, scoring another run and pushing Herrera to second. Tommy Joseph would then follow this up with a fairly softly hit grounder that, unfortunately for Jeremy, managed to be just in the right spot, skipping into center field to score yet another run. Catcher Cameron Rupp would then work a walk before Freddie Galvis would fly out to center field, scoring another run but also tallying the second out of the inning. But it would be from here that things would get truly ugly, with him walking starting pitcher Aaron Nola on a 3-2 that was definitely borderline, before making it back-to-back walks that would force in a run on a 3-2 nowhere close to Cesar Hernandez. At this point, the score was 5-0, and the single biggest blow of the inning was still yet to happen, as Howie Kendrick would come up for the second time in that very inning and crush a fly ball to deep right center field, where it would clang off the wall, allowing all 3 runners to score and Kendrick to scamper all the way to third base. Suddenly, it was 8-0. It did seem like the inning might be able to mercifully end on the next batter when Herrera bounced a ground ball to shortstop, but it was hit just a tad too softly, allowing the center fielder to reach while saddling Jeremy with his 9th earned run of the first inning. That would be where his day would end, but it wouldn't be where the inning would, as Enny Romero would come in and proceed to give up an RBI double to Franco on his first pitch of the night, which would give Guthrie his 10th and final earned run. Romero would actually go on and give up 2 straight hits after this, giving the Phillies a 12-0 lead in the bottom of the first, before he would finally conclude the frame with a strikeout. When all was said and done, Guthrie had pitched just 2/3 of an inning, giving up 6 hits, 4 walks, and 0 strikeouts with 10 earned runs. But perhaps what was even crazier to me, and the fact that distinguishes this as the worst start of all time, was that even his outs scored runs, as both of the ones he recorded were sac flies, meaning he didn't record even a single out in this game that wasn't a productive one for the Phillies. Unfortunately, this would be his only start of the year and the final start of his big league career, meaning that in his last major league season, his ERA would stand at 135. The Dodgers got absolutely taken apart yesterday by the Astros to the tune of an 18-1 final, the largest run differential since the Dodgers moved to LA. This came largely at the hands of public enemy number 1 Jose Altuve, with 2 home runs on the day, as well as 3 other players crushing long balls as well, even managing to score 10 runs in one frame, the 6th inning, with all 10 of those coming off of Noah Davis in what was one of the worst appearances of the year. Put simply, it was a bloodbath from start to finish. Now that I've addressed the game overall, I want to focus in on a single play that I think may have defined the night the best for the Dodgers, when Shohei Ohtani hit into one of the most unlucky outs you'll ever see on a major league field. The reigning NL MVP came up in the bottom of the third, with his team already trailing 6-1, taking the first pitch of his at-bat right down the middle of the plate for strike one, which was followed up by a nearly perfectly placed changeup that just missed a bit outside. On the 1-1, starter Lance McCullers would flip a knuckle curve up there, with it staying in the zone enough to get crushed on a line by Ohtani back to the mound, where it hit the starting pitcher before ricocheting to shortstop Mauricio Dubon, who fired to first just a hair late. At this point you might be asking, how is this unlucky? He still got a base knock out of it. Well, you see, upon investigating the review, you can actually see that the ball hit the back of the righty's left cleat, which sent it high in the air to Dubon. But here's the thing. It actually never made contact with the ground on its way to the infielder, meaning that when he made the initial catch, it was already an out. He didn't even need to throw to first. Now, on top of the obviously unfortunate nature of seeing a ball ricochet off of one player to another for an out, there also was the fact that this ball actually had an expected batting average, per Baseball Savant, of 480. Validating that it wasn't just a funky play, but a truly unlucky one in every sense of the word. Now, obviously this didn't mean much in the overall scope of the game, as him getting on first to lead off the third inning down by 5 runs in a contest his squad would lose by 17 was never going to be consequential, but I did think it was incredibly bizarre, and worth taking a look at in a game that was otherwise largely comprised of a plain old beatdown, the likes of which you will rarely ever see on an MLB field, especially if your name isn't the White Sox or Rockies. We're almost a full week into Major League Spring Training as of now, and at that time we've gotten to see some pretty cool things, with perhaps the most interesting among them to me being the implementation of MLB's new ABS Strike Zone challenging system, something they're playing around with this spring with hopes of seeing implementation over the next couple of seasons. And so far, it's been very interesting, with most challenges being predictably successful. But among this bevy of appropriate uses, we've also seen 3 principal instances of ridiculous challenges that were, in my opinion, too bizarre and funny not to share. So, let's get into them, starting with our first one in a Rays-Yankees game, when Ben Rortvedt challenged a pitch so high that his own manager had to laugh at him following. Just look at where that was, almost 2 ball lengths above the strike zone. The only explanation I can have for why he would do so really is because he maybe even fooled himself a little bit with his own frame job. Regardless, it was confirmed a Jazz Chisholm walk on a 3-2. Next, we have Eddie Rosario challenging a called strike 3 versus the Royals that was solidly within the strike zone, so much so that the announcer said this.
Rosario may use that really as a tool for himself. What's his perception of the location of the outside corner? Because that got more than just the edge of the plate.
When you have an announcer basically trying to justify why a guy would challenge a pitch there, you know you've messed up a little bit, especially when your team only has 2 of these a game. And he basically burned one learning that an obvious low and outside strike is indeed an obvious low and outside strike. Our third and final instance of this video was when Max Scherzer challenged this curveball way low. So low, in fact, that one of my favorite Twitter accounts, Pitching Ninja, theorized that the reason was probably because Alejandro Kirk's frame job was so good he actually fooled Max himself. But even if this is the case, challenging an offering that landed just inches above hitting the dirt is certainly an interesting choice, especially coming from a guy who's 60 feet 6 inches away from where the ball actually lands. This brings up a whole separate conversation of whether or not pitchers should even use these challenges internally, but that's a discussion for potentially another video. So, to recap, we've seen a catcher, hitter, and pitcher all challenge calls that were outright ridiculous to do so on, and to me, this highlights a big part of the reason I'm excited for this to make its debut in Major League Baseball. It has rules, so it has to be used strategically, and as players are as human as umpires, there are times it will expose just how off any one of these player types' perception of the strike zone can be, in the process highlighting how hard a home plate umpire's job really is, while also allowing us to get the pitches that need to be called in the clutchest of moments actually correct if an umpire does indeed manage to mess them up. Paul Skeens had one of the best rookie seasons ever in 2024 when he posted a sub-2 ERA through 133 innings to go along with an absurd 2.14 ERA plus and 170 strikeouts. All this added up to a 5.9 WAR, which had him ranked 5th among all pitchers despite making roughly 2/3 of the starts a lot of them did. It was all around insane, and a good portion of the reason why was due to the dominance of a pitch he added early on in that same year, the splinker, a sinker-splitter hybrid that induced quite a few swings and misses along the way, along with some ground balls. But, ever the tinkerer, it seems he's added another variation to his fastball starting in 2025, and it is truly nasty. I'm talking about a 2-seamer, or a sinker if you want to call it that. Now, I hear you probably asking, how can you tell the difference between a 4-seamer, 2-seamer, and a splinker when each pitch is only slightly slower? For me, I look at two measurements, his downward and glove side movement and velocity. Last year, normally we wouldn't see more than around 15 to 18 inches of drop or side-to-side movement on his heater, which he would throw in the upper 90s. He would see well more than that on both fronts while throwing his splinker, with the velocity decreased down into the mid-90s. His two-seamer splits the difference, being thrown in the 97 to 99 mile/hour range while having more run and downward action than his four-seamer, but less than his hybrid pitch, routinely sitting around the 20 inches range for both downward movement and side-to-side. This has already created another layer of uncomfortability for hitters, as they now have to account for a near triple-digit buzzsaw in on the hands of righties and going away from lefties, generating quite a few uncomfortable swings so far versus both the Marlins and Rays, with poor Yandy Diaz being the victim of a number of these. In terms of usage, from what I could gather, he seemed to throw the pitch a lot when either far behind in the count, when he's trying to steal a strike, or early in the at-bat when he's trying to register a quick out. Will this become a main offering of his? I don't think so, just based on the fact he's already got at least 4 other pitches that are exceptional and used pretty commonly. Instead, I think it'll function as more of a complementary weapon in his arsenal, but this doesn't take away from how nasty it is when he throws it, and how effective it can be in its somewhat limited role. Now, I want to know what you guys think. Would you take the over or under on a Skeens 2025 ERA of 2.40 in a full season? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. A little while ago I talked about a Dalton Varsho play, where he ranged back on a fly ball, fell to his backside, and then still had the wherewithal to get to his knees and make a ridiculous catch. I titled that video a true 1 in a billion play, because I don't think we've ever seen this before, and doubt we'll ever see it again. But at the risk of becoming a bit trigger happy on using that term, I do believe I've just seen another play that falls into this category. One that is also singular in both its rarity and skill necessary to accomplish, along with a healthy dose of dumb luck in there as well. I'm talking about this home run robbery by the Red Sox yesterday, during which their outfielders executed a nearly perfect alley-oop. Facing the Tigers in the bottom of the 7th inning, Boston was just coming off of tying the game in an extremely unlikely fashion, scoring 3 runs off reigning Cy Young winner Tariq Skubal, with the final 2 being tallied on hits off another virtually unhittable pitcher from last year, Tyler Holden. This knotted the score at 5-5, with Liam Hendricks on the mound in the bottom of the inning, who, with 1 out, would deliver a fastball to Kerry Carpenter, seeing it crushed high in the air to right center field, where Wilyer Abreu ranged back before leaping at the wall, seeing it then ricochet off his mitt to center fielder Ceddanne Rafaela, who managed to catch the rebound. While we have seen quite a few juggling catches before in Major League Baseball, I don't think we've ever seen a home run robbed, as was certainly the case here, only to then see the ball pop out of the outfielder's mitt, then be caught by another outfielder. Adding to the impressiveness, to me, it almost looks like Ceddanne caught that with his bare hand no less, shoveling it into his mitt right afterwards. The other factor here to consider is how clutch this play was, as this would have completely reversed the momentum of the contest after the Red Sox had just tied up the game against some of the best pitching you'll see in the major leagues today. Unfortunately for them, this wouldn't end up making much of a difference, as after Alex Bregman was robbed of a go-ahead hit in the top of the 9th by Gleyber Torres, Andy Ibanez would walk to lead off the bottom, before then successfully stealing second base, seeing Connor Wong's throw go into center field, putting him on third with nobody out. Closer Aroldis Chapman would manage to battle back to get 2 outs before seeing pinch hitter Justin Henry Malloy crush a 2-0 fastball into center field, officially ending the game and sealing a 3-game sweep at the hands of the Motor City Kitties. Still, even with this outcome probably not being what Boston fans would like, nobody can take away that ridiculous catch in the 7th inning. That was, in my estimation, a complete anomaly in MLB history. I made a video a few months back talking about how noted ball hawk Zach Hampel kinda sorta interfered with the home run in Tampa Bay, even if the call that ensued didn't end up going against him. I also briefly touched on his dubious reputation in the baseball space for activities that some would consider to be over the top. But he is polarizing in that he does have a contingent of defenders as well. However, we just saw a fan yesterday in Arizona pull a feat much more extreme than Zach, which also ended up revealing a controversial history of outright interference 5 separate times at least. Before we get into it, I want to shout out Johnboy Media and Taters on Twitter for putting together videos of this doofus at work. It was certainly helpful in my research. Now, we'll start with the first time he's on record doing this and go from there, being when Joey Bart in 2022 launched a fly ball deep to the left center field gap, a location you're going to get familiar with in this video. There, this dude proceeded to reach over the fence, make the catch, and then throw it back onto the field. Already a practice that in the modern age is looked down upon. After the umpires would confer, it was determined that this ball would not have left the park, turning it from its initially called home run into a double. We would start to see a pattern emerging on the second instance of this a year later, in 2023, when Lourdes Gurriel Jr. crushed this ball to roughly the same spot, tying a game in the 9th inning, though only after the umpires would have to confer once more to make sure that the ball would have actually gotten over the fence. In this instance, if they had decided to rule against the D-backs, it could have possibly resulted in either an out or a double being called on what should have been a long ball, which certainly would have been a consequential and confusing move for what seems to be someone who cares about the Diamondbacks. He registered his second interference of that very same season later on with Christian Walker at the plate, this time versus the Cardinals, with a much more aggressive effort, outright competing with left fielder Tyler O'Neill as he went back to attempt to make a leap. Confirmed? Yes, but again, not until after a lengthy review. It was a similar story with the next one in 2024, this one off the bat of Eugenio Suarez. He definitely didn't make as egregious of an attempt here, but it still was enough to trigger another review, which would again confirm that this ball indeed was a home run. This takes us to our most recent example, and in my opinion, the most insufferable, as this one actually came against his hometown team, and saw him make his most aggressive move for a ball, nearly falling onto the field as he caught this shot from Christian Koss, outright robbing Tim Tawa of his attempt at a leaping grab, ending up resulting in the play being called a double after another umpire meeting. Then, in a move that personally pissed me off while watching, he actually flipped the ball to Tim afterwards, I'm guessing in response to something the outfielder said, only to see it get flipped back nearly immediately after. From what I can find, in most of these cases, he was indeed removed from the field, but for some reason not at any point permanently banned from Chase, where the Diamondbacks play. I'm gonna guess they just weren't aware of the pattern. But now that they most assuredly are, let me say, I've been to enough Major League games to know that people like this make the experience insufferable for everybody else around them, and I am fully in support of kicking this guy out permanently, especially when considering that he literally posts about it on Instagram as if he's proud of it, including on the Bart one, where he literally acknowledged that he was called for interference. Roki Sasaki's first Major League start was a mixed bag of sorts. While he only ended up giving up 1 run in 3 innings, to go along with 3 punch-outs, he also walked 5 batters, including Kyle Tucker with the bases loaded to force in his first Major League earned run. But something else happened during his first official appearance on an MLB stage. He debuted a pitch that is unlike any other in Major League Baseball history. Let me explain. You see, most pitches in baseball move predictably, right? Fastballs, sliders, curveballs, two-seamers, changeups, even the unpredictable nature of a knuckleball is anticipated because of how the offering is thrown. But Roki's splitter is completely different from this, in that, like a knuckleball, when he releases it, he doesn't know which way it's going to break, but he does know it's going to fall off the table one direction or another. Take this example provided by Pitching Ninja during one of his spring training appearances, when on one split he saw the pitch move 7 inches to his arm side, and then, on another, in a completely different appearance, move 8 in the opposite direction. That's 15 inches of variation just on those 2 offerings, essentially making one almost like a screwball and the other one more like a slider. But it goes further than that. In his appearance versus the Cubs, we got to see every one of his offerings tracked by StatCast and then officially cataloged, and the results were stunning. His split averaged just 513 RPMs. If that sounds like a lot, it's actually not at all. Last year, the lowest rotating splitter thrown by a qualified hurler averaged over 100 more rotations than this at 617. And he threw multiple in the 400s as well, a rate so low that it causes the phenomenon that was pointed out by Pitching Ninja. It makes it behave almost like a knuckleball in its unpredictability, only coupled with sharp downward action to go along with it. And while he wasn't able to command it too well in his first start, as just 5 of the 18 he threw on the night were able to be located for strikes, we still got a chance to see the variation in movement pitch to pitch. Here's a few that dove arm side so sharply that Will Smith had a hard time actually catching them, and then here's a couple that broke in the opposite direction, including one for an inning-ending strikeout. These actually moved so much that a few of them actually registered as sliders, despite them having an exceptionally low spin rate. If he can manage to properly execute with this offering going forward, he might be able to turn it into MLB's most unhittable pitch. After all, what could be harder to predict than a diving mid to high 80s bowling ball that can dart either right or left at any second? And it doesn't hurt that he pairs it with an upper 90s heater to play off of, and a solid actual slider as well. Now, I want to know what you guys think. Is Roki going to win NL Rookie of the Year, or do you have your eye on somebody else for this award? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. We've seen a ton of umpire shenanigans over the years that probably have warranted an ejection, from going after players who weren't even talking to them, to booting players for no real reason, to even intentionally agitating someone into an ejection with calls that made 0 sense. However, we've never actually seen an umpire get removed from a game for this reason, and I don't even mean just in the majors. I've never heard of this at any level of organized baseball. That is, until yesterday, when a minor league ump earned this historic dubious honor. Warren Nicholson had just kicked Tucker Nathans, who was standing just outside his own dugout, and then proceeded to engage further with Nathans verbally, getting nearly face to face with him while screaming the entire time. This was not a good look for the professionalism of umps in itself, but somehow it got even worse. As Nathans pursued Nicholson, he apparently said something pretty bad, which prompted the ump to turn around and aggressively push the player back. Physical contact from a player is generally met with an immediate ejection, and perhaps to everyone's surprise, it was so here as well. Only, perhaps for the first time in recorded baseball history, it was the ump who had to depart the contest. How embarrassing for Warren Nicholson, and what a crazy turn of events for us as fans. I just made a video recently where I explored 2 plays that the Yankees essentially gave away outs on, in huge moments versus the Red Sox, helping contribute to a series sweep at the hands of their bitter rivals. Since that series, they actually got some pretty great news for them. That Yankee killer Rafael Devers was now out of the division entirely because of a trade to the Giants. This probably helped establish one of the best moods any fan base can have coming out of a sweep. But any of that enthusiasm was quickly dashed during yesterday's game, that saw New York be unable to score even a single run for 11 innings, due in part to one of the unluckiest plays I've ever seen on a baseball field. But first, let's start with the game itself. Both teams threatened in the initial frame, getting 2 guys on without being able to score, with Giancarlo Stanton coming off the IL to ground the ball hard to third base, one of 3 times he would demolish a grounder in this game. There were very few rallies from either side for the next 8 innings, with the only notable ones involving the Yankees stranding a runner at second in the 7th, and the Angels doing the same with a guy on third in the 8th and 2 guys on in the 9th, sandwiched around an excellent twisting play from Zach Neto to rob Paul Goldschmidt. This brings us to the bottom of the 9th, where Big G would crush another one of those aforementioned grounders down the third base line, putting a runner at second with nobody out. This brings us to the unlucky moment, with Anthony Volpe at the plate looking to win the game, with the pinch running Jason Dominguez taking Stanton's place at second. On the 2-2, Jason would take off for third before seeing a pitch be grounded perfectly to third baseman Luis Rengifo. He had that base stolen by a mile, meaning there was only one possible place Anthony could have grounded a pitch to result in this outcome. And even then, look at this replay. It was like a perfect throw coming into the bag. What's more, the collision that ensued because of said play was bad enough to keep Rengifo on the ground in excruciating pain for a couple minutes afterwards. Yet he somehow managed to hold on to the ball in the moment, despite the obvious discomfort. To Rengifo's credit, he would actually manage to stay in this game afterwards, getting to watch as Austin Wells chased a high cutter for strike 3. After both teams went scoreless in the 10th, the Angels finally managed to push across something after Nolan Shanwell flipped this ball to left field, a hustle double that gave his team a 1-0 lead. But they wouldn't be able to get anything afterwards, so New York still had a chance in the bottom of the 11th, and after a leadoff walk, Cody Bellinger would drive a fastball right down the middle to right field, sending Jorge Soler back to the track where he made a leaping catch. However, the runner had advanced to third. They were still sitting pretty, right? Wrong. The next hitter, former pinch runner Dominguez, would flare a broken bat one-hopper to second base, where rookie Christian Moore, who had registered his first career hit earlier in the game, made an excellent play, throwing out what would have been the tying run with a strike on the move. Another walk later, and veteran Hunter Strickland would be brought in to face Anthony Volpe, who promptly grounded the first pitch of his at-bat to third base. A play that looked eerily similar to the one earlier, securing the Angels a win while simultaneously handing New York what might have been its most frustrating loss of the season so far. Pete Crow Armstrong was predicted by many to have a massive fall-off because of the fact he chases so much and doesn't make the greatest contact. But through now about half the MLB season, we've seen no sign of him stopping, with his current OPS sitting at .856, 42% above the league average, while being on pace for 40 home runs, stolen bases, and a ridiculous 30 outs above average. Now, will he maintain these paces? I'm guessing not, but it's getting harder and harder to deny that it's possible, and this was further evidenced by what he managed to accomplish a couple days ago, when he did something that no one has managed to do since we began tracking advanced statistics. You'll see what I mean in a second. But first, I want to shout out the creator who actually suggested this video in a comment, named Ricko Mode. Thanks for taking the time out of your day to drop that in there. His insane feat contains 2 parts, so let's start with the first one in the top of the 8th, when Caleb Thielbar delivered a 2-1 to Bryce Terang, who lined a fastball into the left center field gap, with Pete racing over before making a last-second dive, taking away what looked to be a certain hit from the second baseman. However, this impressive play was determined afterwards by StatCast to be a near impossible one after being analyzed, with the catch probability being just 5%. That's actually the lowest that stat can go because of the way that it's measured, being rounded up from 0. It was just a few moments after this that he came to the plate versus lefty Rob Zastryzny, and on the first pitch of his at-bat, he connected on a cutter and absolutely demolished it to right, and then, in much the same way as with the previous play, it became even more impressive upon examination, with the shot having traveled a career-long 452 feet with an exit velocity of 111.5 miles per hour. This actually made him one of only 17 players this year with a home run over 450 feet and an exit velo over 110. But it's the combination of these 2 detailed plays that really makes this a special night. You see, after just that 8th inning's worth of performance, PCA became the first player ever to register a 5% catch and 450 plus foot home run in the same contest. This just goes to show the ridiculous tools he has on the baseball field, and it's backed up by the fact that he has at least 89th percentile totals in batting run value, base running run value, and fielding run value, as well as a National League leading 4.3 B-WAR as of now. The Cubs would go on to win this game an inning later 5-3 when, quite fittingly, Crow Armstrong made the game-ending catch, pushing their record to 45-28 as they look to win the NL Central for the first time since the COVID-shortened season of 2020. Over this prior offseason, I made a video discussing how Sal Frelick of the Milwaukee Brewers was, at that point, the weakest hitter in MLB, displaying a level of power at the plate that would make Ozzie Smith proud. But here's the thing, since the 2025 season has actually gotten underway, he's greatly improved a number of his metrics, helping him to post a mid-700s OPS right now and a near 400 slugging percentage, moving him solidly out of this conversation in my opinion. This begs the question, at least in my mind, who's going to take his spot as the weakest hitter in all of Major League Baseball? And will it be for a more extended period this time? For my money, I do think so, as there's a clear and obvious outlier candidate. I'm talking about Chandler Simpson of the Tampa Bay Rays. Now before we go any further, I want to say I don't mean worst when I say weakest, as he's not even close to that status. More so his ability to actually export any kind of power result in a given at-bat. As, while Simpson has gotten off to an impressive start in terms of batting average in the major league so far, hitting .309, he hasn't been productive in pretty much any other way, with just a decent OBP at .341 and a really low .352 slug, adding up to just a .693 OPS. This is largely because the guy rarely walks and has registered just 6 extra base hits through 177 plate appearances, with 0 home runs. But that last number really shouldn't be surprising. In the whole of his career, spanning his time at MLB, the minor leagues, and college baseball, he's hit a combined 2 home runs, with only one of those going over the fence, and that was still with some help from the right fielder, with the ball going off his mitt. Shout out to And That's Baseball, by the way, for his video on both Simpson and Jack Caglione, which is where I sourced the footage for that college blast. His other one was obviously an Inside the Parker. But it's not just the on-the-surface stats that give evidence to my claim that he's the weakest hitter. The advanced ones are probably even more brutal. As, so far in 2025, among hitters with at least 100 batted balls put in play, he's ranked either last or second to last in average exit velocity, EV50, which is an average of the hardest 50% of a player's batted balls, max fly ball distance at just 351 feet, number of 95-mile-per-hour batted balls, hard hit rate, and barrel percentage, with a mark of exactly 0. If it wasn't obvious, he's the only hitter to be in at least the bottom 2 of all of these stats. Now, all this really isn't meant to imply that he doesn't have objective skills at the plate, as his aforementioned batting average is actually somewhat below his expected average of .316. And he's whiffed, struck out, and managed to square up balls at truly elite rates, giving him the potential to be a Luis Arraez disciple with 80 grade wheels. And funny enough, his biggest issues as an MLB player actually are very similar to Arraez, being his subpar defense with -4 fielding run value through his first 385 career innings, and that dismal walk rate at just 5%. Now, what's the point of this video? Honestly, just to discuss a guy who has one of the more interesting player molds I've ever seen, with a lack of pop that truly is generational. Think about it, even for someone like Juan Pierre, who in his heyday was the consummate slap hitter, still managed to hit 18 career home runs, putting a ball over the fence once or twice a season, which is a feat that Simpson hasn't managed to accomplish at any level of baseball since his senior year in college. However, adding to the weirdness, he still possibly could be a very productive ball player if he's able to progressively improve his walk rate and glove work a bit. Tommy Pham has never been known as the kind of guy who'd give an inch to other players, opposing coaches, or fans. He's had multiple incidents involving run-ins with all of these parties since he made his big league debut back in 2014, and even 10 years later, nothing much has changed. As evidenced here by these actions he recently threw out as a result of some admittedly pretty inappropriate behavior from a fan in Anaheim. Facing the Angels in the bottom of the 5th of a 2-0 game, Pham would race to the corner to try to retrieve this line drive off the bat of Travis d'Arnaud. In the process, he got really close to the fence and was aggressively touched by an Angels fan as he attempted to get the ball. In this situation, this was obviously way too far on the part of the fan, and Pham gave him one hell of a stare down before getting the ball in. But this isn't where the situation would end. Not long after, an incredibly peeved Tommy looked over in that guy's direction and proceeded to do this, which, by the way, elicited a pretty funny response from the Angels announcer.
That game in Houston where that fan ripped the ball out of Mike Trout's glove, and the fan, well, they're Tommy Pham, and he says hello to the crowd.
Things would go on to escalate a bit further, with the camera cutting back to the left fielder, indicating for the fan to jump the fence and meet him on the field. These actions would go on to cost Tommy $10,000 in fines from the league. Now, I haven't really been a Pham defender in the past, as there are definitely things he's done that were, in my opinion, a little bit of an overreaction, at least from what I could tell. But in this case, honestly, I can't blame him. This was an egregious thing to do for somebody attending a baseball game, and what I'm really left with more than anything is the hope that that guy got booted from this contest. He can't be touching major league players like that. With that being said, I do understand the monetary fine as well, as MLB can't condone obscene actions from their own players either. Pham himself would go on to have his own little piece of revenge later in the game when he would single in an insurance run in the top of the 9th, bringing the Pirates' lead to 3-0, which they wouldn't relinquish, en route to their second straight victory over the Angels after starting the year 8-15. In the last week, I made a video about how Shohei Ohtani threw his fastest recorded Major League pitch at 101.7 miles per hour, which I'm pretty sure was an unexpected development, given the fact that it was only his third appearance coming off his second career Tommy John surgery. And while this definitely has been the dominant storyline over the last month or so, as it is, of course, once again, one of the most unique things we've seen on an MLB field, something else that's emerging as a dominant storyline is the fact that he's trending towards his 4th ever MVP. Because of what he's accomplishing at the plate, including National League leading totals in home runs, slugging percentage, OPS, OPS plus, and runs. And he just added on to each one of these totals yesterday when he blasted a home run versus the White Sox. But this wasn't any old round tripper. In fact, it was, by definition, unlike any we've ever recorded before. The Dodgers were already out to a 5-1 lead in this one versus righty Shane Smith, who had given up 4 runs in the first inning alone, when Ohtani came to the plate in the 4th inning, working the count full before getting a breaking ball inside, crushing it high, and I do mean high, in the air to right field on what ended up being a no-doubter. Now, on the surface, this probably looked moderately impressive, as it hung in the air for approximately 7 seconds before it actually landed in the stands. But it perhaps wasn't clear how unique this home run was just from the eye test. You see, this moonscraper from Shohei left his bat at an impressive 116.3 miles per hour at a launch angle of 42 degrees. That might not sound like anything too spectacular until you realize we have never seen a Major League home run hit over 116 miles per hour at an angle above 35, let alone 40, let alone 42. In fact, we've never seen one hit that high at 115 miles an hour. This makes this a purely singular feat of strength, as the ability to impart that much exit velocity on a ball hit at that angle is just completely unprecedented. Now, I know I'm going to get a decent amount of people commenting that this isn't even worthy of a video, but I also want you to consider what a 42-degree home run usually looks like. As you can see here on this Juan Soto blast back in 2019 that traveled 366 feet at 104.7 miles an hour, both of which are around the average for balls hit out at an angle this high. Ohtani's blast, meanwhile, traveled 408 feet on top of the other peripherals, which would also make it a nearly top 10 farthest hit home run at a launch angle over 42. I will acknowledge that this is a bit nerdy, but I didn't want to ignore how impressive this was, being a feat of raw power that maybe only 5 other guys in the whole sport right now could approach today. As for the rest of the game, the Dodgers would manage to close this one out 6-1 over the White Sox, with very little happening in the way of notable plays following Shohei's Herculean blast. The Rockies finished 2024 with a record of 61-101, ranking amongst Major League Baseball's worst teams again for what feels like a decade in a row at this point. But amidst the overall horrible play of the squad, one thing that did stand out was the amount of guys who played exceptionally well defensively, with 4 different players registering over 3 StatCast fielding runs. But funny enough, despite this pedigree, they just became the team to register the first ridiculously bad defensive play of 2025. Facing the Diamondbacks in the top of the 5th, up by 3, Ketel Marte sent a deep fly ball to center field, where Sam Hilliard made a nice running catch on the warning track before bumping into the wall. The Diamondbacks easily could have scored 1 run, but that alone wasn't going to satisfy them, as they pushed the issue by sending Blaze Alexander around third. It was then that the relay throw came in wildly off target from Gold Glove shortstop Ezequiel Tovar, scooting past the catcher before rattling around behind the backstop, which then allowed the runner who originally started the play on first base, Jorge Barrosa, to easily score. That's right, the Diamondbacks just tallied a bases-clearing sac fly, and while the Rockies have since come back offensively to blow the game open a bit, it still doesn't take away from the abject absurdity that was this moment, that I'm sure can't be too encouraging for Rockies fans looking for anything positive about the prospects of the upcoming season. Now, I want to know what you guys think. How seriously do you take plays like this in a spring training setting? To you, does it represent something like a lack of fundamentals, or do you think it's just teams trying to knock the rust off as they approach the regular season? Let me know in the comments below. George Kirby just had his most dominant start ever from a strikeout perspective, punching out 14 batters over 7 innings while giving up just a 2-run home run, finishing the day with as many called third strikes as swinging, allowing him to actually set the season high so far for this type of K at the implied mark of 7. But there was something else that happened during this game that was significant, being as how it actually put him in a class in terms of control that is rivaled only by the greatest control pitcher of all time, Greg Maddux. As pointed out here by OptaStats, who's a great follow by the way if you guys use Twitter, George became just the 2nd pitcher ever to have over 500 strikeouts and fewer than 70 walks in any span of 93 starts, which is the exact total he's made so far in his career. The other guy being, of course, the aforementioned Maddux. But here's the thing. Greg's stretch didn't come at the beginning of his career like George's has, arguably making his more impressive, especially in an era where guys are taught to prioritize velocity over control. Yet Kirby's stuff certainly sits in accordance with his generation, going out there pumping mid to high 90s every start with nasty sliders, curves, sinkers, and splitters to go along with his four-seamer. But it doesn't end there. Along with him recently crossing his 500 strikeout threshold, a couple starts before, he had crossed the 500 inning one as well, which allowed him to be considered for some pretty impressive all-time rankings for a couple other stats. The first one being overall walk rate, as among guys with at least that total of 500 innings pitched since 1930, he is first overall in walks per 9, at a mark of 1.1. As a point of comparison, Maddox for his career was almost double that at 1.8. Now, I'm not saying control is just not walking guys, but that is a piece of it, and Kirby does that better than anybody in MLB's modern era, period. This still to me though isn't his most impressive overall record, with this title I believe belonging to his strikeout to walk ratio, which currently sits at 7.49. As you could probably guess, he's first in this, otherwise why would I bring it up? But this doesn't do it justice. The next closest is Jacob deGrom at 5.35, which is a total about 29% worse. This would be like if Barry Bonds had 970 home runs to Henry Aaron's 755. That's how big a difference there is. That, to me, is near unbelievable. But it's indeed true. Now, before we go, I do want to say a big caveat here is that Kirby's career ERA plus of 107 isn't near Maddox's 132 or deGrom's atmospheric 157. So I'm not saying he's a better pitcher than these guys, or really even on their level, but he is, at least so far, superior in terms of limiting free passes.
The Dodgers beat the Yomiuri Giants 5-1 to open their exhibition series in Japan, with one of the more iconic moments in recent Japanese MLB play in Shohei Ohtani going deep to right field. There's a few other home runs and a couple other notable moments, but overall I think this game went about how most people expected it to, considering the immense depth of the Dodgers, with no disrespect to the still exceptionally impressive Giants. But this predictability would not carry over to their second match versus the Hanshin Tigers. After having shut out the Cubs the night before, the Tigers got off to a hot start, with their ace Hiroto Saki beginning the night with a K of Ohtani on a devastating splitter. He would then follow this up with the same versus Tommy Edman on another diving off-speed pitch, before getting future Hall of Famer Freddie Freeman to ground out weakly to the right side. Now, a quick note before we proceed. Yes, Blake Snell matched his performance early on, and the Dodgers overall would go on to strike out 14 batters over the course of this game, while only giving up one 3-run homer. But since this video is about the Dodgers getting shut out by the Tigers, I'm going to largely ignore LA's part in this game on the pitching side of things. In the second inning, Teoscar Hernandez would start things off with a ground ball back to the mound, easily being handled before Max Muncy was punched out on a 93-mile-per-hour heater. That's the thing I've noticed with Japanese baseball. Most of the time they're not going to blow you away with raw velocities like you'll see in the major leagues, but what they will do is consistently outpitch you. Just look at the location of that offering, with the same being true of the next one, another K on another splitter in basically the same spot after Will Smith had walked. In the third, he got 3 fairly routine outs, with the only notable one being a shallow pop fly off the bat of Ohtani. He was right back to punching guys out in the fourth inning, getting Freddie Freeman on a high looping curveball that probably wasn't exactly where he wanted it, but still ended up being effective, before getting Teoscar Hernandez swinging as well on yet another devastating splitter. Now, at this point, keep in mind they had a no-hitter going, an incredibly impressive feat considering the Dodgers were actually running out a vast majority of starters to begin this game. But Max Muncy would put an end to any real narrative surrounding this when he led off the next frame with a bloop single into right field. The only problem is that Will Smith immediately followed this up by lining a one-hopper that was picked very nicely by the second baseman, who would turn it into 2 without issue, erasing LA's leadoff base runner before Michael Conforto would strike out on yet another perfectly placed pitch. This would be the final batter that Saki, apologies if I'm not pronouncing that or any of the other names correctly, would face, with his final line being 5 innings, 1 hit, 1 walk, and 7 strikeouts. Javier Guerra, a former MLB pitcher, would come in for the 6th and give up a couple base runners before getting Freeman to once again ground out to the right side. 6 innings now with 0 runs for LA, and this wouldn't change in the 7th, when Hidetaka Okudome retired the side in order, punctuating his night with a swinging strikeout on a nasty slider. Things were getting real now for a Dodgers team who was on the edge of being shut out, with many of their major starters having now been pulled. So you just know they were trying to lock in and at least scrape out 1 run, and Austin Barnes would do his part to lead off the 8th inning, lining the first pitch he saw to left field, off the first and only lefty the Dodgers would face in Takuma Hiroshiki. But this would probably be followed by a Chris Taylor double play, which unfortunately I couldn't find footage of, and then an Andy Pages weak fly ball to right field, meaning the Dodgers were down to their final 3 outs, and they would have to get them versus dominant righty Daichi Ishii, who would retire the first 2 batters of the inning easily before, on an 0-2, painting the low and outside corner perfectly to James Outman, ending the night and the Dodgers' chance of scratching out even a single run. This was as impressive of a pitching performance as I've seen in some time, with nearly every offering being executed to perfection, especially versus a host of players who are used to facing the best pitching in the world, with quite a few of these guys being either perennial all-stars or potential future Hall of Famers. Now, I want to know what you guys think. If a team like the Tigers were to, in a hypothetical world, compete in the big leagues, what do you think their record would be in a full season? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below.
I just made a video here recently talking about how Jack Caglione, apologies for getting the pronunciation of his name incorrect in the last video, crushed the highest pitch ever recorded for a first career home run, at 4.22 feet off the ground. This was incredibly impressive, right? But what if I were to tell you there's a hitter who just crushed a home run nearly half a foot taller, and that his blast actually broke the overall record for the highest pitch ever hit for a home run? But first, let's talk about the overall contest. San Diego was facing off against the Nationals in a matchup of the largest collection of traded talent for superstar Juan Soto that had ever been on the field versus the Padres, and it would actually be one of these players, CJ Abrams, who managed to jumpstart things in the fourth, when he hit a little grounder back to the mound that pitcher Stephen Kolek threw away, pushing Abrams to second before James Wood would line a ball to the left field wall, scoring CJ on one of the longest singles you'll ever see. He just hit that ball so insanely hard, it was nearly impossible to get a second on it. The Nats would go on to drive 3 more runs across in that inning on a barrage of hits from the middle of their order, pushing their lead to 4-0. Manny Machado would get one back for the Padres in the bottom of that inning, but that's all they'd be able to muster, and the Soto kids were right back at it in the 5th, torturing the San Diego faithful with back-to-back hits with 1 out, setting up a couple ducks on the pond for Luis Garcia, who tallied his second RBI in as many innings on a line drive single to center field. 2 knocks later, and the lead had swelled to 6-1. Outfielder Dalen Lyle would then refuse to let the Padres get back into this game when he robbed an extra base hit from Luis Arraez that was scraping the wall, a play that ended up being pretty impactful considering the Padres would score in this frame, but only 1 run. They would do the same in the next inning with Jake Cronenworth bringing the score back to a save situation at 6-3 on a home run to right center field. But this spread wouldn't last very long, as in the 8th inning, James Wood would crush an absolute missile down the right field line that just barely managed to stay fair, clanking off the foul pole to extend their lead to a much more comfortable 9-3. This brings us to our real notable play, as in the top of the 9th with an 0-2 count, Josh Bell would swing away at this fastball, crushing into the second deck in left field, pushing across their 10th run of the game. But like I alluded to in the intro, he also had accomplished something far more impressive, as this broke the record for the highest pitch ever hit for a home run in StatCast history, at a height of 4.65 feet off the ground, a mark that broke the previous record held by Kyle Higashioka at 4.61. But here's the thing, Kyle's blast came off a 35-mile-per-hour bowling ball from a position player, not a 91-mile-per-hour heater near his eyes. The exit velocity was also an impressive 102.8 miles per hour, ranking him second all-time on a homer hit at least 4.5 feet off the ground behind this Mark Trumbo blast at 108.8. What an incredibly impressive feat from Bell, and from his weaker right side no less. The Padres would manage to get a 3-run home run off the bat of Fernando Tatis Jr. in the next inning, forcing the Nationals to bring in their closer with 2 outs, but they wouldn't manage anything else afterwards, as Manny Machado would fly out to end the game just 2 hitters later, with the final score sitting at 10-6.
Angels outfielder Jo Adell had one of the weirder seasons in 2024. Sure, he had over 20 homers for the first time, but he did it with a sub-700 OPS. He may have gotten nominated for a Gold Glove, but he somehow posted -2 fielding run value in the process. And in what's largely going to end up being the subject of our video today, he did indeed steal 15 bases, but still ended up being one of the worst runners in all of baseball, with 10 caught stealings and -3 base running run value per StatCast, a number tied for 3rd worst in all of baseball, despite him having an 86th percentile sprint speed. For some context, the 21 other players that either had as bad or slightly worse numbers in this regard all had either average or far below average speed. How is it even possible that a guy this fast could be this unproductive as a runner? Well, I'm going to point to 2 plays today as evidence of why it's not only possible, but probable, as Adell, by himself, managed to register both of the top 2 dumbest base running plays of 2024. The first one came at the beginning of the year in a game I actually attended, on April 10th versus the Rays, when he attempted to steal second with 2 outs in the 8th. He got a great jump, and the pitch was way inside, meaning that the throw to second was going to be way late. But for some inexplicable reason, Adell decided not to slide, which forced his momentum to take him well past the base where he was tagged out to end the inning, sapping the entire momentum out of a potential rally with the Angels down by 2. In the comments below, I want you to tell me what you think his thought process was here. It wasn't like it was a 2-2 count or something that he thought was full. This was literally the first pitch of the at-bat. Just inexcusable. But the second one was arguably worse, as versus the Braves on August 16th with runners on second and third and 2 outs, he would line this fastball down the line, where Austin Riley would grab it on a dive, then make a 2-hop throw to first base, where Adell was rounding the bag? What? This allowed him to easily be thrown out on a play he probably could have beaten out had he run through the bag. Apparently, he had thought that the ball had snuck past Riley down the line and never bothered to pick up his head to double check, allowing a guy with nearly 90th percentile speed to get thrown out on a lawn dart from the third base coach's box. Why wouldn't he just glance over there? One of these moments in a season is certainly bad enough, but is at least understandable to some degree. After all, brain cramps happen. but twice, and in enough subtle moments to add up to -3 base running runs? It's clear Joe still has an incredible amount of potential based on his performance last year, but if he keeps doing stuff like this, it's going to be hard to ever see this get realized in any consistent way. There's been a couple really bad calls I've detailed over the last couple months, including one that was record-breaking for the worst called strike 3 in cataloged baseball history. On this pitch to rookie Jake Mangum, a startling 6.83 inches outside the strike zone. But it was yesterday that we saw the inverse of this, an umpire calling a pitch basically right down the middle of the ball, but with this one costing a pitcher a chance at history. Yoshinobu Yamamoto was on the mound to start the third inning, down 1-0 to the Padres, when Bryce Johnson stepped up to the plate, taking a fastball perfectly painted over the low and outside corner for strike 1. The Japanese righty would then flip his nasty curveball up there, seeing it hit the bat of Johnson twice in one swing. Certainly an odd-looking play. Yoshi then got back on the mound and punched out the 29-year-old with a nasty backdoor curveball. 1, 2, 3, and the first out of the inning. Next up was veteran backstop Martin Maldonado, with the veteran flying the first pitch of his at-bat down the right side. He then took a backup slider over the inside corner, with the umpire actually doing a good job of tracking it considering that Will Smith wasn't expecting it there, pushing the count to 0-2. Yoshinobu would then ramp up and throw a 96-mile-per-hour heater right past Maldonado, again setting him down 1-2-3. This brought leadoff man Fernando Tatis Jr. to the plate, easily the toughest customer of the inning. But his at-bat started like the other two, with a strike this time on a swing and miss at a cutter low. Nando then fouled off a near-perfectly placed slider right at the plate, putting Yoshi one pitch away from an immaculate inning. One of the rare accomplishments any pitcher can tally. So he got back on the mound, wound up, and fired another mid-90s heater, this time basically right down the middle. But for some inexplicable reason, it wasn't called. The only justification I can even possibly come up with was that Smith actually framed it a little higher for some reason, but it still would have been a strike in that spot at the top of the zone anyway. And the impact of this missed call certainly wasn't lost on Dodgers announcer Joe Davis.
Here's the 0-2. It is! Oh no! Marvin Hudson cost him an immaculate inning!
Keep in mind, in the whole of Major League Baseball history, an immaculate inning has only been thrown 118 times. For little reference, there have been 309 no-hitters. To see Yoshi lose this historic accomplishment to one of the worst called strike misses you will ever see just felt horrible to watch, almost like a mini version of the Armando Galarraga 27th out. But disappointment aside, this wouldn't really affect the current Dodgers ace, who would get right back on the mound and miss with a curveball low before setting Tatis down anyway on a nasty cutter. And while this start wasn't his best, as he gave up 3 runs through 6 1/3 innings, it was still solid enough for him to get a victory. But in keeping with the trend that has been following him all season, the Dodgers just couldn't muster any offense behind him, not managing to score their first run until the 9th inning, with a bunch of hit-by-pitch shenanigans being in there as well. Dalton Rushing would then strike out with a tying run on second base to end the game, meaning that, as of today, Yoshinobu has a 2.76 ERA, 95 Ks in 84 2/3 innings, a 1.42 ERA+, and yet a 6-6 record somehow. I've made a couple of videos here in the last few weeks about one specific play from Gleyber Torres, and then an overall profile on how he is, I feel, the laziest player in baseball. But as we get a little distance from the World Series, I did want to make a video exploring how it wasn't just him on his own team that brought this energy. The Yankees overall in 2024 might have been MLB's laziest team, as despite having easily one of its most talented rosters, they consistently underperformed both defensively and on the bases due to a lack of focus or effort, i.e. lazy plays. So that's what we're going to be talking about today, going over a few that I think illustrate this best. We'll of course throw up the plays from Gleyber here, being that horrible looking one from World Series Game 1, as well as just some lazy ones throughout the season. But I want to move past that quickly since I've detailed it extensively. Instead, let's look at some more general examples, like the play that may have cost them their final chance at a World Series run, when Anthony Rizzo fielded this ball at first base, then didn't immediately hustle to cover the bag, allowing Mookie Betts to reach with the Dodgers' first run. Additionally, Garrett Cole didn't get over there either, which, in a game of that consequence, honestly, both players should be doing. But it wasn't just in the biggest of moments that this happened. Here's some fielding plays that they didn't take at all seriously, allowing runners to either reach or gain extra bases, where they absolutely didn't have to. Starting with Trent Grisham bobbling this ball in center field in a game the Yankees were already trailing 8-4, allowing the runner to get to second. Here, Anthony Rizzo doesn't follow a ball into his mitt, resulting in one of the easier errors you'll ever see on a first baseman. But even that one wasn't as embarrassing as the one that DJ LeMahieu would tally versus Texas, as DJ didn't fully watch this ball into his mitt before seeing it ricochet off his glove, allowing the runner to reach. Here's an example of something that happened a lot all season, outfielders pulling up on pop-ups that were far more difficult for the infielders to try to get to, allowing balls to fall that definitely didn't deserve to be hits. All of this was indicative of a team that would have ranked in the bottom 10 defensively in baseball, save for one real contributor in Anthony Volpe, who had more outs above average himself than the rest of the team combined.
Their base running was somehow even worse, as they tallied the lowest run or runs in all of baseball, committing such boneheaded plays as getting doubled off at first base on routine fly balls, having 2 runners getting picked off in 1 inning in the playoffs, and whatever the hell this was from Trent Grisham trying to score the go-ahead run. Again, I do believe that lazy doesn't just mean being physically lazy, it also means allowing for huge lapses in focus at times. Now, I want to throw up a bunch of times where the Yankees had batted balls that had expected batting averages near or above 400, yet they didn't feel the need to run out the plays, turning many of these from what would have been potential hustle hits into more than easy outs. As I've said before, I think it's fine if you don't give 100% on every routine play throughout the course of a long season, but on plays that are less than routine in games that are close, there's just not a good excuse for that in my opinion, especially when you have as much talent on the roster as the Yankees do. Let's finish up this video with a play that didn't even end up having as much of a negative ending as it could have, but still was pretty indicative of their overall philosophy, as LeMahieu here grounded this ball to second base and still nearly got doubled up even after 2 missed plays by the Red Sox. As a major league team, you just can't keep doing stuff like this all season and not expect it to come back and bite you in the ass, as it did with the Yankees in the World Series. Now, with all that being said, I do want to mention I've made a number of negative Yankee videos since the start of the playoffs, but the reasoning behind that, at least for me, is the frustration of seeing a team that has the potential to be one of the most exciting in baseball not give it their all in the most important moments of their season. I'm frustrated because, despite the fact that I've never really been a Yankee fan, I do like this team, but over and over they kept making themselves into more villains than I think they needed to, and that, frankly, was a bit disappointing. Hopefully there'll be some kind of culture shift come 2025, so I never have to make a video like this again. Since Patrick Bailey made his debut in 2023, he has become known predominantly for 2 things: being pretty much the best defensive catcher in all the sport, and being unable to bring any value at the plate. And this year, the polarization has never been starker, with him toting a 99th percentile fielding run value of 13 to go along with top 10 worst totals among everyday starters in batting average, on base percentage, slugging percentage, OPS, and OPS+. Additionally, it should probably be expected, given that he is a catcher, that he's also exceptionally slow, with just a 12th percentile sprint speed of 25.6 feet per second. I give all this information as a lead up to him being one of the most unlikely guys we've ever seen hit a walk-off inside the park home run, which is, somehow, exactly what he did yesterday versus the Phillies. But before we get there, let me take you through the 9th inning leading up to his at-bat, with struggling closer Jordan Romano taking the hill after Kyle Schwarber had managed to hit a go-ahead 2-run homer a couple innings before. Now, Romano had already ended a jam in the 8th inning, so it was a questionable move to keep him out there for the 9th. Yet that was the move that manager Rob Thompson decided to go with, seeing him give up a near-immediate double to Casey Schmidt. He would bounce back right after, inducing a pop-up on the infield, putting his team 2 outs from victory. However, after Wilmer Flores lined a single just past his outstretched glove, the tying run was on first base. Still, it was the weak hitting Bailey, right? This should probably be, at worst, a sac fly or bloop single somewhere, but Jordan wouldn't do himself any favors by grooving a first pitch fastball right down the middle of the plate, seeing it crushed high in the air to deep right center field, a shot that would ricochet perfectly off the brick wall out there, to cause it to take a crazy hop from center fielder Brandon Marsh. This sent Bailey into a mad dash around the bases, eventually culminating in him scoring standing up with a walk-off inside the park home run. There were a couple of very interesting facts about this play that defy even the setup I outlined in the intro. First of all, this would have been a home run in every single ballpark besides Oracle, with it traveling 414 feet to the deepest part of the ballpark, meaning that it actually would have been incredibly unlucky had it not taken that crazy bounce. And secondly, as pointed out by Jeff Passan on Twitter, this was the first walk-off inside the park homer for any catcher since Benny Tate in 1926, almost 100 years ago. All these factors add up into one of the most unlikely walk-offs we've ever seen. After Bryce Harper returned from his Tommy John surgery in 2023, he, at one point, while obviously still recovering but playing, took every single pitch in an at-bat without ever making an effort to swing. And while this definitely turned some heads, it probably wasn't as ridiculous as if he would have swung at every pitch in that at-bat regardless of where it was, right? Sounds crazy, but that's exactly what happened way back in 1992, when Alfredo Griffin intentionally tried to strike out. It was in the top of the 5th in a game between the Blue Jays and Yankees, with the Jays leading 9-0. But at the same time, there was an intense rain coming down, threatening to make the game unofficial if they couldn't manage to play at least 5 innings. It was because of this that veteran Griffin decided to swing at every pitch in his at-bat, essentially attempting to strike out just to move the game along. You can see the effects of this on pitch 1, when he swung at what looked to be a sinker nearly at his shoe tops. He then settled back in before taking one of the latest swings you'll ever see on a pitch, fouling it off down the right field line.
It would be then, on pitch 3, that he would unleash perhaps the wildest swing in baseball history, as by this point pitcher Greg Cadaret had figured out what was going on, and unleashed an offering that would have sailed over the head of a lefty batter, only to see Griffin do a pirouette on a swing that just looked all wrong on a big league field. What's funny too is he probably could have been safe had he decided to run that wild pitch out, but that would have gone directly against what he was trying to do. So he simply turned around as the ball sat against the backstop and calmly walked back to the dugout, concluding what has to be one of the more bizarre looking at-bats in the history of Major League Baseball. Apparently the weather would clear up somewhat following, as the game would go on to be fully completed, with Toronto putting the finishing touches on their win en route to a 12-2 blowout victory. I made a video a little while back discussing how Pete Crow Armstrong is not only the best outfielder in Major League Baseball today defensively, but the best overall player in this regard. And since then, he hasn't done anything to change this perception, with really only Ceddanne Rafaela operating in his orbit at this point. But he just did something yesterday that manages to eclipse anything he's ever done before. And what's more, it actually tied a Major League record for an entire year in the process. I'll get more to that second part later on, but first, let's discuss the actual play. Facing Mason Wynn in the first inning of a 4th of July game, Colin Ray delivered a 90-mile-per-hour cutter right down the middle of the plate, which was crushed in the air to left center field, seeming like a certain hit, until PCA came racing out of nowhere to cut it off in the gap. At first, this might not look like anything close to a singular play, right? It wasn't until a day later when I would come across one of my personal favorite Twitter accounts, The Warmonger, pointing out that Baseball Savant had its estimated success rate at 0%. This means that according to one of the most extensive databases of reliable Major League information anywhere, there has never been a ball hit in a similar way to a similar spot that has been caught. And it's not hard to see why. As pointed out here in the same post, his jump was almost 11 feet above average, allowing him, along with his exceptional speed, to cover roughly 6 stories worth of distance in under 4 seconds. Completely ludicrous. But here's the thing. He's made a habit out of making these nearly impossible catches this season in a way we've literally never seen before. With this also being true of his overall career at this point, I want you to take a look at the 5-star catch leaderboard right now. Yeah, he has as many outs recorded with a catch probability between 0 and 25% as the next 3 combined. But it gets even crazier. The record in a season for 5-star catches was actually set back in 2017 by Adam Engel at 10, meaning that in just a little over half a season, PCA is exactly 1 5-star catch from tying the record, and 2 from breaking it. That seems nearly impossible, but I'll ramp it up one more notch. This is the all-time lead for 5-star catches for any player, since they started tracking it back in 2016. This is the same time frame that guys like Kevin Kiermaier, Billy Hamilton, and Jackie Bradley Jr. all had their defensive primes. And yet, Pete is currently tied for second on this list, despite being the only player with less than 52 opportunities. He has 29, as well as being the only guy with a catch percentage above 21. He's at nearly 55. Since we started being able to track these things, we have never seen a player so good at making impossible plays. And if he continues at this pace, by the time he hangs up his cleats, he may very well have managed to set a record in this regard that will be nearly impossible to even approach, let alone surpass. Position player pitching. It's a heated topic in Major League Baseball today in some circles, as there's definitely a growing contingent of both viewers and those actually in the sport who believe that it's almost a loophole to allow teams to not have to play at the Major League standard when they're getting crushed, which just makes for a worse product overall. Now, I personally am a bit neutral on the subject, as I definitely think it can be fun to see some guy who hasn't pitched since high school go out there and lob some bowling balls along with the occasional mid-80s heater. Even still, I almost view it like going to the circus, and I will admit it's not really Major League Baseball. But at least most of the time it's only for an inning, right? But Dodgers manager Dave Roberts just did something yesterday that bucks this trend. And I could honestly see it be a move that begins to have a seismic effect across the league overall. Facing the Padres in an interdivisional matchup, LA used an opener to get through its first frame, with reliever Lou Trevino managing to retire the side after an excellent play from Mookie Betts, a pickoff of Fernando Tatis Jr. at second, which was overturned upon review, then a rollover from Manny Machado. In fact, this game would remain scoreless until the third inning, when, with Matt Sauer on the mound, Luis Arraez flipped a line drive down the right field line that Tatis managed to score from first on courtesy of some real daring base running, along with a lack of range from Teoscar Hernandez. Manny Machado followed this with his own single to center field, bringing the score to 2-0, but the Friars weren't on there, with Jackson Merrill grounding an RBI triple into the right field corner immediately following. The inning would end here, before seeing Machado make an excellent play at third base in the following frame, a sliding effort the likes of which we've been seeing from him for almost 15 years now. LA would give up another run in the bottom of the fourth, but honestly, it could have been way worse if not for Martin Maldonado grounding into a bases-loaded, none-out double play. Sauer, who was still on the mound at this point, would repeat this high-wire performance in the fifth, giving up another run but getting out of trouble without allowing the game to get too far away. He certainly wouldn't be able to do the same thing in the sixth inning, though,
when the aforementioned Maldonado led off the frame with the home run to left field, a shot that certainly couldn't have felt good considering the backstop has an OPS plus right now of 47, and he wouldn't be able to stop the bleeding, going on to give up 3 more runs on a barrage of singles with a walk mixed in there. With the score now sitting at 9-0, the game felt pretty much over. This was when Dave Roberts decided to wave the white flag in a way I don't know if I've seen before, bringing on Kike Hernandez with his now signature pitching helmet with 2 1/3 innings left to go. At this point I buckled in for a 20-0 massacre, but funny enough, Kike ended up posting much better numbers than I thought he would, first ending the 6th on a flyout to center field, then coming out in the 7th, and after giving up 2 runs courtesy of a flare single, error from himself, and then an absolute rocket from Manny Machado that would have been a home run in 11 out of 30 MLB ballparks, settling back down to end the inning without further damage, doing the same in the following frame despite giving up 2 more base runners. His final line, a respectable 2 1/3 innings with just 2 runs given up, and only one of them being earned. The game would end shortly after with a final score of 11-1. Certainly a drubbing, but not with quite the intensity I believed was possible before. I think the question now becomes when looking at this game overall, why don't more managers do this? Why would you not just run a random position player out there in a blowout game to save pitches, regardless if it's in the 6th inning? And honestly, this is just part of a developing trend, as Dave's been using position player pitchers more and more often, even using Kike himself to recently close out a victory. Does this mean that Dave and other managers across the league are going to start using their non-pitchers to soak up uncompetitive innings more going forward, even in the semi-early frames? I guess we'll have to see. Again, I'm not saying I'm in favor of this, but I do think it'll be an interesting thing to watch in terms of a development and strategy, especially for teams who seem to blow out or get blown out on a semi-consistent basis.
Sadly, knuckleball legend Tim Wakefield passed away yesterday due to complications from brain cancer, and while the baseball world mourned the loss of one of the truly good guys in recent baseball history, Cal Riley, who was slated to start behind the plate for the Mariners in that night's game versus the Rangers, had an idea: have starting pitcher George Kirby, who had previously shown a devastating knuckler in practice, throw one in honor of Tim during the game. And so, in the 3rd inning, versus AL MVP runner-up Corey Seager, he did just that, tossing a beautiful 73-mile-per-hour masterpiece for a swing and miss. That pitch was confirmed later to have had just 173 rotations on its way to the plate, making it a truly certifiable nasty knuckleball, in actuality rather than just novelty. Speaking on the pitch after the game, Mariners manager Scott Servais was quoted as saying, "George is George. He is gifted. He can do a lot of things. He also has an extremely devastating knuckleball, and it didn't surprise me that he threw it today." Now, RIP Tim from everyone here in MTC, and our deepest condolences to your family. I think I speak for everyone when I say you and your knuckleball were a huge part of my childhood growing up as a baseball fan, and you will be truly missed.
After what was undoubtedly a good season in the Mexican League in 2024, Trevor Bauer again became a free agent, with many MLB fans urging their favorite teams to give the veteran righty a chance. And he certainly was a driving force behind this, consistently tweeting and retweeting statements about how he belonged back in the big leagues, even going so far as, at one point, to say that there are only 20 hitters on the planet right now that would even be a challenge for him, and that he'd, quote, steamroll the rest. But, unaffected confidence aside, no major league team was willing to give him a chance, so he ended up signing back with the Yokohama Bay Stars for 2025, a team that he'd pitched on to great success back in 2023. But things have not at all gone according to plan so far this season, with him not only having arguably the worst results in the league, but also recently getting demoted to the NPB's equivalent of the minor leagues. Now, before we get into the numbers, I want to apologize for having to put major league clips in the B-roll here, as unfortunately the NPB has been known to be really strict about blocking videos that use their footage. If you want to see some relevant lowlights, just go punch his name into any major social media website. Now, onto his numbers. Among qualified pitchers, Trevor Bauer is last in ERA, hits given up, runs allowed, and walks, while being tied for second to last in hit by pitches and home runs given up. He also is currently leading his league in losses as well. Now, for any of you who are going to search up what his numbers are and then comment here, "Oh, a 4.13 ERA actually isn't that bad, and he's only allowed about a hit an inning," keep in mind that Japanese baseball is going through their most extreme dead ball era in their history. After all, 16 pitchers right now have an ERA under 2, and no one else has one above 3.5 besides Bauer. Put simply, he has been, by every major metric, the worst starter in the league. And after a recent start where he gave up 13 base runners and 5 runs through just 5 1/3 innings, he apparently shouted something at the Bay Stars pitching coach, which may have contributed to him getting sent down to the Japanese minor leagues, where his manager, Daisuke Miura, said he needed to reset and figure out if he was possibly tipping his pitches. Now, I'm not making this video to crap all over Bauer. I know a lot of people feel strongly about him one way or another, but honestly, I don't know enough about him to make a judgment about his character or anything. All I know is that statement that he made over this offseason that I actually made a video about at the time concerning the 20 hitters thing is just aging more and more like milk with every passing start. One of the most common things you'll see from rivals in the same division is some chirpiness whenever anybody gets hit by a pitch, as we've most recently seen in the back-to-back series between the Padres and Dodgers, when it felt like somebody was getting hit by a mid-90s fastball every night, with varying degrees of intention behind them. Another thing that usually comes with this is the posturing post-game, with guys making subtle threats towards each other and throwing shade in backhanded ways. But you know what you rarely see? A player outright humble himself after being at the center of a bench-clearing altercation, apologizing in no uncertain terms for his part in causing a scene. That's exactly what Wilson Contreras just did after a contentious end to a game between the Cardinals and Cubs. We'll get to that, but let's do the breakdown of the overall game first. Shota Imanaga was on the mound, making his first start since May 4th, managing to pitch a scoreless first after getting Contreras to swing and miss at a high fastball. This takes us to the second, where with 2 outs, Michael Busch would get a fastball right down the center of the plate and crush it out to right field, giving the Cubbies a 1-0 lead on a borderline no-doubter. Nico Horner would then make a very nice play to lead off the bottom of that inning, sliding into the outfield to rob Nolan Arenado. After a couple relatively uneventful frames, it was in the 4th that the Cubs would finally manage to push across another run. As following this nice catch on a line drive by the future Hall of Famer Nolan, Ian Happ would draw a bases-loaded walk with 2 outs, extending Chicago's lead to 2-0. But starting pitcher Andre Pallante would manage to buckle down to retire Kyle Tucker to end the inning, inducing a ground ball that was handled nicely by Mason Wynn up the middle. Imanaga would keep dealing through the 5th inning, ending his start with just 77 pitches thrown, 3 Ks, and 2 base runners given up. In the bottom of the 7th, it was Cubs pitcher Brad Keller's turn to work out of a tough spot, doing so with the help of a sliding catch from Pete Crow Armstrong in deep right center field. After the Cubs got another run, courtesy of a botched intentional rundown by Contreras, the newly transitioned first baseman, it was the Cards' final turn to hit, with closing pitcher Daniel Palencia attempting to get the final 3 outs. Alec Burleson, however, would make sure things would not start well for the big righty, as he lined a double up the right center field gap as part of what has been a breakout season for the 26-year-old. This brought Contreras to the plate, who, then in a 1-2 count, would take a 101-mile-per-hour fastball near his face, with the offering grazing off of him to put 2 runners on. This obviously did not sit very well with the former Cub, who proceeded to look towards the mound and start jawing with Palencia, who honestly seemed a bit confused. After he got to first base, the talking didn't stop either, repeatedly calling to Daniel multiple times. This even prompted Burleson on second to give him the universal, "let's take it down a notch" sign. Things would calm down for a moment as Palencia got back to work, striking out Nolan Arenado and Thomas Ajazi back-to-back on a nasty slider and another triple-digit heater. This meant Nolan Gorman was the last hope for St. Louis, and on a 2-2, would take a perfectly located slider over the low and outside corner for strike 3. You'd think with the game being over now that the conflict would be too, but Palencia himself wasn't done, turning to Contreras and shouting something as he celebrated the save. This ended up resulting in the benches clearing. I'm sure a lot of people at this point assumed that this was going to bleed over into future contests between the two teams, maybe with a couple more hit by pitches mixed in there, but after the game, Contreras decided to take it in a different direction, assuming full responsibility for the incident in an act of humility you'll rarely ever see from a professional athlete. He said, quote, "My reaction was bad. I apologize to the Chicago Cubs for the way I reacted. I don't want to fight them." And Palencia did his part as well post-game by saying, "I don't want to hit that guy. I've been watching that guy since I was a kid," which I read as him having too much respect for the former Cub to throw at him in this way. I'm just glad to see the whole situation de-escalate before somebody ended up getting hurt, as it's clear when you're throwing 100-mile-per-hour plus fastballs, the last thing you want is for them to be aimed at players intentionally. You might look at Roki Sasaki's recent appearance versus the Rangers and come away from it with largely a positive impression. He threw the most innings of any start in his big league career so far, gave up only 2 hits and 3 walks, making it his only appearance so far where he's allowed less than a base runner per inning, and he only gave up 1 extra base knock, which might lead you to believe he limited hard contact. But this is only part of the story, and in my opinion, a bit of a mirage. If you actually watched the appearance, there was one very concerning trend that emerged, which is the absolute cratering of his fastball velocity, which, as pointed out here by Blake Harris on Twitter, dipped from his yearly average of 96.9 miles per hour all the way down to 93.8. His overall velo was also down in his off-speed pitches, which might not seem very relevant, but can affect important factors like spin rate and movement profiles. This was reflected in the fact that he only punched out 4 hitters, which, for a guy who is seen as having elite stuff at his best, isn't too impressive. And even though the box score says he only gave up 2 runs, he did give up plenty of hard contact, including this fly ball to his second batter of the game off the bat of Corey Seager, which ended up being robbed by Andy Pages, the second straight contest Pages has directly saved him runs with his glove. This was actually one of 9 balls that were hit in play at 95 miles per hour or harder, including a game high of 110 off the bat of Adolis Garcia. The fact that most of these found fielders is largely coincidental, and doesn't bode well for future starts if he can't manage to miss more bats to make up for it. And for those out there that were saying he was intentionally limiting his velocity to help his control, this narrative is a little bit hard to swallow as well, considering he was easily throwing on average 5 miles per hour faster than this in Japan pre-2024, and routinely walking less than 4.5 batters per 9, which was what his performance was in this contest, with 3 walks in 6 innings. Again, this is why I'm a little concerned. His velocity dipped pretty significantly during that last season overseas, and it was a prominent part of his off-season recruitment process to have teams explain to him why this was, and what he could do to fix it. As such, seeing his velocity drop from routinely in the high 90s in his first start all the way to sub 94 in this one is not a good sign for where his mechanics are at. And considering the characteristics of his fastball aren't elite even when it is touching 100, it's not going to be a good thing if his velo stays at modern sinker baller speeds, especially when he certainly isn't exhibiting pinpoint command. I just hope that it is something conscious he's doing to work out the kinks before he tries to ramp it back up in future starts, and it isn't something that indicates an injury waiting in the wings, or just plain out mechanical degradation as a result of something purely psychological. I've made a few videos in recent days discussing extremely rare plays that have happened to be all kind of bunched together, including a guy getting intentionally walked 4 times, the Mets getting pummeled like no team ever has before, and a game where both AL teams sent a pitcher up to the plate. But all of these, while strange, don't quite eclipse in my mind what we just saw in a game yesterday between the Guardians and Cubs, when a pitcher managed to get through an inning without retiring even a single batter. That'll make more sense in just a sec, but first we have to discuss how we got there, with Chicago's Pete Crow Armstrong leading off the bottom of the second with a line drive single to left field, before he scampered to third on Dansby Swanson's knock the other way, putting 2 runners on for Michael Busch, who would execute his own piece of professional hitting by landing an RBI single to left field, part of what has been, quietly, a very good season for the lefty. This made the score 1-0 Cubs, which would quickly grow when Carson Kelly lined a breaking ball to the left center field gap, scoring 2 runs and advancing the catcher to third after a relay throw from the shortstop missed home by a mile. This is where our real shenanigans would begin, as Guardians hurler Gavin Williams would then deliver a fastball painted over the low and outside corner, with it somehow being missed by Bo Naylor, who scrambled to the backstop to retrieve it and then flipped to Williams for the out at the plate. This was the first runner who was thrown out, not hit or retired. Nico Horner then managed to work his 2-0 count into a 3-1 walk, but as Gavin got set to deliver a 3-0 to the next hitter, he suddenly spun and threw to first, managing to pick Nico off, who had gotten a pretty healthy lead off the bag. 2 runners gone, 0 hitters. That 3-0 count would turn into a 4-pitch walk just 1 offering later, putting another guy on for Chicago. But Williams wasn't done throwing over, managing to also pick off Shaw after just 3 pitches to the next hitter. That one was a lot closer, but still no review from the Cubs, cementing this as an inning where the righty had retired 0 hitters, but got all 3 outs by nabbing base runners. And if that seems rare, it certainly was, being the first time we've seen this in the major leagues since 1985, 40 years, and the first time it's happened at the hands of a Cleveland team in recorded history. Unfortunately for the Guardians, this wouldn't end up meaning much in the game overall, as the Cubs would manage to tack on a couple more while seeing the dormant Cleveland offense only manage to score 2 of their own, with the game ending on a punch-out from Daniel Palencia to Nolan Jones, securing a 5-2 win for Chicago. It's not all too uncommon for guys to forget how many outs there are, and honestly, while it looks a little goofy, it's at least understandable. You're out there in the field for a long time, batters coming and going, and sometimes you can get a little absent-minded. It's not pretty, but it is human nature. But what if I were to tell you that a pitcher for the Marlins just did this exact thing, but after the first out of an inning? That is exactly what happened during a recent game versus the Nationals. Miami was going with a bullpen game on this day, with lefty Cade Gibson managing to face the minimum in the first after getting a double play and a flyout, following a leadoff single. Then, after a scoreless inning on the hitting side, he would walk Nathaniel Lowe to lead off the second, which would be where his day would end, with the Marlins turning to righty Ronnie Enriquez to face Alex Call, who promptly grounded a sweeper back to the mound that Enriquez almost made a behind-the-back play on, before seeing it ricochet off his mitt. It was here that, with a 2-2 count on Josh Bell, he would flip a nasty slider at the bottom rail, followed by Ronnie, for some reason, starting to head towards the dugout as if the inning was over, despite there being only 1 out. Just listen to the announcer's reactions after this play.
Have you ever seen a 1-out strikeout and the guy walk off the field like there's 3 outs? I've never seen that. Watch Enriquez after he throws his nasty slider. Walking off, 3 out.
He's locked in.
It's the first out.
It's the first out.
Not even the second.
For baseball lifers to say they've never seen that before, it's gotta be truly bizarre, which I definitely think it was. He would follow this by getting another ground ball back to the mound, this time that he successfully fielded before taking it himself to the bag. This is where the good vibes would end, as he would walk back-to-back hitters to force in the game's first run before departing, giving way to lefty Anthony Venezano, who managed to strike out CJ Abrams to get out of trouble. The Marlins would eventually win this hotly contested game 4-3, with Calvin Foucher managing to get James Wood to pop up with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the 9th. Still, when looking back at this contest, I can say that, at least for me, the major play of note will be this epic brain fart from Enriquez, which I'm confident in saying I don't think we've ever seen on a major league field before. Daniel Vogelbach is a big boy. Now pretty much everyone who's seen him play could probably tell you that, right? And he's managed to utilize his larger frame to some pretty impressive results in the past, including 30 home runs in 2019 and a 126 OPS plus and near 800 OPS in 2022. However, along the way, one thing has become abundantly clear. You should never let Danny Burgers run the bases when at all possible. Let's dig into some of his lowlights and numbers along the way so I can show you exactly what I mean. We'll be going in chronological order, starting with the first time he was thrown out at home plate, on this ground ball to short that Bo Bichette had to field and then fire without barely taking a step towards home, still beating Vogelbach by a solid 5 feet or more. Our next 2 plays would be a little closer, but more so as a product of being slightly off-target throws than any kind of speed from Vogelbach making it close, as his most recently measured sprint speed of 23.9 feet per second would have actually had him tied for the slowest mark in all of baseball had he managed to qualify in 2024. Just look at this play from Odubel Herrera. JT Realmuto had to leap in the air to catch this, and then as he was falling back towards earth, make a desperation tag, and still have time to get Danny upon review. Up next is the first time we see him getting thrown out at second, on a roughly 10 hopper to the wall in right field at Oracle Park, which has a fairly deep right field by the way, when Austin Slater managed to throw him out at second. Here we get a pretty good look at his running speed from point of contact. This is not exactly the profile of somebody you want running the bases, but I do understand the send here, since almost any other runner in Major League Baseball probably would have been safe. We're back to throws to the plate now, as this time it was Seiya Suzuki who managed to get the big boy racing down the line from third on a fly ball to medium right. Even Danny himself, as he started taking off from third base, looked bewildered as to why he was being sent, and I guess for good reason, as the play ended up only being remotely close. Buckle up now, because our final 3 plays are all times he tried to turn what would have been a routine single for him into a hustle double, and none of them worked out, starting with this play versus his former team the Brewers, when Joey Wiemer took this ball from nearly the wall and right and managed to throw out Danny Burgers handedly. The next play was perhaps even a bit more understandable why he was trying for 2, as he managed to hit a fly ball that one bounced the wall and then went over the head of Jordan Walker, who then still somehow had time to make a one-hop throw into second where he beat Vogelbach by so much he literally tried to get into a rundown. Needless to say, that didn't work. And finally, our most recent play of the video saw him down by a run in the 9th inning versus another one of his former teams, the Mariners, when he lined this ball to the left center field gap, reaching the warning track. Now, this might have been the most absurd play of the entire video. Why? Because the throw didn't even come into second base. It one-hopped the shortstop, J.P. Crawford, who still had time to relay to second to get our titular character in a bang-bang play. After seeing this video, I'm guessing you won't be very surprised by the fact that since his first full season in 2019, Daniel Vogelbach has managed to post a negative 12 runner runs, which is tied for 4th worst in all of Major League Baseball, despite playing far fewer games than most of the players on this list alongside him. Even with all this being said, base running obviously was never a huge aspect of his game anyway, more so to me a fun little quirk worth exploring, so I do hope he's able to recapture some of the magic that he had managed to post either back in 2022 or 2019, so we can get some more burger bombs, even if along with it has to come some of these slow motion looking runs as well. ESPN's deal with Major League Baseball is set to expire here relatively soon, with many fans seemingly excited at the prospect. And while I do agree the productions have gotten a lot worse, and there just seems to be a genuine disinterest for the sport overall at that company, there is one thing I do think I will miss a bit after it's gone, and that's their mid-game interview segments. Yes, I know other broadcasts will do the same occasionally, but it's not nearly with the same frequency as ESPN. It's not even that I find these segments interesting really, more so that it opens the door for some really goofy moments, as guys are forced to attempt to make plays while having to answer the same inane questions they're asked all the time. And it was during one of these segments yesterday that we saw one of the more viral moments that we got during the Red Sox-Yankees series overall, when Jazz Chisholm made an error while being mic'd up. The Yankees were facing the Sox in the 3rd game of their first series of the year, when the Yankees got out to a quick lead after Aaron Judge crushed a 2-run home run off Hunter Dobbins, who before this game said that he'd rather retire completely than ever become a Yankee. Jazz meanwhile had responded to these comments with some posts on Twitter, indicating how excited he was for that night's matchup. It was then in the 3rd inning we would get to see our viral play involving the former MLB The Show cover athlete, when with 1 out, this happened.
I think we're looking at... 1 second. Oh. Damn it! Spin throw.
Spin throw is right. Difficult play. Difficult.
Yeah, that's all right.
Now, for those of you that think I'm making this video to mock the guy, you're going to be disappointed. Actually, I think he handled the whole situation pretty well, not getting frustrated or going silent after having what was a pretty tough play not go his way. Sure, it would have been cool to nail a spinning effort mid-interview, but I don't think this was the embarrassment a lot of people were trying to make it out to be afterwards. What was probably a little more embarrassing was how his team played the rest of this contest, as lefty Carlos Rodon, who had been dominant pretty much the entire year up to this point, would go on to give up 5 runs in 5 innings, including 2 homers, before the bullpen proceeded to give up 6 more, including one on this blast off the bat of Rafael Devers, who continues to torture the Yankees like no one else. And while Judge would add another blast in the 9th, it wouldn't matter much, as the Sox would go on to take this one 11-7, with Anthony Volpe striking out on an awkward-looking swing to end it. For his part, Jazz would end up going 0 for 3 with a sac fly and a walk. Not bad, but I'm sure not quite the results he was going for. Anyway, I wanted to make a video where I discuss this play, giving my feelings on it, while also addressing the game itself. I get that a lot of people don't like the guy because he's polarizing, but I don't think there's any need to try to make a mountain out of a molehill in the case of a play like this. To give you an idea how hard knuckleballs are usually thrown, consider that only 3 of these pitches in StatCast history have managed to eclipse 84 miles an hour, all being thrown by Matt Waldron, with the fastest one in recorded history being on this flyout to right field off the bat of CJ Abrams, which came in at 84.2. And while there's currently a guy in the Tigers system after being signed over this offseason who's managed to touch 90 with his butterfly pitch, he's definitely a decent distance from the majors, considering he was playing independent ball before this. But the Twins this year have somebody in camp who's throwing a knuckler nearly as fast, and he's coming off of a season that saw him pitch 71 innings above AA, meaning he has a legitimate chance to actually make the team sometime this season. His name is Corey Lewis, and he throws an 87-mile-per-hour knuckleball. Like I said, he's been gunned up to 87 on the backlots, but unfortunately we don't have the official video of that. But to me, him striking out Gleyber Torres here on a diving knuckler that was in the mid-80s might be every bit as impressive. It literally had such an unpredictable movement profile at such a high speed, it got past the catcher. The same was true of this knuckler as well, though the broadcast called it a cutter for some reason. And while this knuckleball didn't move quite as much as the other two, he did manage to register a strikeout on it. And while I will say these clips do a pretty decent job of displaying the kind of potential the guy has, it's backed up by numbers as well. Last year in the minors, Lewis pitched 79 innings to the tune of a 2.51 ERA, to go along with an absurd, for a knuckleballer, 10.5 strikeouts per 9. Yeah, he walked 40 batters in this time as well, but when you're punching out that many, you can actually afford to get away with a few free passes. And what's more, it really seems like he's coming into his own since he got selected by the Twins in the 9th round of the 2022 draft, as he had a 3.90 ERA in 168 college innings, which is a mark that's improved to 2.50 in the minors in 180 innings since. Will he actually be able to make the Twins' MLB roster out of spring training? I'm not sure, but it does seem like he's on the fast track to the big leagues, seemingly poised to break the all-time velocity record on his knuckleball as soon as he steps foot onto a major league field. Jacob Misiorowski made one of the more electric MLB debuts we've seen in recent memory yesterday, striking out 5 batters over 5 innings while allowing 0 runs and hits, albeit with 4 walks mixed in there, before having to leave due to a rolled ankle. But in that short time he was on the mound, spanning just 81 pitches, he managed to do a number of impressive things, including throwing the hardest fastball ever by a Brewers starter at 102.2 miles per hour, and showing off the most dastardly combination of movement and velocity on a curveball this season. Shout out to Lance Brostowski for the details in the second one. But neither one of these pitches are what I want to discuss today, because neither one reset a major league record, unlike his slider, which he managed to throw harder in this appearance than anyone in recorded MLB history. With 2 outs in the top of the first, Misiorowski, who had managed to retire Lars Nootbaar on a ground ball and Mason Wynn on a pop-up, each of them going to second base, faced off against Ivan Herrera, and on the very first pitch of that bat, fired this 96.4 mile-per-hour slider for a called strike. Now, aside from this obviously being incredibly impressive on the surface, it also was, indeed, record-setting, as it broke the previous mark for the hardest slider of all time at 96.2, which Emmanuel Clase had touched twice during separate appearances back in 2022. The only other slider above 96 was this Jacob deGrom 96.1 to Matt Olson that same season. And since breaking balls in Major League Baseball don't include pitches like a split or hybrid, which is what Joan Duran throws in the triple digits, this means that this offering by Misiorowski was the hardest breaking pitch ever recorded by StatCast. Period. Just an insane accomplishment in your first big league start. But here's the thing. He didn't stop there. He would go on to throw 3 more sliders at exactly 96.2, giving him more occurrences of this pitch being thrown over 96 in one outing than in the rest of tracked history combined between all other pitchers. This is like the pitching equivalent of a hitter crushing 4 separate 500-foot-plus home runs in a single game, as, just like with the sliders thrown before Jacob, there has only ever been 3 instances of a batter breaking 500 feet in the StatCast era. That's how ludicrous this accomplishment really is. Oh, yeah, and did I mention he also has a diving 92-mile-per-hour changeup, and that his fastball coming in at 102 actually looks more like 104 because of his insane extension? Misiorowski might have the most overpowering repertoire of pitches we've seen in the modern era, and it'll be fascinating to watch what he can do with it going forward. We just witnessed one of the best Game 1s of a World Series ever, with the Dodgers and Yankees going to extra innings before a hobbled Freddie Freeman would walk the Dodgers off in a moment reminiscent of Kirk Gibson's 1988 blast, the last time the Dodgers won a World Series in a full season. But hanging over what will eventually be some truly iconic moments from this contest was the consistent inconsistency of home plate umpire Carlos Torres, who missed 11 calls per umpire scorecards, along with posting the third worst correct calls above average mark of the entire postseason at -2.7 in the most consequential game of the year so far. Let's start from the beginning and go from there, trying to run down in a supercut fashion every obvious call he missed. Starting with the top of the first, in which he had one of the rougher initial frames I've ever seen in a playoff game by a home plate umpire. Missing the 1-1 pitch to Gleyber Torres that was a strike, but was a bit borderline as well. The one he would miss to Soto the following at-bat was less so, being solidly within the strike zone. But, in case you're thinking that he was just squeezing the Dodgers, he would then somehow call this 3-1 pitch a strike to Stanton, before putting the icing on top of this crap cake with a horrible first pitch call to Jazz Chisholm that wasn't even near the strike zone remotely. Garrett Cole would get a taste of his occasionally stingy ways in the bottom of the second for the first time when he painted this 2-0 pitch, only to see it be called a ball. You can't make a better pitch than that. The Dodgers would get another call in the top of the third when Flaherty got this strike that was again nowhere near the strike zone. Cole was back out there in the bottom of the third, painting that corner again to no avail, before, you guessed it, doing it again the next inning. But in case you thought that Torres was being biased against the Yankees or something, look at this pitch he called against Freddie Freeman in the previous at-bat. Yeah, I'm less inclined to believe he's biased towards anybody, and more that he's just not good. Things were relatively normal for the next few innings until the 8th, when Jazz Chisholm had this second terrible call go against him, on this slider that was objectively low. Mookie Betts would receive the same treatment the next inning on a fastball. Aaron Judge would then see this call go against him in a clutch spot in the top of the 9th, on a slider low and away, although admittedly this pitch was closer than most of the ones I've talked about today. Finally, the potentially most consequential missed call of the game came in the bottom of the 10th, with the Dodgers down by 1. Look at that pitch. That was basically exactly where the one against Chisholm had went, but in a situation where a team was down to their final 2 outs. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like the overall outcome of the game was affected too much by Torres' incompetence. But still, it does beg the question, why was a guy this inconsistent with the strike zone behind home plate in the World Series in the first place, especially in Game 1? I guess that all we can hope for going forward is that the rest of the umpires and staff have much better games than Torres did. Denzel Clark has only played in 16 games so far in the big leagues, and in that time, registered 8 outs above average, a downright unprecedented pace that already has him tied for 5th in all of Major League Baseball in this regard, despite playing a quarter as many games as most of the guys surrounding him. This is absolutely crazy, but is somehow backed up fully by the eye test, with him already registering 3 of the best plays of the year. And it's indeed 2 of these plays I want to discuss today, because I believe he's done something in those first 16 games that no one has ever done before. Period. It's truly insane. We first have to flash back to a couple weeks ago against the Blue Jays, when Alejandro Kirk crushed this low curveball to center field, where Denzel raced back on it before getting to the wall and scaling it to make the catch, hanging on for a second in the process. This already was probably the play of the year up to this point, as being able to have the ability to not only get to the wall that fast, but then hang there for a second to give yourself a better opportunity to stabilize before then actually making the play is a near singular achievement, at least so far in 2025, as we have seen similar catches in years past from the likes of Mike Trout or Kevin Pillar. He then made another crazy play not long after, running down this ball in the gap before slamming into the fence, yet still somehow managing to hang on. But that's not the second play I was talking about. No, instead it was this one, made just a couple games later versus the Angels, when Nolan Schanuel launched a splitter in his direction, with him ranging back before doing the same thing that he did in Toronto, only this time with a bit more airtime being required, giving an electric reaction immediately following. That play, in my opinion, was even more impressive than the first one, combining the timing from before with even more athleticism. This is when we get to the part that's singular. When you examine the whole of Major League Baseball history on record, there's only a few catches that even look similar to either one of these, and they're few and far between, with only Kevin Pillar being able to, at least in the video I managed to find, do it multiple times. But nobody has ever managed to pull off what I'm calling a Spider-Man robbery twice in one season, let alone twice in a period of just a month, let alone in the first month of a player's career. This is truly and completely unprecedented, and one of the most impressive things in a defensive capacity I have ever seen on a major league field. I made a video earlier this season talking about how Jake Fraley of the Reds let a ball get past him with the bases loaded, and then just sauntered after it, making no real effort to hustle to mitigate the damage, resulting in the hitter, Sal Frelick, getting all the way to third base, and all 3 runs scoring. But at least he did go after the ball, right? That might sound like a funny thing to say, considering you'd assume that's the bare minimum, but O'Neal Cruz of the Pittsburgh Pirates just proved that there's a level even below what Fraley did, when the 6'7" center fielder not only let a ball get past him on the second hit of the game, but then didn't even go after it at all. Mike Burrows delivered a fastball outside to Sam Haggerty, who crushed it into center field, where O'Neal committed the fundamental error of playing it off to his side, allowing it to skip past him and head towards center field. But, like I just said a couple seconds ago, he wouldn't follow this up with even a cursory effort to go get the ball. He just turned into a statue in center field, watching like a spectator as 26-year-old rookie Billy Cook hustled after it, attempting to keep Haggerty from rounding the bases completely, which he did successfully, but not before the lefty got to third base. Just look at the face that Burrows made while looking out towards Cruz after the play. You can tell he was pissed, and rightfully so. And to make matters worse, it would be consequential in that inning, because just 2 pitches later, Corey Seager would take a changeup in the dirt, with the ball skipping past catcher Joey Bart, allowing the run to score and irritating an already peeved Don Kelly. And this wouldn't even be the Pirates' only instance of fielding ineptitude in this contest, as leading off the 7th, Marcus Semien would send this fly ball to deep left center field, with Alexander Canario and O'Neal Cruz colliding as they attempted to field it off the wall, with Canario then slipping and having to flip the ball to Cruz, who, thankfully for Pittsburgh, was able to rifle in a missile to keep Semien at third. With how fast both of them got there, there's no way that should have been a triple, or at least not that easily. In case you couldn't tell by just the vibes of this game, they would indeed go on to lose by a final score of 6-2, with, somewhat appropriately, O'Neal Cruz being the one to end it on a bouncer to the first baseman. At least he ran that one out. With this loss, the Pirates fell to 30-47, 16 games out of first place in the NL Central, and 11.5 back from a wildcard spot, in what really appears to be another lost season in the Steel City. I could do a big intro for this video, but honestly, I think everybody's here for the answer to one simple question. How did Shohei Ohtani's first pitching appearance in 2 years go? How did he look out there? So let's hop right into it, going pitch by pitch. He started his night off with a bang, throwing a nasty sinking fastball fouled off by Fernando Tatis Jr. This is actually a pitch he added late in 2023, so it'll be interesting to see how it plays with a bit more usage this season. He would then get behind Tatis 2-1 on 2 pitches that missed by a little bit, before spiking a 98-mile-per-hour fastball, nowhere close. This was his first real sign of rust we got a chance to see. On the 3-1 offering, he would pump a 98-mile-per-hour four-seamer past Tatis for a swinging strike, pushing the count full. It was then he induced a shallow pop fly, with it managing to weakly fall in just the right location to be a hit. This brought up Luis Arraez, who immediately almost got hit by a fastball low inside, with it skipping away from Will Smith so far that Tatis Jr. considered going for third. Arraez would then chase a fastball for strike 1 before taking a dotted sinker racing back over the inside corner for a strike. What a beautiful pitch. He would follow this with his first triple-digit heater of the night at exactly 100. After a weak foul ball to the right, Luis would line another low sinker into center field, a ball that Tatis misread, forcing him to stop at third base. 2 batters, 2 weak line drives, 2 base hits. This brought up Manny Machado, who proceeded to miss perhaps the worst pitch he threw all day, a hanging slider right down the center of the plate. He then nearly dotted the outside corner again at 99 miles an hour, bringing the count to 1-1. Another foul ball and a slider later, and Shohei was on the edge of notching his first strikeout in Dodger blue. And he should have got it on the following pitch, when he spun a nasty slider away that Manny went way too far on. Unfortunately for him, the first base umpire didn't see it this way, as even though from a side angle you can see very, very clearly it was a swing, he, for some reason, didn't get it right. He then missed outside again with 100, then got Machado to take another weak swing at a slider away, this time flipping it into shallow center field where Andy Paez came in and fired an absolute missile on one hop to home plate, just barely being too late to get Tatis. And just like that, Ohtani had his first earned run of the year, even if the at-bat should have ended 2 pitches earlier. He began the next AB with another nasty breaking ball, getting a swing and miss from Gavin Sheets, then painting another sinker over the low and inside corner, missing the K-zone by a little, but honestly, after the call he didn't get just before, it didn't really feel out of place. He then hung another slider that Sheets could have easily crushed before bouncing a splitter in the dirt, his first and only splitter of the night. Back-to-back balls on another heater and slider pushed the count to 3-2, forcing him to lock in and throw another fastball right on the low and inside corner that was grounded into shallow right field, where Tommy Edman made an excellent sliding play to get the lefty by a step at first. Xander Bogaerts was now up with 2 outs and a runner on second, taking another slider near the outside corner for strike 1, followed by a nasty sinker dipping just low and inside, pushing the count to 1-1. The final pitch of Ohtani's outing would then be grounded weakly to third base, where it was fielded by Max Muncy, who made a nice throw on the run to get the veteran middle infielder. When it was all said and done, was this his cleanest outing? Definitely not. There was a few instances where you could definitely tell he was a bit rusty. But this was to be expected, since he can't make any minor league rehab starts while he continues to hit for the Dodgers. Still, it was great to see that his stuff hasn't lost any of its nastiness, and I do think we'll get a chance to witness his true two-way dominance yet again in full force by the end of the season. I want to start this video with an acknowledgement of the fact that I know that the play I'm going to be talking about actually happened during a game I previously detailed, being the one where Wilson Contreras apologized for overreacting to a 9th inning hit by pitch. Unfortunately, because of this storyline, I actually ended up glossing over a play that happened earlier on in the contest, that, upon revisiting, just looked weirder and weirder, with me eventually coming to the conclusion that I don't think I've ever seen a play quite like it at the major league level before, especially in its odd combination of both stupidity and brilliance at the same time. Now, since I already talked about the entire game, I'm going to skip that portion of the recap. If you want to see what exactly happened, I'll link the relevant video on the end screen. Instead, we'll just hop right into it, with Ian Happ facing off against Andre Palante to lead off the game. The switch hitter took a fastball high and away to begin his at-bat, then one low to bring the count to 2-0. Obviously trying to get back in the count, Palante would then fire his third straight 95-mile-per-hour four-seamer, seeing it get laced into left field just in front of Brendan Donovan for a leadoff single. After Kyle Tucker struck out on a nasty knuckle curveball, it was Seiya Suzuki's turn to hit. And on an 0-1, he would absolutely crush a heater high and away to right field, with Alec Burleson getting a bad read on it, ending up having to go back at the last second and reach up over his head to make a catch. But it wasn't just Burleson who was fooled. You see, Happ had been running well off at first base, managing to get back just in time as the throw trickled in. Or did he? Because, you see, the Cardinals would then appeal down to second base, where he was immediately called out without any kind of dispute from the veteran. So, what happened? As Burleson was tracking the ball, Happ actually slipped on the bag around second, getting him off his feet and discombobulating his read of the play. So, as he got up and got a sense of what was happening, he decided his best move was to just cut across the infield without even attempting to tag up at second base. On the surface, this seems like a stupid play, full stop, right? But, like I alluded to in the intro, I think there's actually a kind of intelligence to it as well, because Ian was already in no man's land, knowing he was almost certainly going to get thrown out at first if he didn't pull some kind of crazy stunt. So by attempting to cut across the infield, he essentially was banking on nobody noticing what he had done, which is probably a really small chance, but in his mind in that moment, arguably better than them not being able to execute a simple relay. I'm not sure if this was the right move or a move I would have made, but I can see the logic in this kind of thinking. Still, the resulting play is one that I don't think I've ever seen before on a major league field, with a player just missing a base with full intent in an attempt to bamboozle both the opposing team and the umpires. Like I said, if you want to hear more about the rest of this game overall, go ahead and watch the linked video in the top right that's about to show. I made a video about a month ago talking about how Joey Gallo was planning on retiring from being a position player and instead transitioning to becoming a pitcher. This, to me, made some sense given his recent struggles at the plate, including having one of the worst spring trainings of anybody in 2025. But while there was some sporadic footage of him pitching back in high school on the mound, throwing mid-90s with some sharp breaking stuff, we actually didn't have much of an idea as to what the 30-year-old version of him would look like on a mound outside of this one short clip posted on his own social media. But just here recently, he again shared footage of him pitching, this time throwing a bullpen, giving us an idea as to what his stuff could look like someday on a major league mound. He started off with what seems to be a four-seamer into a righty, with the velo not shown, but just from the eye test seemingly being in the mid-90s. He then fired a nasty two-seamer again into a righty. Just look at the movement on that. He followed that up with a sharp slider, perfectly painted over the low and outside corner, and then a second one that dipped into the turf, obviously with the intention of it being a strikeout pitch. Now, while it was only 4 offerings, it did give us a pretty good idea of what his arsenal looks like as of now, indicating that he's probably looking to make a return as a relief pitcher versus a starter, honing a fastball and slider without breaking out a third pitch, though if he does mix two-seamers and four-seamers, it will help things a bit. The velocity obviously looks good, as did the location, but you of course have to keep in mind that these were handpicked out of a full bullpen session. Still, I have to say I am personally pretty impressed with this footage, and we'll be excited to see what his results look like when he finally gets on a mound for a team that's willing to give him a chance to return to organized baseball. Now, I want to know what you guys think. What do you think the chances are that Gallo ever throws a big league pitch, if you had to put it in terms of percentage? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Bad calls on the bases have largely gone the way of the dinosaurs, being eliminated by the replay review system instituted league-wide way back in 2014. In my opinion, this has been one of the most positive developments in terms of changes since MLB started examining their rulebook, right up there with the pitch clock and the catcher collision rules. But because of the way the replay system is laid out, it is still possible to see one of these ostentatious misses once in a while, and we just witnessed the worst one in quite some time yesterday, in a game between the Rays and Orioles. In order to properly set up what went down, we have to go back to the very beginning of this contest, when Jackson Holliday led off the night with a walk. Just one pitch later, starter Ryan Pepiot would spin and pick over to first base, with Holliday managing to just get back in ahead of the tag. Or did he? The Rays weren't convinced and decided to go ahead and challenge this call. It was too close to overturn in New York's opinion, meaning that the play would stand and the Rays would, consequentially, lose their challenge. Following a strikeout for Adley Rutschman, Holliday would end up getting thrown out in the bases anyway, when Gunnar Henderson lined a ball hard to Brandon Lau, who made a nice leaping catch before flipping behind the young second baseman to get him. The player who will end up being our titular character, Josh Lau, would lead off the bottom of the first with a towering fly ball to right field that just carried over the fence. A Mickey Mouse home run, but one that still counted as his first career leadoff bomb. After Pepio retired the side in order in the top of the second, the Rays would get a little something cooking in the bottom of the inning, with Jake Mangum beating out a weakly hit ground ball to second base, then Danny Jansen crushing a sinker into center field. Now with runners on first and third, Christopher Morel would surprise the Orioles by dropping down a bunt on a 2-1 count that got just past Zach Eflin, going into the books as an RBI single. But the Rays weren't satisfied here, specifically with trying to bunt for hits, as Lau would come up and immediately attempt to do the same thing, dropping a near-perfect bunt down the third baseline that Ramon Arias came in on, firing to first late, yet still seeing umpire Bruce Dreckman called Lau out. Josh then turned around after realizing what had happened and said to Dreckman, "You missed that one. You missed that one bad. You missed that one bad." Kevin Cash couldn't believe it either, and both would be vindicated after examining the replay. Look at how clear this call should have been. He was safe by maybe 4 or 5 feet of airtime on that throw. But because Tampa Bay lost their challenge just one inning before, they couldn't do anything about this abomination of a miss except complain, which they certainly did. To Dreckman's credit, he didn't eject either of them for their fiery outbursts, which I guess is something. Thankfully, this didn't end up having a consequential impact on the game as a whole, as Pepio would go on to have an excellent start, striking out 11 guys through 8 innings of 1-run ball, while the Rays offense pushed across another 5 runs. Former Astros top prospect Forrest Whitley would then come on and retire the side 1-2-3 in the 9th, ending the game on a pop-up to the shortstop. I made a video a little while back detailing how Elly De La Cruz has, overall, the strongest arm of any infielder in the major leagues today. If you want to hear and see more specifically about this, I'm going to recommend going and watching that video. But suffice it to say, his right arm is an absolute rocket launcher, capable of making some of the hardest throws we've ever tracked. And it was today versus the Tigers that he managed to show it off in a manner we haven't seen yet this season, and then follow it up immediately with the kind of home run very few hitters are capable of producing on a routine basis. It was in the bottom of the third with nobody out when Trey Sweeney lined his ball up the gap in right center field, dropping onto the warning track over the head of Jake Fraley. Javier Baez raced from first around third base in an attempt to score, before seeing an absolute laser make its way to catcher Jose Trevino, who managed to corral the throw, then have it waiting for the resurgent player. Just from the eye test you could tell this was an impressive toss, but after StatCast got a read on it, it was revealed that it came in at 98.3 miles an hour. This beat his own record this season for infielders at 95.8 by 2.5 miles an hour, and also gave him a lead over the 2 players tied in second, Gabriel Arias and Mason Wynn, of almost 5 miles per hour, with them sitting at 93.4. He then came to the plate in the top of the very next inning and crushed a 1-1 fastball out to right field at 110.1 miles an hour, a no-doubter that traveled over 400 feet on a line. And while the specifics of this blast aren't necessarily extremely rare, this also gave him his 7th home run of the year so far that's managed to eclipse an exit velocity of 110, which allowed him to eclipse O'Neal Cruz for 4th in all of Major League Baseball in this regard, behind just Shohei Ohtani, James Wood, and Aaron Judge. To have the ability to throw and hit balls this hard while also registering one of the fastest sprint speed profiles we've ever seen is, of course, just completely ridiculous, and goes to show why fans are so drawn to his electric presence on the field. And for the haters out there, don't look now, but with his recent hot streak, he's currently on track to post career marks in pretty much every offensive category besides steals, even after a fairly rough start to the season. The 2025 New York Yankees have been one of the best teams in baseball offensively, leading all of MLB at this point in home runs, OPS, OBP, and slugging, while ranking top 3 in OPS+, batting average, and RBI. But during yesterday's game, this juggernaut of an offensive machine went completely quiet, which perhaps created the perfect environment of desperation that led to what I think was the most chaotic play of the year up to this point, and it actually ended up making the entire difference in the contest overall. Facing the Royals, neither team was able to muster pretty much any offense for a large portion of this game, due in part to some pretty exceptional defense on both sides. First with Kyle Isabel robbing extra bases from Ben Rice in the first inning, then Vinny Pasquantino doing the same to the young slugger with a dive down the line, this time directly taking away at least 1 run from New York. Then it was Oswald Peraza's turn to show out, barehanding a bunt from Isabel leading off the third. Back and forth we'd go, line drive double play to Jonathan India off the bat of Cody Bellinger. Little editor's note here, but I almost forgot the best play of the entire game arguably, when Isabel too robbed Bellinger of at least 2 RBI. Jeter-esque throw from deep in the hole from Anthony Volpe to get Salvador Perez. Then an excellent glove flip from Pablo Reyes immediately after. Defensive highlight after defensive highlight with pretty much nothing in the way of offensive thump. This takes us to the top of the 8th, when Reyes softly lined a 98-mile-per-hour fastball into right field before getting pushed to second on a ground ball hit weakly to Jonathan India. After a Rice walk, it would be veteran Paul Goldschmidt's turn to hit, and he would line a near 100-mile-per-hour fastball off the glove of a leaping Pasquantino, with it trickling onto the outfield grass just far enough to convince Reyes to try his luck coming home. The thing is, he stumbled around third, momentarily considering heading back to the bag before continuing on his way, and he almost certainly would have been out if not for a terrible throw from the pitcher covering first, resulting in the throw getting away from the catcher and allowing the go-ahead run to score. Look at this play. This, to me, is the epitome of weirdness on a baseball field, with not a single thing going how you'd expect it to in the whole sequence. Obviously, Reyes had the funniest journey of all. Just look at all the little things that happen before he actually manages to even get to home plate, let alone dive into it. This would end up being the difference in the game overall, with Devin Williams coming on and managing to lock things down by getting Jack Caglione to end the game, cementing a win for the Yankees that was directly because of what I believe was the single most chaotic play of 2025 so far. During the last MLB draft, we saw a prospect that is unlike any player we've seen in baseball history. No, seriously, Jurrangelo Cinche was drafted 15th overall by the Mariners out of Mississippi State University, where he had spent 2 seasons pitching at the D1 level, struggling in his first year before having immense success in his second. But his time spent pitching in college isn't what makes him unique, nor was it his repertoire. No, for Jurrangelo, it's the fact that he pitches with both of his arms, which makes him the first player to do so to be drafted since Pat Venditti, and the only one capable of throwing over 92 miles an hour with both arms. And we just got a chance to see both during his spring breakout appearance. He began his night throwing lefty, firing a 92-mile-an-hour cutter to induce a one-pitch groundout off the bat of last year's #1 overall pick Travis Bazzana. He then immediately switched his glove to start pitching righty, definitely a bizarre sight to see at a level so close to the major leagues. Unfortunately for him, this at-bat wouldn't go too well, as following a foul ball at 95 miles an hour to begin the at-bat, he would throw 4 straight balls. This would bring up another lefty who would crush no one changeup to second base on a ball that probably should have been a double play, but unfortunately for Jurrangelo, the throw to second was spiked, getting past the shortstop and rolling into shallow left field, allowing both runners to move up a base. He would then fire a 96-mile-per-hour fastball that was laced into the gap in left center, getting down and allowing a run to score. 1 4-pitch walk later, and the bases were loaded for the younger brother of Brewers rising star Jackson Chourio, Jason, who would work a 2-2 count that would include a 99-mile-per-hour fastball being fouled off down the left field line. On the very next offering, he would throw what looked to be some kind of slider or cutter that was grounded to the right side, this time being handled perfectly there and rolled into 2. This ended his first inning with 1 run being allowed on a hit and 2 walks. But his night wasn't over just yet, as he would be back out there for the top of the 6th inning, pitching righty versus yet another lefty, which if you couldn't tell was becoming somewhat of a theme. This time he would have much more success doing so, striking out his first batter looking. The next batter, the first righty he had faced in a while, would line a ball down the left field line, which was promptly turned into a hustle triple, a play you're not going to see very often at any level. This probably didn't sit too well with Jurrangelo, who would then ramp up and fire multiple high 90s fastball over the course of a 4-pitch at bat, this time inducing a pop-up in foul territory caught by his first baseman. This once again brought #1 overall pick Bazzana to the plate, who would work a 1-2 count before Cinche would rear back and fire another high 90s fastball, this time right past the lefty for strike 3, ending his night after 2 innings with 2 strikeouts, 2 base hits, 1 run, and 2 walks. One thing that was a bit of a bummer for me personally watching was that he only threw lefty to 1 batter, even though he encountered multiple lefties. This to me shows he's more than likely going to be pulling out the switch pitcher thing at very specific times as of now, versus always doing so to get the platoon advantage. Still, it was a very interesting appearance to watch overall, and definitely showed what might be coming at the big league level fairly soon. Now, I want to ask you guys, do you think Jurrangelo is going to have a long, successful big league career switch pitching, or do you think he'll eventually switch to throwing with just 1 arm? If so, which arm do you think he should switch to? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. In the whole of MLB history, we've only seen a couple times where multiple runners slid into home plate at the exact same time, with it mostly being the result of either an exceptionally poor read or outright terrible base coaching. Because of this, it's even more rare to see both of these runners be safe. As prior to the play we're going to be talking about today, I've only ever seen one other time where this happened, on a David Ortiz double back in 2015. But, like I just alluded to, we got a chance to see exactly this yesterday, when the Phillies pulled off one of the rarest plays possible on an MLB field. But before we get there, let's talk about the game overall. They were facing off against their division rival Mets, with Philadelphia ace Zach Wheeler on the mound, who managed to work his way out of a tough spot in the first inning, when he got a 1-out, bases-loaded double play, which is a pretty accurate summation of how things are going for the Mets right now. But at least they would themselves post some pretty nice pitching for their first 3 innings, before running into a little trouble in the 4th, when Blade Tidwell, awesome name by the way, was facing off against Otto Kemp with the bases loaded. On a 1-2, he too grounded a ball on the infield, this one on a high hop to third, which allowed for just enough time for Kemp to beat out the throw to first, scoring the initial run of the game on a hustle fielder's choice. New York would then bring in lefty Jose Castillo to face Brandon Marsh, and promptly see him give up a flare single to left field. pushing the lead to 2-0. That's where things would stay until the top of the 6th, with Wheeler managing to complete 5 scoreless innings before departing due to a high pitch count. This meant that when Pete Alonso registered the first run of the night for the Mets on a towering fly ball to center field off Taijuan Walker, the lead was cut in half, putting this game back within reach, which was shortly after followed by a Jeff McNeil long ball as well. Suddenly, we were tied, shocking just one fan and irritating the heck out of Walker. This brings us to our real action frame, the 7th, where after we would see 2 exceptional defensive plays made in the top of the inning, one by Trey Turner and one by Kemp, Philly would get off to a rip-roaring start with Brandon Marsh lacing a double down the left field line, before Trey Turner did the same down the right field, pushing the go-ahead run across, and putting an insurance one on second base with nobody out. Alex Bohm would keep the good times coming with an opposite field single served into right field. The Mets would then bring in another guy out of the bullpen, but it made no difference, with Nick Castellanos flipping his own single into center field shortly after. Following a JT Realmuto walk, the bases were all loaded for Bryson Stott, and he delivered, crushing a 1-1 hanging breaking ball out to center field, just missing a home run before seeing the ball ricochet perfectly to left fielder Brandon Nimmo. But in a somewhat bizarre scene that was developing, Castellanos had got an incredibly bad jump off of second base, resulting in him being in lockstep with Realmuto as they both slid into the plate at the same time successfully. This looked very similar to that Red Sox play I mentioned before, only, oddly enough, both slid in exactly the same fashion. Feet first, off to the right, creating an interesting looking mirror effect. This is easily one of the rarest moments you'll ever come across on a baseball field, let alone on a major league field. This made the score 8-2, and as you'd probably expect, it never really felt close again, with Castellanos crushing a 2-run home run in the next inning before Tyrod Taylor flew out to right field to end it, sealing the victory for the Phillies and breaking the current division tie they had with New York for the time being. We see bad calls in the field all the time, including a litany of examples I've detailed personally over the last couple months, and these certainly each had the potential to be highly consequential, but they often don't directly lead to 2 runs in the moment that they're made, right? That's actually hard to do on a single call, but funny enough, that's exactly what we just saw in a game between the Rockies and Dodgers, when Colorado, who's already struggling like few teams ever have before, got absolutely screwed by that night's crew. But let's set the stage before we get there. Young righty Chase Dollander is on the mound facing off against LA's star-studded lineup that includes multiple Hall of Famers, and probably a couple Hall of Pretty Good players as well. Comment below if you get that reference. And to make matters worse, Chase himself had struggled up to this point, with an ERA over 6 during his rookie campaign. But in this contest, for the first 5 innings, he was seemingly impossible to barrel up, as despite only striking out 1 batter, he hadn't given up a run to this point. Opposing him was Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who's actually one of those players I briefly referenced before who got screwed by a bad call. And like I mentioned at the end of that video, he also hasn't gotten any real run support through the first half of the season. And the same trend would continue in this game, being that he was just as good as advertised, striking out 6 hitters through 5 innings while only giving up 2 base runners, while also receiving 0 runs in support through the game's first half. This takes us to the top of the 6th inning, when Dollander first walked Dalton Rushing on a 3-2 fastball, then gave up a first pitch knock to Shohei Ohtani. All of a sudden, there were 2 guys on with nobody out, which you'd think would be major trouble, but Mookie Betts would fly out to left field before Freddie Freeman grounded a ball to first base, a play that usually gets turned into a DP, but because Michael Toglia bobbled it briefly, they had to settle for an out at first. This meant that they were 1 out away from getting out of the frame completely. It was at this point any rain that had been coming down seemed to get multiplied by 1,000 during Max Muncy's at-bat, with the Colorado coaching staff repeatedly asking if the weather was too much to keep playing in. And just look at this downpour, they were 100% in the right here. But regardless, the umpiring crew for some reason said play on, probably hoping the inning would end and they'd get to start fresh from the delay in the bottom of the 6th. And this ended up backfiring in a major way, as on a 3-2 pitch, Muncy would pop a ball on the infield. But because nobody could see it due to the amount of rain coming down, it ended up almost plunking Toglia in the head as it sailed down from the heavens. To me, it's just embarrassing. There's no way you should be expected to track pop-ups in weather like that. But here's where it gets especially insulting. They literally suspended play immediately after this. Like, right after this. Why not have done it earlier when it got really bad? It is 100% a normal thing to do to suspend play mid-at-bat if players can't see anymore, for safety reasons if nothing else. You can see Dollander's reaction here as well coming off the field. He was justifiably furious. This not only led to those 2 runs scoring for LA, but it also set up the Dodgers for another run when both teams came back to play, as Jake Bird would give up a flare single to Andy Pages to make it 3-0. There would be no redeeming the game for Colorado, as they would go on to give up a grand slam to Muncy in the top of the 7th, then a moonshot to struggling veteran Michael Conforto in the 8th, eventually losing this one by a final score of 8-1 after a 1-2-3 ninth, dropping their record to 18-62 through the season's first 80 games. There was quite a bit of controversy surrounding the Major League-wide institution of the DH full-time in 2022. However, this died down pretty quickly once people got to see what the sport could actually look like when all 9 hitters, can hit. This obviously meant that outside of players like Shohei Ohtani and bizarre circumstances, we weren't going to see hurlers at the plate but once in a blue moon. And such a blue moon just occurred yesterday, oddly enough in the American League and for both teams, leading to something that has never happened in the DH era before. We'll get to more of that later, but first let me take you through the game itself between the Orioles and Rangers, which was scoreless through the first 2 innings, with the only notable play being this Marcus Semien sliding catch on a line drive with 2 runners on. Things would really get going in the third when the Orioles loaded the bases with nobody out, bringing catcher Gary Sanchez to the plate, today at DH, who would promptly knock in every single runner with a line drive down the left field line, giving Baltimore a 3-0 lead. It was then, as Baltimore was taking the field in the bottom of the third, that something odd became clear. Chadwick Tromp, great name by the way, had exited due to injury, forcing Sanchez out of his position at DH to behind the plate, meaning that after starting pitcher Trevor Rogers managed to retire Texas successfully in that frame, he would have to hit himself in the top of the fourth, because Baltimore had surrendered the DH by moving Gary out of it. This brings us to Trevor's first at-bat, which saw him take a perfectly placed sinker over the low and outside corner for strike 1, then take his first and only swing on a cutter middle low, the kind of hack that reminds you of why we have designated hitters in the first place. On the 0-2, Corbin would flip a breaking ball low, but close enough to be called strike 3, ending the at-bat about as quickly as it had begun. Nothing much would take place between this plate appearance and his next one in the 6th, so I'll just fast forward there, with him again taking a sinker on the black for strike 1. Patrick would then paint another breaking ball, an offering he would follow up by just laying a sinker right down the middle, ending the second straight pitcher taken AB on another 3 pitches. Rogers would then hop back on the mound and proceed to give up a 2-run home run shortly after, a moonshot to left center field off the bat of Marcus Semien. And it would be tied just 1 inning later, when Sanchez, who wasn't even supposed to catch that day, made a throwing error to second base, which ended up allowing rookie Michael Hellman to scamper all the way around, on one of the more bizarre plays you'll see. Things would remain knotted all the way until the top of the 10th, when Gunnar Henderson managed to crush a leadoff home run, scoring the ghost runner and giving his team a 2-run lead, which Colton Cowser would extend on a solo shot just 2 batters later, giving Baltimore a pretty healthy lead going into the bottom of the 10th, where they would turn to lefty Keegan Aiken to try to end this one. But he would be able to do no such thing, giving up a single to Semien before grooving a fastball right down the middle to Adolis Garcia, who murdered the ball to left field, offering up a truly electric reaction immediately following. Suddenly, we were all tied up again. This would be, however, all the Rangers could score in this inning, pushing it to the 11th, where Baltimore proceeded to blow this one open, first on an RBI single from Luis Vasquez, then on back-to-back doubles from Ramon Laureano and Henderson, pushing the Orioles' lead all the way to 10-6. After a Josh Young pop-out versus Andrew Kittredge, it was Kyle Higashioka's turn to hit, but he had been pinch run for back in the bottom of the 9th, which had forced, in a nearly identical move to the one made earlier, the Rangers to use that day's starting designated hitter, Jonah Heim, behind the plate. Unfortunately for Texas, their bench had been completely exhausted since, meaning they too would have to send up a pitcher to hit, choosing righty Jack Leiter, who would start his extremely unexpected AB by taking a mid-90s sinker on the inner half. This was followed up by one a bit more center cut, but still at 95. You can probably guess what was coming on the 0-2, a breaking ball perfectly placed over the low and outside corner, dispatching Leiter on just 3 pitches. 1 batter later, and the game was officially over, with the final score coming in at that aforementioned 10-6. Per Sarah Lang on Twitter, this was the first time that both American League teams in a single contest had sent pitchers up to the plate since the DH rule had been instituted in 1973. And in those plate appearances, they saw just a combined 9 pitches in 3 at-bats, swinging at just 2 and striking out all 3 times. In my mind, this serves as a reminder of what we were subjected to back when pitchers actually had to bat every night in the NL, which oftentimes looked a lot more like this than when Mad Bum would manage to crush a grand slam or something. Just 2 weeks ago, the New York Mets were going back and forth with the Detroit Tigers for the best overall record in baseball, with a solid lead in their division as well. Things were great, but since a series against the Rays on June 13th, they have gone 3-13, seeing the Phillies catch up to them, then overtake them in the East in the process. However, even a slump this extreme isn't historic, right? We've seen better teams go colder for longer before. But in their most recent series versus the Pirates, they actually did manage to achieve a level of struggle that was not only the peak of embarrassment, but downright singular in the whole of baseball history. I'll unveil more of the record-setting details at the end, but first, let's take a brief look at each of the games in this 3-game set. David Peterson began for New York by giving up 4 runs in the second inning of Game 1, to the bottom of the order of one of the worst offensive teams in baseball, no less. Still, with the rest of the game to go, it was conceivable the Mets could make some kind of comeback, and they did manage to claw within 3 with a home run from the red-hot Juan Soto in the 4th inning. Unfortunately for them, no one else would be able to get it going on offense. meaning that when Pittsburgh knocked in at least 1 run per inning between the 5th and the 7th, including a 3 spot in the 6th, it was pretty much over, with the final score coming in at 9-1, a truly ugly showing considering they'd won their final 2 games in Atlanta by a combined score of 11-3. The series was still up for grabs, however, and they even got off to a decent start offensively in Game 2, with Soto again providing the spark with an RBI single in the first inning. But they again wouldn't be able to execute very well on the mound, starting in the second, with the bottom of the Pirates' order again coming through to score 3 runs. New York would manage to hold it here for the next 4 innings, with their bullpen really showing out for a stretch, even managing to bring the score within 1 when Brandon Nimmo notched his own RBI single in the 5th inning. Could they finally be about to turn things around? Well, not so fast. In the 8th, they would not only give up a couple runs to the lower half of the batting order again, but then a few to the top as well, resulting in a 6-run inning, putting the game fundamentally out of reach. And while I'm sure more than a few Mets fans here were furious with their pitching, and rightfully so, their offense was really making things difficult, forcing the guys on the bump to have to be perfect out there to even give their team a chance, something the Pirates are a little more used to doing. So, Game 3 rolls around. Could they manage to even salvage a single contest? Hell, could they go the first couple of frames without caving in? The answer to both of those would be a resounding no, as they proceeded to see Frankie Montas, making his 2nd appearance of the year in return from injury, give up 5 runs in the first inning alone, including back-to-back home runs to the struggling O'Neal Cruz and veteran underperformer Tommy Pham, which, by the way, was just Pham's 2nd dinger of the year so far. He would be able to complete 4 innings when it all was said and done, though not without giving up another run, departing with New York now trailing 6-0. And there was no redemption coming their way, as they proceeded to follow a Luis Torrens home run by surrendering exactly 2 runs in the 5th, 7th, and 8th innings, with the final score coming in at a series worst 12-1. As you can tell from just these brief breakdowns, they were fundamentally dominated by Pittsburgh in pretty much every facet of the game. But it perhaps isn't self-evidently clear just to what level this was, being one of the historic variety, as according to Greg Harvey on Twitter, this was the first time in MLB history that a team scored more than 30 runs, allowed 4 or fewer, and struck out 25-plus batters in a 3-game series, all of which, of course, were dropped on the heads of the guys in blue, orange, and gray. What a disastrous series, and a horrible stretch of play that Met fans can only hope doesn't continue into the second half of the season. Shohei Ohtani has only made 2 appearances since coming back from his 2nd Tommy John surgery, but in those games he has been exceptionally impressive in terms of his raw stuff, averaging over 98 miles per hour on his fastball with some crazy break on his off-speed pitches. And today, we saw him do something for the first time this season, throw multiple innings in one start, and it went really well, as he pitched 2 scoreless innings. But he also did something else, managing to reach a speed on his heater that was not only his fastest of the year thus far, but the fastest of his career overall. We'll take his appearance out by out, starting first with Jonathan India flying a 98-mile-per-hour pitch to shallow center field, where Haesung Kim made a routine catch for out number 1. Just look at how perfectly placed that was. It's hard to do anything against that. Then, after giving up a flare single to Bobby Witt Jr. and a walk to Michael Garcia, he would face off against Vinny Pasquantino, a guy he's already blown away previously with 102 miles per hour back in the WBC. Pasquantino, for whatever reason, continued to ignite something in Shohei, as he led off the at-bat with a perfectly placed 99.2 mile per hour heater, his 2nd fastest pitch to that point, which he would then follow with this laser-guided 100.2 mile per hour heater, again on the blackened side. It was then on the 0-2 he reared back and fired a 101.7 mile per hour fireball that was grounded to second base, where Kim and Mookie Betts managed to turn it into an inning-ending double play. This broke his previous all-time high in terms of speed that he set back in 2022 on this strikeout of Kyle Tucker at 101.4, with it also being the 12th time he's managed to get above 101 overall. Like I said, this ended the first, but not his outing, as he came back out there in the second, getting Salvador Perez to fly out to shallow center field, with Andy Pages making a nice running catch in the process. This brought struggling rookie Jack Caglione to the plate, who would go down on a nasty breaking ball for strike 3, Shohei's only strikeout of the night. The last batter of his day was Nick Lofton, who would pop up a breaking ball on an 0-2, with Dalton Rushing ranging into foul territory to successfully make the play. 2 scoreless innings, 1 strikeout, and the fastest pitch of his career is a pretty good appearance if you ask me, even if it didn't end up leading to the Dodgers having any success in this contest, as they've gone on to get absolutely pummeled 9-1 as I record this. Still, let me just say how excited I am to see the sport's most unique player doing the thing that no one else in the major leagues is capable of at this point, with this stuff looking as good as ever while doing it. Javier Baez has struggled mightily over the last few seasons, being worth a combined negative 0.5 WAR since the beginning of 2023, with a batting average around 200 and an OPS around 550. But amidst his struggles at the plate and at times in the field, he still maintained one thing: his immense creativity, which we just got a chance to see on full display when he tried to break up a double play in a manner you may have never seen before.
Facing the Rays in the bottom of the first, Riley Green lined a ball up the middle. That was caught on a dive by the shortstop. Javi, caught well off the base as a result of a hit and run, proceeded to then stop and jump into the path of the throw back to first, attempting to double him off, seeing the ball careen off his helmet as a result, before ricocheting down the right field line. He wouldn't pursue trying to get back to the bag, however, instead kind of standing around while the first baseman retrieved the ball and stepped on first to complete the inning-ending DP. I don't know if we've ever seen a player, especially in spring, literally leap into the path of a throw with their helmet no less. Look at umpire Laz Diaz's reaction too. That's a lover of baseball that's just been shown something they rarely if ever see. And I'm sure if it was the regular season he would have took off back towards first at full speed, but still, what a weird and creative moment from the former superstar, who will look to do something productive during the 2025 season to help make up for the fact that he's only posted 1.8 WAR since he came to Detroit 3 years ago. Now, I want to know what you guys think. Is Javier going to make a comeback this year, or do you think he's too far gone at this point to even be able to be a productive big league ball player? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Trent Grisham has had somewhat of an odd year by his standards so far in 2025, going from one of the best outfielders defensively in all of Major League Baseball over the last few seasons to a pretty average run through his first 60 or so games, with exactly 0 outs above average to his name, trading this outstanding glove work for his best performance ever at the plate for any extended stretch, with a 129 OPS+, 822 OPS, and 13 homers, a total that's already tied for his third best ever in a season. But yesterday, he managed to turn back the clock versus the Royals, registering 3 separate impressive plays in the field to take away runners from KC. But that's not where this video's title comes from. You see, each one of these plays ended up being challenged for one reason or another, and he came out on top every single time. We'll start in the second for our first instance of this, with the Yankees already up 5-0, courtesy of a prior half inning that saw the Yankees drop 5 runs on likely all-star Chris Bubich's head. With 2 outs, Drew Waters was at the plate, flaring the first pitch of his AB to center field, where Grisham came racing on before making a diving catch. What a way to end the inning, right? Well, not according to the umpires, who initially called this a trap play. But being as how the replay was extremely clear that he caught it in the air, it didn't take long for it to be reversed, and the frame to indeed be over. Let's jump to the fourth now for our second instance, this time with Maikel Garcia lining an 0-2 fastball right down the middle of the plate in his direction, with him cutting over, fielding it, then seeing the infielder trying for second. He would put a perfect one-hop throw on the bag in response, ending that inning as well. Or did he? Yet again, this play would be challenged, and yet again, Trent would emerge victorious, with the call on the field standing this time. Grisham 2, replay review 0. Our last play was in the 8th, following yet another moonshot from Captain Aaron Judge, when KC's own superstar Bobby Witt Jr. lined this ball to center, forcing Grisham to come on and make yet another diving catch, his second of the game. But somehow, this was again called a base hit on the grounds that he trapped it. In a real moment of deja vu, this would shortly after be overturned. Unfortunately for the Yankees, due to this miscue on the call, the double play that would have been was instead nullified, putting runner Jonathan India back at second, where he would later be stranded. And while the Royals would manage to drum up some offense in the bottom of the 9th, scoring 3 runs, Devin Williams would come on to get the final 2 outs without issue, securing New York's 6-3 victory, which was in no small part because of the work of Grisham, who managed to, in this contest, not only take 3 runners away from Kansas City, but also beat 3 separate replay reviews single-handedly, which is something I'm confident in saying we've never seen before on a major league field, and could very easily never see again. Zach Hampel has made himself a bit of a name around baseball for a couple things. One, being a near savant at catching live baseballs, which he's managed to make a living out of, a not unimpressive feat, and 2, being a bit annoying when it comes to pursuing said baseballs. Honestly, there's probably a lot more we could talk about in regards to this, but I'm going to assume that if you're here, you know who this is, and why this moment yesterday was probably one of the more notable plays of the 2025 season so far. Shane Baz was facing Kyron Paris with 2 outs in the top of the second when Paris launched a fly ball 107 miles per hour to left field. But as many fly balls did yesterday, it proceeded to die as it approached the warning track. This allowed Christopher Morel to make a leap right at the end of the play, only to see the ball snatched from where his mitt was roughly positioned by none other than Zach Hampel, which is, to my understanding, the first time Zach has actively interfered with the ball that was in play. He basically sticks his glove in front of Morel as he attempted to make the catch. This would later be assessed for fan interference, but since the ball was probably going to sneak over the left field fence anyway, it would be a tough play for Morel at a minimum, so they ended up keeping it a home run. Still, the entire baseball world came together to condemn this action, as even if you don't end up getting called for it, it's still a bad look when you've acquired thousands of baseballs over your life to get this involved in trying to grab yet another one, arguably robbing the host team of a chance of erasing runs from their opponent's tally. This would go on to be highly consequential in the game, as one 9th inning rally and clutch Kenley Jansen high wire act in the 9th inning later, and the Angels had walked away with a 4-3 win. In a game that was always going to be more than likely close, those 2 runs almost certainly would have made the difference. All I can say is that if I was a Rays fan, I would be more than a little frustrated right now. Now, I want to know what you guys think. Would you be for your home ballpark banning Zach Hampel for the rancor he's capable of causing in the middle of a game, or do you think he deserves some slack for just being an excited fan? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below.
If you've been following my channel this season, you've probably seen me make quite a few videos on individually missed calls by umpires, whether that be on balls and strikes, calls on the field, or even weather-based decisions. In every one of these circumstances, the moment I was describing was defined by a single bad miss, with varying levels of consequence to the game overall. But yesterday, we witnessed something we haven't seen all year. An umpire not only make a terrible call that was game-changing, but 3 of them in a row that largely contributed to a loss for the Phillies. Before we get there, let's work our way through the contest as a whole, which featured some truly odd defense, including on the first run of the game when Christopher Sanchez induced a routine ground ball to shortstop Trey Turner, in DP that went off his glove, yet still somehow managed to dribble to second base for an out. This would allow Philadelphia to escape otherwise unscathed, but in the very next frame it was a similar story, this time on a pop-up in his shallow right field that Bryson Stott and Nick Castellanos ended up unsuccessfully converging on, allowing another easy play to turn into a free base for the hitter, this time being Rafael Devers. And wouldn't you know it, just 2 batters later, Matt Chapman would send a deep fly ball to center field, a play that Brandon Marsh probably makes 99 times out of 100, but not on this one, when it got past an awkward, twisting, turning, diving attempt before bouncing over the wall, mercifully saving a run in the process. Sanchez, despite all this unearned traffic, managed to continue to pitch brilliantly, ending that frame on a strikeout of Wilmer Flores to keep the damage to just 1. Meaning that when this ground ball from Bryson Stott took a crazy hop on Wilmer Flores and got down the right field line, the tying run was at second with nobody out in the 5th. He was eventually cashed in on a wild pitch from Cameron Roop, knotting us up at 1. Christopher would go on to complete 7 innings of 1-run ball a couple frames later, ending his night on a strikeout of Devers. It's important to note that during this time, the Phillies would see a number of calls go against their hitters, with the biggest misses coming against Bryce Harper, when 2 pitches out of the strike zone were called against him. However, these wouldn't be even close to the most consequential calls of the game. No, it wouldn't be until the 8th inning, after Nick Castellanos stranded a runner at second base, that things would really get out of hand, with reliever Orion Kirkring plunking Willy Adames on a 2-1 slider, putting a runner at first with nobody out. This brought Matt Chapman to the plate, who quickly got down 0-2 after called strikes on another breaking ball and perfectly placed fastball. This brings us to our run of 3 consecutive consequential misses, with the first one being right over the high and outside corner. And while it was a strike, I will admit it maybe could be considered a 50-50 ball, right? It wasn't an especially terrible miss from umpire Phil Cuzzi. But you couldn't say the same about the next one, however, which was perfectly placed over the low and outside corner, basically the same pitch as strike 2. Kirkring would shake it off, get back on the mound, and then deliver a 2-2 in exactly the same spot, which somehow elicited the same call. That was 3 pitches that were all considered strikes by our current definition of the zone being called balls, with the last 2 being nearly 100% in the strike zone box. This is just inexcusable, and would quickly come back to bite the Phillies when Chapman, who had now taken 5 strikes in this at-bat, proceeded to foul off a tough pitch before grounding a fastball into right field, putting runners on the corners with nobody out. And there would be no recovering from this predicament for Philadelphia, who would see Wilmer Flores get drilled by a breaking ball before Casey Schmidt grounded a fielder's choice up the middle. Jung-Hoo Lee would do the same thing to first baseman Bryce Harper, the end result of which being a 2-run deficit going into the 9th inning, one they would not be able to make up when Bryson Stott grounded into a game-ending double play, sealing what was a pretty frustrating loss for Philadelphia, as one of my favorite Twitter accounts, Umpire Scorecards, came out after the game with their report that Cuzzi cost them approximately 1.5 runs directly because of his misses, most notably in that game-changing at-bat in the 8th inning. The super utility man role has gained a lot of popularity in recent years, and for good reason. Having a lot of flexibility for your team to operate around is invaluable in a 162-game season that's sure to feature its shares of nicks and bruises. But most utility men don't play more than 4 or 5 positions, and certainly not all 9, but that's exactly what Andrew Romine managed to do back in 2017. And while yes, it certainly was a PR stunt, he made it look way easier than it probably was. He started off the day in left field and, wouldn't you know it, immediately made 2 pretty routine catches. He wouldn't see any action in center field the next inning, and would only field a ground ball single and right the following. But he was back at it at third base in the 4th inning, catching a pop-up, then again in the 5th inning at shortstop when he helped turn this routine double play. He moved to second base after this, and again didn't see any action. But the next inning might be his most impressive overall, as he proceeded to catch an entire frame behind the plate, including blocking this ball in the dirt and doing a decent job of receiving strikes back there. After Eddie Rosario flied out to center field, Romine would end up moving to the mound, where he quickly got behind Miguel Sano 2-0, after 2 spiked pitches, one a changeup and one a fastball. He then flipped an 80-mile-per-hour pitch up there before pumping an impressive 88 miles an hour, albeit again for a ball. but this at-bat would not end in a walk, as he ended up getting Miguel Sano to swing over another mid-80s pitch en route to an easy ground ball to third base. He then immediately was slid over to his 9th and final position of the day, at first base, and wouldn't you know it, just an inning later, he would end up taking the final out of the game to the bag himself, completing the ridiculous feat of having played all 9 positions in an MLB game, while making it look easy, and in a low-scoring win no less. Now, who's one player you'd like to see be able to do this next year in 2025? Let me know in the comments. I released a video earlier today where I talked about this moment, with Junior Caminero seemingly getting robbed by one of the kids in the outfield of a home run, which of course didn't stand and he was awarded the dinger. In that vid, I also briefly addressed the overall event, with a small portion of that going towards Jazz Chisholm. But I don't think that was quite enough, because it was actually hard to briefly convey how singular his performance was in the whole of home run derby history, and certainly not in a positive way. First of all, his 3 home runs were the lowest we've ever seen in a round of the home run derby since Major League Baseball switched to its new format in 2016. But it goes even further than that. It was actually only the second time we've ever seen a round with fewer than 10 homers in that same period as well, with 2016 Robinson Cano having over double what Jazz did at 7. Byron Buxton would later join him in this group as well in the next round, with the caveat that he of course had far less time because of the way the derby's constructed now in relation to later rounds. But it goes further than that, even if that honestly would be enough. He also had the softest max exit velocity on a home run of 107 miles an hour and the shortest max home run distance by almost 20 full feet. What's more, his average home run distance of 421 and average exit velo of 105.7 were also second worst. Keep in mind that all of these were for the first round, as subsequent ones definitely saw a little fatigue set in for some of the guys. Put simply, there hasn't been a worse performance in the home run derby since MLB switched the rules almost 10 years ago. And honestly, I think you can make a case that this is the worst overall, because even though there have been 19 guys who went completely homerless under the previous format, none of them were afforded the same total of 43 swings that Jazz was in 2025. In fact, each of those guys had just 10 because they didn't manage to hit any out. After the event, Chisholm basically said that he didn't want to risk messing up his swing, so he was just doing his thing regardless of the outcome. But that he indeed would do it again with a bit more commitment if he had 20 home runs by the All-Star break next year. I'm not sure if I buy that completely, but I will say, after a performance like that, it certainly would create an interesting storyline if it were to happen, as he really couldn't do much worse than in this season's competition. It's long been the bane of fans, players, and managers everywhere that ball and strike calls couldn't be in any way reversed, despite us having the technology to do so going on 2 decades at this point, possibly even slightly longer. But this issue is seemingly in large part coming to an end in the next few years, as Major League Baseball announced before spring training this year that they officially would be implementing a strike zone challenging system, and we just got to see it in play for the first time 2 batters into spring training. Facing Max Muncy with a guy on first, Cody Petit fired a 95-mile-per-hour fastball painted over the inside corner. However, as his catcher seemed to be setting up outside, he had to reach across his body to receive the offering, leading to a ball call from the home plate umpire. But, in a manner that we've never seen before in a major league setting, the catcher, instead of offering some kind of exasperated body language, instead turned to the ump and gestured that he wanted the pitch to be challenged. An admittedly pretty long 23 seconds later, the call was reversed, turning a 1-1 count into an 0-2, with us at home getting a chance to see where the pitch crossed the strike zone via MLB's new ABS look at pitches. This is a momentous moment, as even in this completely inconsequential spring at bat, it completely changed the tone of the AB, as Max went from an even count to being way down, which probably largely contributed in him striking out looking. Now, I want to know, what do you guys think of this being implemented into Major League Baseball? Are you in favor of it, or do you think its impact in the game is going to end up being negative? Let me know in the comments below. Over the last few years, we've seen some real controversy in terms of the composition of Major League Baseballs. In fact, I actually did a deep dive last season on how the ball, back then, was almost certainly dead. And much like I predicted in that video, by the end of the season, things had normalized. But needless to say, I also didn't have any insider info that would have shed a little light on what was going on with the ball itself. However, this season, even when accounting for the crazy start last year, it's actually gotten far worse, with the craziest difference ever recorded between the real-world numbers being posted by the league and the expected ones, with margins like -8 in average, -12 in WOBA, and a ridiculous, mind-breaking -27 in slugging. Most years, these numbers range from 2 to 4 points of variance. We've never seen anything close to numbers like I just mentioned. And it's adversely affecting individual players too, like Ben Rice, who should be hitting .294 right now with a .559 slug, yet sits at real-world marks of .227 and .460. Or Corey Seager, who the metrics say has been cheated out of nearly 150 points of slug. And of course, the most obvious example, who I just made a video about recently in this regard actually, Juan Soto, who's rocking a .247 batting average with a .455 slug, when the models predict he should be at 309, and 611. These are ludicrous discrepancies, and again, downright unprecedented. Most years, the most unlucky hitters might lose 80 points off their slug and 30 points off their average, not 150 and 70. But you see, the issue is you never really get straight answers from Major League Baseball on this kind of stuff. Just vague statements that imply something might be going on. But, courtesy of a veteran player who's actually still playing, we just got a confirmation that the balls are indeed different than usual, in a manner that's making them certifiably dead. Andrew McCutchen tweeted a couple days back, "I was told by a rep for MLB that the balls are indeed different this year. They stated higher seams, which produces more drag, causing baseballs to not travel as far as they should. When asked why, I was told every baseball is hand-sewn, so no baseball is the same. When I asked if there was something that can be done about correcting the current performance of this year's baseball, I was told there was nothing that can be done about it this season, but they are working hard on getting to the bottom of why the seams are higher. So, yeah. You're not wrong, Ben," which was a response to a Twitter post where someone was pointing out Juan Soto was yet again robbed by the dead ball phenomena. That's about as primary a source as you can get, so I don't doubt the information, which also fully lines up with the numbers. With that being acknowledged, I find myself frustrated as a fan that this is happening, as it's robbing some of my personal favorite players of a significant portion of their season. And while I am happy they're working on it, none of these guys get that time back. I guess all we can do now is hope they figure out whatever's going on sooner rather than later, so they can mitigate this problem's overall impact. Since Rafael Devers came over to the Giants, he has largely struggled, hitting just .229 over the last month with a sub-700 OPS. However, today he managed to break out of his funk somewhat with a couple home runs. But it's the first of his two that I want to talk about, because it was incredibly impressive and downright stunned the pitcher who gave it up. Facing Spencer Strider and the Braves in the 5th inning of a then scoreless contest, Devers got a 3-2 pitch that was almost certainly going to bounce, with him taking an awkward-looking swing, yet still managing somehow to get just enough on the ball to get it out to right field. Just take a look at that again. How the hell he even managed to make contact is beyond me. But then to actually get it over the fence? Ridiculous. And Strider thought so too, giving this look afterwards. It's very rare you see a major league pitcher wear their feelings on their shirt sleeve like that, but this was certainly a play that deserved it. This was the second lowest home run hit so far this season, at 0.9 feet above the ground, which was also the 5th time in Devers' career he's hit a pitch a 1.5 feet or under for a home run. Oddly enough, 2 of those 5 have now come off of Strider, with this blast back in 2023 being just 1.06 feet off the ground. Look at Sean Murphy's reaction when he hit that one. Similar in terms of shock to Spencer's in 2025. He would later add a 3-run home run to right field on a much more normal pitch, doubling the Giants' lead at the time to 6 in a contest they would go on to take 9-3. With this game potentially vaulting him into a hot stretch now, coupled with his willingness to play first base recently, which he actually did yesterday in a game, the Giants have got to be feeling good right now about the deal they made with the Red Sox, as they haven't had this kind of dynamic hitter capable of doing what he just did today in their lineup arguably since Buster Posey retired. What's the most exciting play in baseball? An inside the park home run, an all-out sprinting triple, a steal of home? Each of these could be a decent answer, I think, but I want to propose another kind of play, one that we actually just saw yesterday, and at the hands of one of MLB's most electric superstars, scoring from first base on a single. Ronald Acuna Jr. was at the plate in the 4th inning with the runner on second, taking a close pitch on a full count to draw a walk. This brought catcher Drake Baldwin to the plate, who would then proceed to ground a 1-2 pitch in a shallow center field, which just kinda died out there as Jung-Hoo Lee came in to field it, getting the ball into second base quickly, where it was then that Willy Adames saw Acuna Jr. racing around third, diving into home just ahead of the shortstop's throw and catcher Patrick Bailey's tag. This to me is one of the more impressive plays we've seen the entire season. Look at where Acuna Jr. is when this ball enters the outfield. That's as routine a single as you'll see. The fact that he was able to turn that into a run from first is absolutely crazy. And, honestly, as a general baseball fan, it was also good to see on another level, as Acuna has had to take it easy most of the year while running the bases due to the fact that he's still dealing with the fallout from his surgically repaired knee, forcing him to register just a 71st percentile sprint speed of 28.1 feet per second. Not bad, but certainly not in the same league as it was earlier in his career. But on this play, Ronald actually got up to an elite 29.8 feet per second, really turning the Jets on to basically steal a run from the Giants. He would later add a double high off the wall in right field before scoring on this bizarre-looking play from San Francisco's outfield. Just look at that. I don't know what was happening there. When it all was said and done, the Braves emerged victorious in this one 9-5, with obviously the most notable play being one of the rarest ones you'll see on the bases, a runner scoring from first on a routine single. O'Neal Cruz has actually been pretty good defensively this year after an extremely slow start. managing to rank in the 78th percentile league-wide in fielding run value at 3. And it makes sense when you watch him. As long as he's focused, he has exceptional speed, which helps him make up for the fact he doesn't get the best jumps, and long limbs which assist him when he has to dive or jump or something. But there's also one other aspect that he is not only elite in, but the best we've ever seen from an MLB outfielder since we started recording this stuff. He has the fastest average throwing speed of any outfielder. So, what exactly does an average arm strength of 99.2 miles an hour, over a full mile an hour harder than the next closest on StatCast's leaderboard, actually look like in practice? Well, let's get one thing out of the way first. Yes, it can be erratic, as showed here on this 104.9 mile per hour missile to home plate that looked like it was heading into the crowd as it came in. Throwing that hard is impressive, obviously, because there's maybe 2 or 3 other guys in the bigs that can even approach that speed, but it's not very productive when it's not accurate, right? Well, just a couple weeks later, he threw a 105.2 mile per hour dart versus the Mariners, this time with perfect accuracy. A one-hopper that seemed so unlikely that base runner J.P. Crawford didn't even slide into home because he thought Cruz had zero chance to get him. And this wasn't the first time this year where he made a perfect throw to home, even if it was a little slower. With this one coming versus the Cardinals, when he had time to camp under this medium-depth fly ball, load up, and unleash another rifle shot. And obviously, it's not just on throws to home that this cannon applies to. Earlier today, he actually managed to get one of the fastest runners in baseball, Corbin Carroll, trying to stretch this single into a double, giving this hilarious reaction afterwards, almost like, why are you challenging me on that? That's what pure arm strength allows you to do. Get rid of the ball in a hurry, and still get enough on it to get the runner handedly. And as is the case for many players who throw exceptionally hard, he's also a big deterrent, like we can see on these 2 singles to center field, on which the runners don't even attempt to score despite both of them having about average speed. And him being in medium depth center, it's not always required for you to be throwing guys out to be productive with your arm. The next one though was the most impressive I could find in this regard, being this single to shallow center field off the bat of Vinny Pasquantino, which Bobby Witt Jr. ended up getting a decent read on, yet didn't even try to advance. Witt has the fastest running speed of any player in Major League Baseball right now, and even he didn't want to try his luck versus Cruz. Obviously, he's still got a lot to learn out there, considering he's only been playing that position for less than 1,000 innings at this point. But if he can continue to gradually improve his glove work while combining it with his elite arm strength, there's no reason I can't see him being an above average to potentially far above average defensive performer for the foreseeable future. In the baseball space, we see a lot of videos that are, in some ways, sensationalist, especially in their titling. I'll be the first one to admit it's always a balancing act for me between trying to properly represent what I'm going to be talking about and coming up with an interesting enough title to appeal to general baseball fans. But in today's video, I'm going to make a claim that seems like it might be a stretch, but is, in my opinion, nearly indisputable. The rookie first baseman for the Oakland A's, yes, I'm going to keep calling them that, just had the best offensive game in Major League history. Now, I'll back this up with more facts at the end when I'm recapping his entire performance, but first, let's go through what his day actually looked like, with things beginning pretty inauspiciously in the first inning when he lined a fastball to left field for a single with 1 out. This would be his last hit of the day that didn't go for extra bases, as in the second inning, with his team up now 3-0, he would launch a curveball towards the Crawford boxes, clearing them easily and giving him his 20th home run of the year through just his first 66 career games. He wouldn't have to wait long to come up again, this time in the 4th inning, when he launched another fastball to deep left center field, seeing it clang high off the wall out there for an RBI double. Keep this hit in mind for later for how little it missed being a home run by. It'll be important. In the 6th, Nick would come up yet again and basically repeat exactly what he had done on his first home run, launching a no-doubter out to left field that almost landed in the exact same spot. It might seem hard to believe, but we're only a little past the halfway point for his production in this one, as in the 8th, he would get yet another fastball and again demolish it, this one being his only pulled blast of the night. And of course, it went into the second deck, a 414-foot laser that left his bat at 114 miles an hour. At this point, it already would have been one of the best games we've ever seen from a rookie. But he would have one final at-bat in the 9th inning, this time versus a position player in Cooper Hummel, with him delivering a 78-mile-per-hour nothing ball to the hulking Kurtz, seeing him lace his 3rd home run of the day to nearly the exact same spot as his first 2, again to left field in the Crawford boxes. His final numbers for the contest: 4 home runs, 8 RBI, 6 runs scored, 6 hits, 19 total bases, and 5 extra base hits. All of these were either rookie records or tied rookie records besides the RBI. But I didn't say this was just the best game ever for a first-year player. I said it was for anybody. And I think this is backed up by the fact that it also saw him tie the single-game record for home runs, runs scored, total bases, and extra base hits. If it wasn't obvious, no one else has ever managed to tie that amount of single Major League records in one contest in those categories, besides one guy, being Shawn Green, who had basically the same line except for one thing. one less RBI. And honestly, if we were looking for a tiebreaker, that's as good as any. Also, remember how I said that double early on in the contest would be important? Yeah, if that ball had managed to be a couple feet higher, he would have had MLB's first ever 5 home run game. But even as things stand with how they worked out, it still was the best offensive contest we have ever seen on a Major League Baseball field by an individual player. All in all, the first game of the series between the Padres and Dodgers featured a lot of positives. Shohei coming back to pitch for the first time in 2 years and having 2 RBIs, future Hall of Famer Manny Machado hitting a home run, and some truly electric pitching for stretches, culminating in a 5-3 Dodger victory. But one other thing happened that ended up being a major sign of things to come. In the 4th inning, Dylan Cease hit Andy Pages with a 98-mile-per-hour fastball, with Andy taking exception to this, and then Padres manager Mike Shildt screaming from the dugout, well, this. The rest of the game proceeded pretty normally, but it felt like the fuse was lit for something a little bit more contentious in the following contests. And boy oh boy, was that ever the case yesterday, when 2 superstars and 3 players in total were hit. So, let's get into it. The first inning saw the Padres get out to a 1-0 lead when Gavin Sheets flipped a 3-2 slider into right field. The Dodgers wouldn't manage to respond in the bottom of the first, but would get off to a fast start in the second, when Will Smith flied a fastball to the left center field gap, getting pushed to third after a bit of daring base running against the strong arm of Fernando Tatis Jr. He would then proceed to do the exact same thing on a fly ball from Max Muncy, again challenging the Platinum Glover successfully when he made an off-target throw up the third baseline. I think it was during the next at-bat the spiciness started a little bit, when Andy Pages, obviously the guy who'd gotten hit the night before, crushed a line drive home run over the left center field fence. If the fuse was lit before, the rope that was housing it was running awful low. Things would reach a fever pitch in the next frame when Lou Trevino plunked the current face of the Padres franchise, Tatis Jr., with a 95-mile-per-hour sinker near the letters. Now, based on the context of the game, I don't think this was intentional, because I'm not sure why Trevino would want to put another guy on with the top of the Padres order coming up. And to San Diego's credit, they would capitalize a bit, getting a couple runs on a single and deep sac fly before seeing their rally thwarted by an inning-ending double play from Xander Bogaerts, a guy who's become somewhat of a villain in San Diego in his own right. The true explosion would come in the bottom of the third, when Randy Vasquez hit Shohei in the thigh with a 94-mile-per-hour fastball. With the bases empty and 1 out, it was the perfect time, if you were going to do such a thing, to hit a guy, and it was no coincidence that it was the face of the Dodgers franchise who got plunked. This stirred up some real tension around the ballpark, resulting in both benches getting warned, which downright infuriated LA's manager Dave Roberts, who kept repeating, "It's just baseball, after getting run from the game. It seems like he was mad because now if a guy from the Dodgers staff hit a batter intentionally or otherwise, he would automatically get ejected, which is certainly not something you'd like to see when your pitching core is as thin as LA's is right now. I will say one of the things that was funny about this whole situation was Ohtani's reaction at first base. Dude was straight up laughing the whole thing off. The game would proceed on for a few innings without any additional controversy. In the meantime, seeing Pages crush his second home run of the game just over the center fielder's leaping mitt, a shot that knotted the score at 3-3, with Will Smith then giving the Dodgers the lead in the bottom of the 6th with a go-ahead home run. They would go on to tack 5 more runs on before the inning was over, a true nightmare scenario for San Diego. Things would again get testy leading off the 7th, as long man Matt Sauer ran a sinker inside and hit Jose Iglesias on the wrist. A pitch I don't think was intentional, but certainly dangerous nonetheless. After Sauer wasn't ejected immediately, Manny Machado emphatically stated, "Why'd you warn us then?" But Sauer was allowed to stay in the contest and immediately gave up the first career home run to Trenton Brooks, bringing the score back within a reasonable margin of 3 runs. And San Diego wasn't done yet, loading the bases with 2 outs for who else but Xander Bogaerts. And they would indeed get another run, but it wasn't the veteran who would drive it in, as instead Michael Kopech fell awkwardly off the mound while delivering a pitch, balking the guy from third in before giving an emotional reaction. Bogaerts would then continue to irk the Friar faithful by not being able to come through yet again, sending a routine ground ball to Mookie Betts for the final out of the frame. The Padres would have one final opportunity in this game in the top of the 8th, with the bases loaded, but on a 2-0 count, Luis Ariz would fly a ball to left, where Kike Hernandez made a nice running catch into foul territory. Tanner Scott would then come in to retire the side 1-2-3 in the 9th, securing a second straight victory over their division rivals, and what might end up being a pretty consequential series in terms of playoff seeding by the end of the season. Earlier this season, the Diamondbacks somehow managed to rally against the Braves to win a game that they had a 99% chance of losing, scoring what felt like 20 runs in the 9th of a contest that seemed over for multiple innings. This was, however, not the first time we've seen a win probability this high get blown, and it certainly wouldn't be the last, with one we actually just saw yesterday in a Mariners-Yankees game being arguably even more surprising, given the fact that we haven't seen anything like it since 1977. We'll talk more about that later, but first, let's go over the contest, with New York going for a sweep following what had been a really rough stretch of play. Unfortunately for them, they would get off to a really slow start in this game with their bats, as following back-to-back walks in the first off M starter Brian Wu, they would see Aaron Judge strike out and then Cody Bellinger hit into a double play. Little did they know that this would be their best opportunity to score in this game for a very long time, with Wu settling in to slice and dice his way through the lineup, pinpointing pitch after pitch to get through 7 innings while allowing 0 hits. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of things, Marcus Stroman would give up a couple runs, one in the second and then one in the fourth. Certainly not a bad appearance, but a small lead would become a much larger one when Clayton Beeter gave up a 2-out, 3-run homer to Jorge Polanco. That meant that when Cody Bellinger lined out to Julio Rodriguez to end the 7th, New York's win probability had dropped all the way to 1%, making a Seattle victory seem all but inevitable. However, the contest wasn't over yet. After Jazz Chisholm managed to notch the first hit of the game leading off the 8th inning, Ben Rice would follow with his own single up the middle, putting runners on first and third with nobody out. After Bryan managed to induce a sac fly off the bat of Austin Wells, his day was over, giving way to the spin master Matt Brash, who would then proceed to fire a 98-mile-per-hour sinker right down the middle of the plate, seeing it driven out to right center field by pinch hitter Giancarlo Stanton, bringing the game back within 2. Still, Seattle had one more card to play, and it was a tough one, being Andres Munoz, who came into the appearance with an ERA under 150 and nearly 12 strikeouts per 9. But Grisham was unfazed, lining a 3-2 fastball to right to lead off the frame. After a judge flyout, Bellinger came up to the plate and once again hit a ground ball, this time with it getting through the infield, putting 2 guys on for Jazz, who would also fly out. This put the M's just 1 out away from an important victory in the wildcard race. But it was actually in that at-bat to Jazz that we saw this. Base runner Trent Grisham being pretty obvious about relaying signs to the hitters. It seems that Munoz was tipping, a fact that would later be confirmed after the game by Cal Raleigh himself. This almost certainly helped Ben Rice in his AB, which would eventually result in him working a 3-2 walk, putting the tying run on second base with 2 outs. Munoz took a deep breath, got back on the mound, and ended up delivering a 3-2 pitch center cut to Wells, seeing him line it into right field to tie the game. New York had officially come all the way back from being no hit through 7 innings to having a chance to walk it off. However, they wouldn't be able to do so in that frame, with Anthony Volpe flying out to deep left center field. After the Mariners wouldn't manage to get anything going in their top of the 10th, thanks largely to Devin Williams' ridiculously nasty airbender, it was their turn to hit once again. And after Grisham took a 3-2 pitch high to load the bases, Captain Aaron Judge was brought to the plate, with him flying a breaking ball to medium center field, allowing Gold Glover Julio Rodriguez ample time to get under it and throw, with the toss being just a hair to the right, allowing Anthony Volpe with an excellent athletic slide to get in past the tag of Cal, securing the walk-off for New York. According to Sarah Langs on Twitter, this was the first time a team had managed to win a game where they had no hits and trailed by 5+ runs through 7 innings since the Pirates in 1977, almost 50 years ago. Truly insane stuff from a team fighting hard to regain that momentum they had coming into June. I made a video a couple weeks ago talking about how Trevor Bauer has posted the worst season by any starter in the NPB this year, being the only guy with an ERA above 3.55, with his, at the time, coming in over 4, along with a litany of other poor metrics. And it seems like the bad times kept on rolling for Trevor, who, after getting called back up from Japan's minor leagues, apparently gave up the longest home run in recorded Japanese baseball history at 594 feet. Or did he? Now, there's a number of people on social media making this claim after his hanging slider was crushed by former Rocky Elihuris Montero, with other accounts then picking it up and amplifying it. However, upon seeing this, I immediately took issue with the 594-foot quote-unquote estimate that had been echoed in these posts, as it honestly didn't even look like a very notable homer in any real way. Keep in mind that while I'm talking about this, I only will be able to show that clip one time in that intro sequence because I'm trying to avoid pissing off the MPB's rigid, block-happy copyright system. Back to the dinger, it just didn't have the characteristics of what I associate with even a 500-foot shot. For some context, here's a 505-footer off the bat of Nomar Mazara, a majestic shot that looked every bit of its estimation. For a more exact comparison, check out this 473-foot moonscraper from Gary Sanchez that almost cleared the bleachers entirely at Yankee Stadium, yet apparently was 120 feet shorter than the one Bauer gave up. Just seems hard to believe, right? And it indeed wasn't true, as was detailed in an article from Andrew Joseph of For the Win, who, in my opinion, wrote a good article that you should check out if you want the complete details. But, as he cites in the article directly, the Carp themselves measured the blast at a fairly routine 393 feet, not even within shouting distance of what went viral on social media. This seems to be another classic example of a narrative becoming popular and just being assumed to be true, even if it's, on its face, borderline nonsensical. Over the last couple weeks, there's actually been a couple small changes in StatCast's formula for how they calculate certain plays, including, most notably, their outfield catch probability, whose changes have had my eyes pointed towards one leaderboard since: the single-season 5-star catch record, which was updated to 12 after the changes owned by both Billy Hamilton in 2016 and Byron Buxton in 2017. But It stands no longer, broken by the glove of arguably MLB's current top defender, Pete "Crow" Armstrong, who managed to do so in just 100 games played. That's right, with this catch versus the Royals the other night, which saw him get an exceptional jump to cut it off in the gap, he registered his 13th five-star catch. There's been all kinds of plays along the way as well, including this one the other week, which had, per certain evaluators, a 0% catch probability because no one had ever been able to track down a ball with its specific characteristics, as well as more than a few 5 and 10 percenters as well, balls that he would get incredible reads on, then use his 97th percentile wheels to track down. He's also been very good at timing his leaps at the wall, helping him to rob multiple homers and extra base hits. And, like I alluded to in the intro, he's done all of this while playing about 20 games less than Hamilton did in 2016 and 40 less than Buxton. Mind-blowing stuff. I did also want to give an update on the 5-star all-time leaderboard as well, as it is slightly different now than it was a couple weeks ago when I last discussed it. Based on their current calculations, PCA is 9th all-time at 20, with a couple notable active outfielders in front of him, being Trent Grisham, Harrison Bader, Byron Buxton, Manuel Margot, Michael Taylor, and, quite surprisingly to me, Max Kepler. Kevin Kiermaier is still the all-time leader at 33, meaning that if Pete continues at the current pace he's on, he should be able to overtake Kevin sometime next season. That, to me, is still utterly insane, as at that point, he'd be either 24 or 25 years old, with only 3 full seasons under his belt, in comparison to Kiermaier's 11 years in the bigs. There was a lot of controversy surrounding Rafael Devers playing first base this season for the Red Sox, as even though they ended up having who was set to be their everyday player there, Tristan Casas, go down due to injury, Devers held firm that because this expectation hadn't been communicated to him properly, that he wouldn't be able to just slide in there immediately. Then, after being traded to the Giants in one of the biggest, most surprising moves in the last 5 years, he made it known nearly immediately that he would be prepared to do so for his new squad. And as of recently, he's been playing some games at that very spot, including one versus the Mets that was interesting to say the least. Things got started in the first inning when Juan Soto sent a ground ball to the right side, being fielded nicely by Rafael before making an on-target throw to second base, looking pretty smooth in the process. On the next play, Pete Alonso would ground a ball to third baseman Matt Chapman, who would load up and nearly fire one away that Rafael had to make an athletic play to even keep close. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to make the tag on a diving Alonso, but it was still 2 pretty impressive plays early on. His next run would not look nearly so good, however, when Robbie Ray induced a weak ground ball to the right side that Devers overcommitted on, having to try to get back to the bag late, resulting in him not only missing the tag on the base runner coming down the line, but not even being able to catch the ball at all. But just when you thought this mistake could end up costing his team, he would actually end up potentially saving a couple runs when Matt Chapman fielded this ground ball at third base, stepped on the bag, and then bounced a pretty difficult one-hopper to first, which was picked out of the dirt perfectly. That very eventful frame was followed by a play in the 5th where he did a nice job to spear this hard one-hopper to first, only to see it go off his mid, get bobbled around, but still end up taking him to the bag for the out. Yeah, it wasn't pretty, but at least it got the job done, right? Unfortunately, his next opportunity would end up being far more consequential for his team, when in the 6th he fielded this ball, angled to throw to second, and then dropped it, resulting in him only being able to get the hitter coming down the line. That meant that when Mark Vientos crushed a go-ahead 2-run double down the left field line, it was directly as a result of that DP not being able to be turned. He would have one final play in this one, when he made an error on a Juan Soto missile to his left, his 3rd fumbling play of the afternoon, with this being the only one to officially count as an error. That's why I personally would consider this a very messy game for the now face of the franchise for the Giants, because while there were ups and downs, nearly every play, save for a couple early ones, were extremely chaotic, in a way we're just not used to seeing from major league caliber infielders. As for the game, unfortunately, the damage already done by his miscue in the 6th would not be able to be redeemed by San Francisco, despite the efforts of Jung-Hoo Lee, who missed a game-tying home run in the 9th by approximately 5 feet, a shot that would have been a home run in every other major league ballpark besides Oracle. A strikeout and a leaping catch from Pete Alonso later, and the Mets were celebrating their 6th victory in a row, while the Giants continued a rough month of July that seen them post their worst winning percentage of any month this season at just .429. Also, one little note before we go here, I wanted to consider starting to do something at the ends of some of these videos where I'll do a little mini breakdown of a separate play that maybe doesn't deserve a full video, but I wanted to mention briefly regardless. With today's example going to the Athletics announcer the other day who had this to say about a no-doubt home run.
1-2 pitch. High in the air, deep to right. That ball is foul. Or gone.
The announcer himself, Chris Carey, would later take to Twitter to say that he had no excuses to make and that he simply lost track of the ball mid-call, apologizing for doing so. Personally, I don't think it was that big a deal, more so serving as a funny little clip that I wanted to share here in some capacity because of its bizarre nature. Now, be sure to let me know if you like the idea of me including other mini moments and breakdowns like this, or if you'd prefer me to keep it more strictly on topic with the narrative outline in the title. The Dodgers are on a 6-game skid right now, the first time they've lost that many games in a row since 2017. And in those contests, they've been outscored 45-10, including their biggest loss ever in their home stadium to the hated Astros, 18-1. And things arguably just came to a head the other day during future Hall of Famer Clayton Kershaw's start. When we saw him get so heated, he literally started gesturing towards his own player before screaming a pretty obvious obscenity. The lefty was set to face off against one of the most electric young players in the game, Jacob Misiorowski, and things would begin well on the day for LA, as Shohei Ohtani welcomed the lanky righty by crushing a leadoff home run to dead center field. But this soon would become seen as more of an anomaly than a trend after Misiorowski proceeded to dominate over the next 4 innings, striking out 10 batters over that time with no real major threats. Kershaw, to his credit, matched him early on, allowing just 1 base runner through 3. But it would be in the 4th that the Brewers would manage to get a little something going, notching back-to-back singles to lead off the frame. After a lineout, it was Andrew Vaughn's turn to hit, bringing us to our highlighted moment when the righty would take a perfectly placed slider low and away and knock it into the left center field gap, with James Outman coming over to cut the ball off and get it in. This is where we saw that reaction from Kershaw, with him saying something along the lines of, "What the? Throw the ball, Outie." Then, pretty obvious bad word. Now, at first this might seem like an overreaction on his part. After all, it wasn't Outman who gave up the single, right? But when you take a look at the replay from this angle, which is closer to Kershaw's perspective, you can see what he was frustrated about, as Outman gets to the ball and then doesn't even attempt to make a play on the runner going to third, who wasn't even around second when he gloved the one-hopper. And these kind of defensive lapses have been an issue throughout this mini slump for the Juggernaut, with the most obvious example being Mookie Betts the other day costing his team a run after he booted this routine ground ball to shortstop, helping Milwaukee to get out to a 4-0 lead, which would grow to 5 before the inning was over, chasing their ace Yamamoto in the first inning. As for the rest of the start, it would go pretty decently, with him only giving up 2 runs through 6. The only issue was that his own lineup wasn't able to do anything against a set of pitchers who managed to register the fastest average fastball velocity in the history of the game for a single contest. Shout out to Kurt Hogg on Twitter for that fact, notching only 3 hits after that Ohtani leadoff blast. They would go on to lose the final game of the series the following day, 3-2, getting swept for their 2nd straight series. Now, is this going to end up making a huge difference in their season overall? Honestly, probably not. Every team goes through slumps, even great ones. But it is still, in my opinion, worth exploring, especially when you have team legends out there getting that frustrated with their fellow players. Usually when players are on track to set what we would call negative all-time records, like the most strikeouts in a season for a hitter, or the lowest batting average, worst ERA for a pitcher, etc., there's an amount of negative publicity surrounding their performance. And it makes sense. Baseball is every bit as much about condemning poor play as it is celebrating good. Yet, we are currently on track to see one of these very negative records get broken in 2025, but nobody's talking about it, because the player who's trending in this direction is actually putting up a very good overall performance. I'm talking about Junior Caminero, and his current mark of 25 double plays grounded into. That number has him on track for a full season pace of 43, which would break the all-time mark held by Jim Rice by a full 7. This means that even if he slows down a bit in this regard, he still will have some ample leeway to surpass Rice. To give you an idea of how ludicrous his performance has actually been so far in 2025, consider that that total of 25 would have actually led Major League Baseball last year in a tie with Manny Machado, with only 6 guys getting above 20. But it's actually made even nuttier when you realize that his overall ground ball rate of 46.6% is actually almost 2% lower than the MLB average of 48.2. It's not like he's consistently pounding the ball into the dirt. In fact, he actually has 23 home runs as of today as well, putting him on track for nearly 40 dingers, courtesy in large part to an elite pulled fly ball percentage of 21.4%. In case it wasn't obvious, you can't pull a fly ball into a grounded into double play. That home run total was actually accompanied by some pretty impressive overall numbers as well, including an 800 OPS, 120 OPS plus, and 19 doubles, with his only real other weakness being his avoidance to walking, with just a 294 OBP as a result. But you do have to keep in mind he's just 22 years old, which would actually also make him the only player younger than 23 in the top 45 of the all-time single-season grounded into double play leaderboard. That is, if he manages to hit into at least 3 more before the season's over. Just a truly bizarre, potentially record-setting negative performance that I thought was interesting enough to cover here, as it's somehow possible that a future single-season double play leader could also be a nearly 40 home run hitting franchise player who's barely old enough to legally drink. Ronald Acuna Jr.'s arm has become known as one of the best in all the sport, this year having a top 5 average in the game at 95.8 miles per hour, along with the second hardest throw at 104.9. which isn't even the first time he's hit 104 before. This kind of arm strength, of course, allows him to pull off plays that most players couldn't even dream of, which is exactly what he managed to do today versus the Yankees, when he threw out a base runner at third on the fly from basically the warning track. Acuna's day got off to a fast start when he hit an RBI double in the first inning, helping his Braves out to a 2-0 lead. By the time the third inning came around, they'd managed to push this lead to 3-0, but the Yankees were threatening, having the tying run at the plate in Cody Bellinger, and for a second it looked like it might be a brand new ball game when he laid into a slider to right field. It was there he made a basket catch while spinning around, allowing him to unleash a throw to third base with a lot behind it, somehow nabbing Jorbeat Vivas in the process. Now, the elephant in the room here is that he certainly wouldn't have gotten the New York base runner had he been hustling and made even a moderately decent slide, but in some ways, to me, this is evidence of how unlikely this play really felt. Vivas thought there was a 0% chance of there even being a close play on him. And just look at that toss. That's easily one of the best throws not only of this season, but of the decade so far. Now this would prove devastating to the Yankees, who would not only end up coming out of that inning without a run, but then would see them in the bottom of that frame give up a 3-run home run to Atlanta, breaking the game open. The Braves would add on in the fourth to make it 7-0, which is where things currently stand as of this recording. But yeah, anyway, what a ridiculously good throw from Ronald, which will go down as one of the top overall plays of the year when we're looking back at 2025 as a whole. Ceddanne Rafaela hit a walk-off home run earlier this season that was notable, in that it was probably the cheapest walk-off home run we've ever seen, traveling just 306 feet to right field, making it the shortest ever game-ending dinger by almost 25 feet. And just here recently, he did it again, hitting another notable walk-off dinger, this time sending the Rays home unhappy. But beyond just the implications in the division, why was it notable? Well, as soon as he hit his moonscraper to left, it prompted perhaps the most depressed reaction I've ever heard from a major league announcer. Bar none. Before we get to their call, let's first listen to the one from Boston's side of things.
Swinging a drive! Oh! He killed it! And it's out of here! It's gone! St. God does it! The Sox win it!
Truly electric, right? And it makes sense. Not only was that a big moment in this contest, but for Boston overall, with that shot making it 8 straight victories for a Red Sox squad that had seemed to be on life support just a couple weeks before. At the opposite end of things, you had the Rays, coming off of losing 4 straight series after taking a turn as the hottest team in the major leagues. So, with this rough stretch already in mind, this is how their broadcast booth responded to Rafaela's shot.
Wow. Red Sox win 5-4.
I counted. That was a 6-word response, with one of them literally being, wow. It doesn't get much more depressed sounding than that. For a little reference, here's how the Red Sox radio team responded when Javier Baez walked off their team earlier in 2025.
Scary, scary hitter right here. 9-7 Red Sox the pitch. Baez drives one high and deep. You got to be kidding. It's deep to left field, and it is out of here. Another 3-run homer for Javi Baez.
Still frustrated, certainly depressed, but with notably more energy. And to make matters worse, Tampa would go on to lose 1-0 the very next day, guaranteeing yet another series loss while simultaneously handing their division opponent their 9th straight victory. The Yankees have not been a good team defensively in 2025. This much seems pretty obvious, as so far they're 20th in the major leagues in outs above average at -6. But still, that's a far cry from some of the teams below them, including the Angels, who are the worst by far at -29. But arguably even Anaheim can't approach the single-game buffoonery that took place yesterday between New York and the Blue Jays, when the guys in gray put up what was probably the sloppiest single-game performance by any team so far this season in this regard, and one of the sloppiest you'll ever see on an MLB field. Now, I could go through a full game breakdown, but honestly, there's so many defensive missteps in this game, it would probably take 15 minutes to do so. So, instead, let's just hop into the first miscue, which we actually wouldn't even see until the 5th inning, when, with 1 out and 2 guys on, Max Fried induced a ground ball to the left of the mound, where the pitcher cut over before fielding it and firing a one-hopper to the catcher, who would see it go off his mitt as he attempted to tag Davis Schneider, allowing George Springer to come around and score. At least it was a tough play though, and I'm sure in Fried's mind, a necessary one. You couldn't say the same about the next play, however, which actually came against the very next batter, when Jazz Chisholm made a nice leaping catch on a line drive from Bo Bichette, then, for some reason, threw off balance to first base, even though Guerrero wasn't even very far off the bag, seeing the dying duck take first baseman Ben Rice into the path of the base runner, allowing the less than fleet-footed Blue Jay to get to second. At this point, you could already see the tension building in Aaron Boone's demeanor, but we were far from done. In the next frame, with the score now tied at 4-4, Fried would deliver a fastball to Ernie Clement with 1 out, seeing it fly to shallow right field, a truly routine play. But unfortunately for New York, Cody Bellinger would seem to lose it in the roof somewhere, allowing it to drop and Clement to get all the way to third base. Toronto would get him across, and then, with 2 outs and Miles Straw now on third, Will Wagner grounded a one-hopper to Rice, who saw it deflect off his mitt, another routine play that couldn't be made, bringing in yet another run. For those keeping track, that was 4 missed plays in the span of just 2 innings, and the next wouldn't be any better, with Jason Dominguez allowing this line drive single to bounce right past him, allowing Guerrero Jr. to again get an unnecessary extra base, putting a runner in scoring position. After a 2-run home run from Bichette, Dominguez would see another line drive get past him, this time on a high 1-hop over his head. Certainly a tougher play than the previous one, but still inarguably another misstep, as if he cuts over, knowing how the ball bounces in Rogers Center, he more than likely keeps the hitter Alejandro Kirk at a single, as the Toronto backstop is one of the slowest runners in all of baseball. Back-to-back-to-back frames with multiple sloppy defensive efforts. Truly insane. The cherry on top of this crap Sunday would come in the 8th, when, with 2 outs, Jorbeat Vivas couldn't field his one-hopper off his glove. A play that might look really tough at first glance, but when you consider that the exit velocity was just 78 miles an hour afterwards, it becomes a bit less so in retrospect. And that was it. New York would lose this one by a final of 8-4, going down 1-2-3 in the 9th to seal yet another series loss to a division opponent, with this one featuring a gargantuan 7 separate misplays. And to make matters worse, they all came in the final 4 innings of the game. Yesterday's home run derby featured some really interesting moments, including O'Neal Cruz hitting a 513-foot, 118-mile-per-hour moonshot, the farthest non-course homer since Aaron Judge in 2017. Cal Raleigh advancing to the next round of the derby by literal inches over Brent Rooker, and Jazz Chisholm having one of the worst home run derby performances of all time, which I'm actually going to make a video about a little bit later as well in depth. But for now, I want to talk about perhaps the most unique moment in recent home run derby history, when somebody actually robbed a home run from one of the contestants, in the finals no less. Junior Caminero was at the plate, having hit 4 home runs to that point when he crushed a line drive to straightaway left. One of the kids out there ranged back before leaping at the last second, robbing Caminero of what would have been a sure home run. It was funny to see the players' reactions immediately after as well, gesturing out to the outfield to make sure that it actually counted. But the umpires agreed that it did, putting this kid in some hot water, which you could definitely tell he understood based on the expression on his face. Fellow finals member Raleigh was at least appreciative. That was the fulfillment of a question that had been debated between me and my brother personally for a long time. Do they count the homer if somebody takes it away? And I guess the obvious answer to that is yes, they did here. And for a second it looked like it might be consequential, as Caminero got on a bit of a hot streak towards the end of the competition, entering the bonus round with 14 home runs, having a real chance to knock Cal out if he could manage to crush just 5 more. But unfortunately for him and Rays fans everywhere, there would be only a single additional dinger he would hit, though it certainly was a prodigious one at 463 feet. After the final line drive settled into the outfield, it was official. Cal Raleigh was the 2025 Home Run Derby champ, marking the first time that either a catcher or switch hitter has ever won the competition. A truly impressive accomplishment in a season that has been full of them for big dumpers so far. The year is 2023, Justin Verlander's 18th in the major leagues, and he's off to an impressive, if not somewhat diminished start relative to his Cy Young winning campaign the previous season. As with the Mets, in 16 starts, JV has posted a 3.15 ERA with an impressive 1.33 ERA+. Then, after getting moved back to the Astros, he proceeds to post pretty much identical numbers, ending the year with an impressive 3.22 ERA and 144 strikeouts in 162 1/3 innings. He seems well on his way to achieving one of his long-held career goals, getting to 300 career wins. Sure, it wasn't going to be easy, but if this guy can manage to post numbers like that in his age 40 season, who's going to tell him he couldn't? Flash forward to just after the All-Star break in 2025, and Verlander is in a completely different place, with it, unfortunately, not being a positive one. Since the start of 2024, he's managed to only make 33 starts due to a litany of injuries, and in that roughly a season's worth of performance, he has been, quite simply, one of the worst starters in the game. Among guys in that time frame who threw at least 160 innings, he's tied for the worst ERA plus at 75, as well as being the second worst in both ERA at 5.25 and hits per 9 allowed at 10.1. Add in a career low strikeout rate of 7.5 and one of his worst walk rates ever at 2.9, and you get essentially abysmal numbers across the board. So, what's changed for Verlander since 2023? First of all, one thing we absolutely have to get out of the way now is the idea that his raw velocity is worse. It's really not, with only a marginal decline across the board in his pitch mix. I'm talking about not even half a mile an hour. What's more, his whiff percentages on all of his pitches are actually up marginally relative to that season. And it's not like he's really getting hit all that much harder either. His average exit velocity allowed is actually down, and his barrels per plate appearance aren't up by a crazy margin. So if none of that is causing this decline, what is? I believe it's predominantly these two numbers, being launch angle sweet spot percentage and strikeout percent. JV has always been a power pitcher, and in that mold, if these numbers aren't elite, you're going to get hit really hard. But that doesn't answer the question, what's affecting them? I believe they're both being largely hurt by the same thing, his overall movement profile on his pitches, which just isn't as sharp as it used to be. Look at this chart. See how in 2023 the vertical drop on all of his pitches are significantly better than in both 2024 and the absolute bottoming out we see in 2025? His horizontal, meanwhile, remains largely unaffected. Now, this is a very important development for him because he's always been a guy who relied very much on getting enough vertical drop on his breaking pitches to keep them off the barrel. His curveball was well above average in this regard, and his slider was always slightly below, but both had impressive horizontal breaks, so it didn't matter as much. Both elicited swing and misses with their shape. Now, with a diminished vertical drop, they're getting crushed, and at an optimal angle, as represented by the launch angle sweet spot percent, in a way they hadn't ever been before. Guys are just more easily able to read their movement. The same is also true of his fastball, which has gotten absolutely pummeled this year to the tune of a 301 average against and 566 slug. And as you can see here, it too has lost a decent amount of its vertical action, which he had always been among the league leaders in years past, but is now half of what it was in 2023 at this point. I think this vertical affectation is also the culprit for his higher walk rate and lower strikeout. Guys just aren't being fooled like they once were in strikeout counts because the pitches aren't as sharp. Now, is there anything he can do to change this and get back on track? Well, first of all, the guy's a modern legend as it stands. It's totally possible after this season he's just going to choose to hang them up and celebrate one of the best careers of our modern era, and not really worry about tinkering anymore. And I think that'd totally be fine, obviously. But if he did want to attempt another career renaissance, I think the thing he would have to do now, more than anything, would be to either try to do something to get back this vertical drop on his pitches, or stop pitching like a power guy. By going after hitters in the way he always has, he's getting hit like he never has, because before, the pure stuff would overwhelm them, whereas now they're actually getting to it. As such, I think a transition into more of a finesse guy, with possibly a higher percent of his overall pitch mix being comprised of a fastball changeup profile, could be helpful in this regard. But regardless, none of this will change how dominant he's been over the course of his 20-year career, one that will easily end in a first ballot Hall of Fame induction, even if the final chapter ends up being one of the sadder ones you'll see from a performance perspective. I made a video a little while ago where I discussed this at-bat during a Giants-Phillies game, when an umpire missed 3 separate strike 3 calls that would have ended a key moment. But, at least you could put part of the blame on JT Realmuto's receiving, or the fact that they were at the edges of the zone. But you could not make the same claim about a plate appearance we just saw yesterday, as a batter got called out on strikes in a key moment in the game, despite seeing 6 balls. The Angels' second baseman, Luis Rengifo, was facing off against Mets closer Edwin Diaz in the top of the 8th inning, with 2 guys on. A base hit here could have changed the entire nature of this game with the score at 6-3. But that goal for Luis was immediately impeded when this pitch was called a strike to start his at-bat, despite it not even being close to the outer edge. The next one missed just a little more outside for a ball, followed by a fastball that sailed high and another uncompetitive slider. This brought the count to 3-1, and the bases should have been loaded on the next pitch when Diaz again missed with the breaking ball. But somehow, someway, this, much like the first offering, got called a strike, despite the fact it wasn't even framed well. Keep in mind, Luis has only been walked 19 times all year. He's a free swinger, so the fact that he wasn't hacking at any of these should go to show how outside they were. At that point, there was nothing he could do besides dig back in and get ready for a 3-2, which Diaz delivered, being another slider, again well outside the strike zone, and again somehow resulting in a called strike, this one ending the at-bat entirely. Immediately, manager Ray Montgomery stormed out of the dugout, getting, in my opinion, rightfully furious at how bad that at-bat went from a game-calling perspective, as home plate ump Eric Backus had managed to, in what almost felt like a cruel joke, turn a 6-ball at-bat into a backwards K, again, with none of them even being close to the corners. And this frustrated not only the Angels themselves, but their broadcasting crew, who had this reaction upon seeing that final call.
3-2, now the runners will go, and it's ball by Cardinal strike. That's ridiculous.
It's very rare to hear somebody in the booth get that animated, but honestly, I'm not surprised given what had just transpired. The Angels would somewhat predictably go on to lose this ball game, cementing a sweep at the hands of the Mets, dropping them to 4 games under 500 as they desperately seek to cling to the edge of the wildcard picture. There's a certain code for when major league managers get ejected. Everyone on the field knows they're going to huff and puff and shout, eventually making their way off the field after they got their money's worth. But they also have to keep it reined in to some degree, not going far enough to actually indicate genuine disrespect. But Once in a while, we'll see a skipper get so frustrated that they buck these unstated parameters, which is exactly what we saw yesterday when John Schneider of the Blue Jays got tossed after a home run got taken away from his team, then proceeded to put on a display on a level that we haven't seen this year. His squad was down 4-0 in the top of the 5th after a couple home runs off the bat of Austin Wynns and Tyler Soderstrom for the A's. As such, Toronto definitely wanted to get on the board before things got too out of hand, and it looked like they did exactly that when David Schneider came up with 2 outs in the top of the 5th and sent a first pitch changeup high and deep down the left field line. But unfortunately for the Jays, it apparently went just foul. Schneider didn't think so and asked for a review from the umpiring crew. After convening, they decided that it was indeed a foul ball as called. Let's just say John wasn't too happy with that. He came out of the dugout and stormed past the home plate umpire Tripp Gibson, yelling at him the entire way as he approached third, where the real target of his frustration was stationed, Brian Walsh. Gibson then attempted to hold back the big boy as he continually shouted in multiple umpires' faces, again with Walsh being the real target. Look at that frustration. There seemed to be genuine hatred, and to make matters worse, because of how the A's home stadium, Sutter Health Park, is constructed, he actually had to walk off the field towards left center, giving him one last opportunity to gesture and say something as he departed. Schneider, who had to watch all this as his at-bat was delayed, would then get back to his at-bat and, in a move of ultimate revenge, crushed the very next pitch to exactly where his manager had just left. A moonshot that left zero question of whether or not it was fair or foul. This brought Toronto back within 3, but this wouldn't last long, with Nick Kurtz crushing a 2-run home run in the bottom of the frame. And while the Blue Jays would manage to claw back to get within 3, it would never really feel all that close again, with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. ending the contest on a double play, handing Toronto a loss and securing the A's a win, entering the All-Star break. The White Sox may not be the worst team in MLB this season like they were last year, but honestly, that has more to do with the fact that the Colorado Rockies are playing like a Double-A team most nights than them doing anything impressive, as they currently are 30 games under 500 as of recording. And yesterday served as a prime example of one of the major reasons they've struggled so badly. Some truly horrible fundamentals at times, which their opponent, the Cubs, took advantage of with their own advanced baseball IQs. There were 2 major examples of this I'm going to look at, with the first one coming in the 3rd inning with 1 out and 2 guys on, when Chase Mydroth popped a ball in the infield, an easy play for Nico Horner, but the second baseman decided to try his luck at allowing the ball to drop, being as how the infield fly rule was in effect, and see if anybody would take the bait. And it worked to perfection, with Lennon Sosa racing to third with what I'm assuming was a misunderstanding of how this play is supposed to work. Obviously, as soon as the fly rule is called, the batter's out anyway, so there was no pressure for Sosa to go, and with their 3-hitter now coming up with 2 outs, it made 0 sense otherwise to try to advance. We flash forward now to the 8th inning, when the Cubs were hitting with 2 guys on, and now a 4-1 lead. Matt Shaw took a fastball outside, with catcher Edgar Caro picking it first. After a bit of back and forth, lead runner Ian Happ attempted to score around third, with the White Sox noticing and chasing him back towards the bag. But as Caro flipped to third baseman Colson Montgomery, the rookie got in the way of Ian, who did what any good base runner should do in that circumstance: steamroll him, not only causing the ball to go off his mitt, but drawing an interference call in the process. You see, obviously, you can't block the baseline when you don't have the ball, as Colson did here. Again, sloppy, fundamentally unsound baseball, as well as some decently savvy actions from Happ to draw the call. The score, as such, was pushed to 5-1, which would end up being highly consequential when Andrew Benintendi crushed his second home run of the game soon after, closing the lead to 5-4. If either of the plays I detailed hadn't happened, this could have turned the entire game on its head, but instead, the White Sox would indeed go on to lose after Lennon Sosa grounded out to shortstop to end it. Now, our mini highlighted play we're going to look at before we go was this one from Kyle Schwarber, who pulled off one of the most unathletic successful catches I've ever seen, tumbling to the ground in a moment practically made for social media. It really is a good thing he's an everyday DH now, as even though he hasn't played the field consistently in a couple seasons, he's still 4th worst all-time in outs above average at -68. Funny enough, trailing his teammate Nick Castellanos by a margin of 20 in this regard. There's very few things in baseball history that have only happened one time, as there's literally hundreds of thousands of pitches thrown each year, giving us countless opportunities for crazy things to happen. And yet, we just saw something that indeed has only ever happened once before: a walk-off on a catcher's interference. But first, let me take you through this game a bit. The Phillies had their ace on the mound, Zach Wheeler, set to face the Red Sox and their struggling starter Walker Buehler, seemingly posturing Philadelphia for a rout. But, as is typical in baseball, that's not how it would go, with Jarren Duran actually leading off the contest by crushing a home run in left field on a fastball right down the middle, getting Boston off to a strong start. From here, both starters would proceed to clamp down on run production for the next 3 innings, with no one being able to push across another run until the 4th, when Nick Castellanos drove in Bryce Harper on a 1-out double, knotting us up at 1. After Nick managed to advance to second on a wild pitch, JT Realmuto would give his team the lead with an RBI single up the middle. Wheeler would continue to dominate until the 6th, when Alex Bregman reached base after this line drive to Otto Kemp couldn't be corralled. Rookie sensation Roman Anthony would follow this immediately with a double down the right field line, pushing the veteran to third, with Trevor Story immediately following with an RBI single, again knotting up the score, this time at 2. This was when the Wheeler we've gotten more used to seeing over the last 5 or so years locked back in, striking out Wilyer Abreu on a high fastball, then sitting down Ceddanne Rafaela on a sweeper away. Buehler would continue to pitch well through the 7th inning, ending his night with only those 2 runs allowed, getting hype as he came off the field in the process. From here, nothing much would happen until the 10th inning, when the Red Sox stranded the ghost runner on second, courtesy of 2 big strikeouts. Rafael Devers' acquisition Jordan Hicks was then brought on, with him then walking the first batter he'd face on 4 pitches. After a wild pitch to Max Kepler, the Red Sox would choose to put the lefty on, setting up a force at any base with nobody out. This brought Edmundo Sosa to the plate, who would get down in the count 1-2 before checking the swing on a slider away, a fairly innocuous-looking play that was a simple ball in the moment. It wasn't until Sosa attempted to get the attention of the home plate umpire, pleading his case that he'd made contact with the catcher's glove, that we actually noticed anything out of the ordinary. And after the ensuing replay review, we would indeed see he had made contact, overturning the no call and ending the game on the spot. Now, not only was this the first walk-off of this kind we've seen since 1971, but it was also only the second one ever. Truly crazy. When position players pitch, things can get strange, whether it's seeing superstars get punched out with pitches ranging from the 60s to the near 90s, guys using batting helmets out there, or even players managing to tie all-time records versus basically nothing balls. But we just saw something that, in my opinion, surpasses all of that in terms of pure weirdness. A player taking a legitimate Happy Gilmore-style swing to add power versus a pitch coming in at under 50 miles an hour. The Orioles were facing the Rockies yesterday, and absolutely crushing them leading up to our highlighted at-bat, scoring 17 runs by the bottom of the 8th on 15 hits and 6 extra base hits. Colorado, in response, sent position player Kyle Farmer out there to try to save some of their arms in the pen. It would be on his first pitch to catcher Alex Jackson that he would see the veteran backstop take a step towards him on the mound before unleashing this swing, crushing a 107-mile-per-hour fly ball to deep right center that ended up traveling over 400 feet. Just look at the slow-mo of that hack. The amount of coordination, even versus a 47-mile-per-hour bowling ball, is impressive to me, and has to be one of the few times I've ever seen somebody actually attempt to swing this ambitious and have it work out for them. To Farmer's credit, he would manage to end the entire inning after just 7 total pitches, despite giving up a couple more hits, inducing a double play for 2 and then a fly ball to end it. If it wasn't exceptionally obvious, the Rockies would go on to lose by that final score of 18-0, with, ironically, probably the most notable play from the game overall coming during one of the most extreme levels of garbage time you will ever see in a Major League contest. Little side note here before we go, but since there are going to be a number of Baltimore fans I'm sure watching this video, I also wanted to point out a little fact I learned in retrospect, which was this was the largest shutout in the history of the Baltimore Orioles franchise, which is a pretty impressive accomplishment when you consider the fact that they've been around at this point for more than 70 years as a member of Major League Baseball. I made a video a little while back discussing this play from Oneil Cruz, when he let a ground ball get past him in the outfield, and then just stood there, unmoving. This is maybe the most egregious example of a lazy play I've seen in recent history, but at least it wasn't at an extremely consequential point in the game, right? It was the first inning after all. And as I'm sure most people watching will agree, context matters when it comes to hustle. For example, if I was a fan of their respective teams, I would not be nearly as frustrated with this play from Ronald Acuna Jr. in a game his team was up handedly late, as this one from Jake Fraley with the bases loaded in the middle of a game. It's with this spectrum in mind that my attention was brought to a play in a game yesterday between the Dodgers and Brewers, when lazy, inattentive base running cost LA a chance to tie things up at the last possible moment in the middle of an extremely difficult stretch. There were 2 outs in the 9th inning when rookie Dalton Varsho sent a slider dribbling back towards the middle of the field, with shortstop Joey Ortiz making a nice play to even get to the ball before firing it to first. There, a good throw somehow went off the mid of Andrew Vaughn and trickled away. Now in this moment, you'd probably think the game was going to be tied, right? I mean, not only was the ball slowly hit, but it got pretty decently far away from the first baseman. But unfortunately for the Dodgers, base runner Andy Pages wasn't running hard around third, with this look here being pretty damning in this regard, just kind of pulling up and then thinking about it later. Now, obviously it doesn't look as aesthetically bad as what Cruz pulled, but in a way it's almost worse to me. With 2 outs in the 9th, you have to have your head up there to examine what's going on, especially in the middle of a non-traditional play. After all, an overthrow or off-target one-hopper is way more likely when the play is as hard as what Ortiz was trying to make, and not anticipating a bad throw enough to at least round the base is just inexcusable, and as it turns out, highly consequential, as Mookie Betts would then line out to end the contest. And the optics look even worse when you consider the Dodgers had already made 3 separate errors during starter Clayton Kershaw's appearance earlier in the same game, prompting him to give this reaction after he exited. This is the same sloppy brand of baseball they've been playing over the last 11, during which they've went just 2-9. Pathetic offensive performances are nothing rare. Even the best hitting teams will have the occasional night where they'll never really feel competitive out there, maybe registering a couple hits and getting their doors blown off consistently. But once in a while, a team will perform so badly in a single game that it almost defies belief. And this is exactly what we saw last night in a game between the Diamondbacks and Pirates. Ryan Nelson was on the mound for the D-backs against Mike Burrows, with Arizona immediately getting some decent defense when Lourdes Gurriel Jr. managed to run this ball down with a slide despite losing it in the sun momentarily. But Pittsburgh's offense wouldn't have to wait much longer on their first hit, with this 2-out triple coming off the bat of Tommy Pham, a ball that Corbin Carroll nearly got to with a leap. Little did they know that this would be essentially the sum of their offense for the rest of the contest. Ke'Bryan Hayes would make decent contact following this, but unfortunately it was hit right at Ketel Marte, ending the frame with 0 damage being done. Thankfully for the guys in the black and yellow, Mike Burrows was absolutely nails out there, blowing through an Arizona offense devoid of Josh Naylor after a trade to Seattle. There would be a small threat for the Pirates in the bottom of the third when Nelson walked a couple guys, but Andrew McCutchen would fly out before Brian Reynolds did the same, keeping things scoreless. After narrowly missing registering the first 2 runs of the game on a line shot from Geraldo Perdomo that went just a bit foul, nothing much would come from either offense over the next few innings, with the fine pitching from both starters lasting until the 7th, when Isaac Mattson took the mound for the Pirates. He would give up a couple base runners before making a nice play to knock this ball down on the mound, recovering in time to get speedy hitter Jake McCarthy at first. With 2 guys in scoring position now and 2 outs, Tristan English was brought to the plate, the guy who was brought up for Naylor, but he wouldn't be able to come through, striking out on a high fastball to end the frame. After Dennis Santana would pitch a scoreless 8th with the help of this running catch from Tommy Pham, we went to the 9th with still no score. After O'Neal Cruz walked in the bottom of the 9th with 2 outs and then managed to steal second, the D-backs would walk Tommy Pham intentionally, choosing instead to face Hayes, which would prove to be the right move after he sent a routine ground ball to first base, taking us into extras. This is where things would get truly ugly, and not just for the Pirates. Keep in mind at this point the Diamondbacks had just 5 hits themselves, and neither would even manage to score in the 10th after Arizona went down weakly, and then Isaiah Kiner-Falefa flew out to shallow right field with 1 out, with the fly ball not being quite deep enough for Hayes to try it, then Spencer Horwitz grounding out to shortstop. This meant that when Arizona managed to push across the first run of the game, mercifully in the top of the 10th on a sac fly off the bat of Eugenio Suarez, again without the benefit of a hit, the Diamondbacks were 3 outs away from shutting this one down. But the Pirates weren't done yet, with Andrew McCutchen managing to advance Liover Piguero to third base with 1 out, bringing Brian Reynolds to the plate. The veteran outfielder wouldn't manage to hit something hard, but he did flip a little line drive to left that required Gurriel Jr. to come in and make a dive. Now, this is normally a play that will score the runner from third because of the compromised position the fielder was put in, but for some reason, Piguero wasn't tagging up effectively, meaning he wouldn't even be able to attempt to score. So when Nick Gonzalez grounded out to third base, the contest was over, going into the books officially as an 11-inning 1-0 loss. Now, let's talk about some numbers. This was only the 5th time since the Ghost Runner rule got instituted back in 2020 that a team had managed to play at least 11 innings and not score a run, and the first time that a team had only managed a single hit while playing that many innings over that stretch. Pittsburgh has been one of the streakiest teams in baseball recently, with their highs being extremely high and their lows being, well, this. Some of the most pathetic offense you will ever see from an MLB team. I get a lot of comments from people who are frustrated with the fact that seemingly something new or rare happens every single day in baseball. And I get it. It does seem sensationalist. But the truth is, that's just kinda how the sport is. And we got further evidence of that a couple days back when we saw something of a statistical anomaly, as pointed out to me in an email from Evan Berger, a pitching line that has never occurred before because of its ridiculous symmetry. You'll see more of what I mean in a sec, but first, let's actually get to that appearance. The Orioles were facing off against the Guardians, with Baltimore getting out to a 1-0 lead when Gunnar Henderson dribbled a single into center field in the top of the first, with this cushion growing to 3-0 after Ramon Laureano would do the same. But it wouldn't hold for long, as Baltimore pitcher Tomoyuki Sugano promptly gave up a game-tying 3-run home run to the face of the Guardians franchise in the bottom of the first, crushed out to right field by Jose Ramirez. Things would remain at this score until the third, when Laureano struck again, this time with a no-doubt blast to left field. But again, Guardians fans wouldn't have to wait long for their team to respond, as just an inning later, Carlos Santana would line a 2-out single to bring their team within a run. This is where our titular character would enter the contest, Corbin Martin, who began his night by ending the 4th with a 92-mile-per-hour slider for a strikeout. things would remain pretty normal to begin the 5th as well, with him recording 2 grounders without issue. But it was then he would hang a curveball to Bo Naylor, seeing it crushed out to right field for a game-tying home run. But this was only the start of the weirdness in this appearance, as the next batter, Stephen Kwan, would work a walk on a 3-1 pitch before advancing to second, courtesy of a balk. Then, on a 1-1, Angel Martinez would get plunked, putting 2 guys on with still 2 outs. This would be the end of the day for Martin. Now, on the surface, this might not seem like anything special, right? But it was indeed record-setting, as pointed out here in an excellent article from Henry Palatella, because no one in MLB history before had ever managed to record a line of exactly 1 inning pitched with 1 hit, 1 run, 1 earned run, 1 walk, 1 home run given up, 1 hit by pitch, and 1 balk. This, to me, just reinforces the beauty and somewhat random nature of baseball. These little numerical quirks that can happen at any point, and somehow be unprecedented. As for the rest of the game, the Guardians would go on to take this one after Kyle Manzardo gave them the lead with a solo home run. Then they got some insurance with back-to-back bases-loaded walks and a 2-run single in the 7th. Hunter Gaddis would then close things out on a fly ball off the bat of Colton Cowser, seeing Jose Ramirez make a nice running catch into the outfield to officially seal it, bringing Cleveland to an 8-2 record over the last 10 games. Juan Soto has certainly had an up-and-down 2025 by his standards, going through stretches where he looked like a top 3 hitter in the game, and then others that had general baseball fans already labeling him a bust. But one thing that has stayed the same through it all is his exceptional eye, which has helped him post a walk rate right in line with his career average, around 18%. It's this context of how good his pitch recognition is that makes what happened to him yesterday especially insulting, when he saw a number of egregious misses on pitches outside the zone, and then had to witness as second-year umpire Emil Jimenez stared him down from behind the plate after the last one. The frustrating misses would actually begin on his very first pitch saw of the night, with this 99-mile-per-hour fastball well high being called a strike. See that small amount of exasperation in his body language? A couple pitches later, he would strike out on a well-located slider, but this was only the start of his feud with Jimenez. Because, you see, in his second at-bat, he would see this pitch be called a strike well away, an even bigger miss than the first one, turning what would have been a 3-1 count into a 2-2. Then, just 2 pitches later, he would strike out on a breaking ball in a similar spot, though it does seem that this one grazed the outside corner. The Mets manager, Carlos Torres, would come out of the dugout and help save Soto from getting ejected by himself getting booted. His next at-bat would come in the 5th inning with 0 controversy, seeing him beat out a potential double play en route to New York, eventually taking the lead in the ballgame 5-1 on a grand slam off the bat of Mark Vientos, who had been robbed of a home run earlier in the contest by Tatis Jr. in right. However, by the time Juan came up in his next at-bat in the 7th, his team had actually gotten down 6-5 after a couple rallies from the Padres. This brings us to the moment I outlined in the intro, when, on an 0-2 pitch, Jimenez called Soto out on a cutter well above the strike zone. This elicited another exasperated look afterwards, as Emil proceeded to stare the superstar down on his way out of the box, maintaining eye contact all the way until Soto broke it. To have that level of confidence in the call you made, with it being that far out of the strike zone, as a second-year ump, is certainly interesting to me, and might have even in some ways been impressive if not for the obviously missed call immediately before. Further exacerbating the frustration for the Mets had to be the fact that they would go on to lose this game after tying it up on a clutch home run from rookie Ronnie Mauricio in the 9th, having to watch his recent acquisition Gregory Soto gave up a walk-off single on a fastball right down the middle of the plate, keeping NY's lead at just a game and a half over the Phillies. My little mini section of this video is going to concern Rich Hill getting cut by the Royals yesterday after giving up 4 runs in 4 innings, with 6 walks and 3 strikeouts. This most recent stint with Kansas City actually tied an MLB record, with him appearing for 14 different major league teams. And his next, if he ends up making one with a squad he hasn't already pitched for, would indeed be the new high-water mark, surpassing his current mark co-owned by Edwin Jackson. Mason McCoy has only played 162 innings in the big leagues so far, with the 30-year-old journeyman being unable to do anything at the plate, posting just a 182, 250, 218 slash line in his limited at-bats. But in that same short sample, he has shown out defensively multiple times, including in a game earlier this year versus the Tigers, when he made 3 impressive plays, running down 2 pop-ups and robbing Gleyber Torres on a dive up the middle. But it was actually his actions in a minor league game yesterday that I want to discuss, because he did something in that contest that I have legitimately never seen before while combing through hundreds of hours of baseball footage yearly. He executed a full-on glove throw. The Padres AAA team, the Chihuahuas, were facing off against the Space Cowboys. Gotta love minor league names, right? With McCoy's team up by 2 in the 4th inning when a ground ball was sent up the pitcher, deflecting towards the second baseman with him having to cut over, grab the ball, and then, while on the move, throw it to first base. I say throw, of course, in air quotes, because he didn't manage to do so with his arm as you'd typically see, instead opting to simply grab the ball and fire it overhand with his glove, not only managing to get it to his first baseman, but to do so perfectly on target and on a line too. Even he couldn't believe what he had just done immediately afterwards, with the hitter robbed obviously feeling the same way as well. I have personally never seen a play comparable to this, as it takes a certain degree of both reckless thinking because that throw could have ended up pretty much anywhere, and an ambidextrous throwing ability that's pretty rare. Add in the fact that in the vast majority of circumstances, it's just better to take the time to field an exchange, and you get a cocktail that I believe may have produced a wholly original play in organized baseball. Little side note here as well, but in this contest, we actually saw another folk hero who formerly played Major League Baseball in Tim LeCastro, who got on base twice and swiped a couple bags. You just gotta love how random minor league baseball can be sometimes, both in its individual plays and just general quirkiness. The All-Star game was yesterday, and honestly, it felt like one of the best ones in years. It had everything. Notable homers, some nasty pitches, and more than a few moments to make you smile.
What do you want? Smoltzy, what do you want?
Cutter in, slider in.
I don't throw a cutter.
He doesn't slider in.
Slider.
Cutter.
Son of a...
Gonna make him mad.
That was short.
But there was one aspect of it, specifically, that I want to go over today, because it had never happened before in a Major League field, and I think it was a true slam dunk, being the swing-off to decide who would win the contest because it was tied after 9 innings. This is going to be more of a breakdown of that section of the contest, so if you're interested in the game overall, I'll leave a link in the description to MLB's condensed game, which had pretty much everything the contest had to offer. But first, let's discuss the rules briefly. Each team selected 3 hitters to take 3 swings each, and then the team with the highest amount of total homers would win. Simple enough. Brent Rooker was up first, in somewhat of a moment of redemption for the righty, who had gotten beaten by literal inches in the home run derby the day before by Cal Raleigh, the eventual winner. But things wouldn't start well for the powerful veteran, who popped up on his first swing. He would quickly regain his composure, taking a pitch before crushing the first home run of the mini competition, a solid shot to left center. He would then take one more before launching an absolute moonshot, eclipsing the distance of the first one by a decent amount. 2 for 3. A solid start for the American League, with the National now looking to respond. They sent rookie Kyle Stowers to the plate, who took 4 pitches before unleashing his first hack, sending a fly ball to medium right center field. His next swing would be much more productive, yielding a vicious line drive that just got over the fence. Stowers wouldn't be able to do anything else, however, popping up on his third swing to the infield. With the score now 3-1, veteran Randy Rosarena came to the plate, who had actually finished second in the official derby back in 2023, and he crushed the ball with his first swing. However, it was a line drive that wasn't high enough, but you couldn't say the same thing of his next hack, making him 1 for 2 with a towering shot to left field. Randy would then take a few, easily being the most patient hitter of the night, before hitting a 385-foot fly ball to center field, ending his round with the squad up 3-1. But if you thought things had been interesting to this point, it was about to get a whole lot more epic when Kyle Schwarber stepped to the plate, laying into a perfectly placed pitch on his first swing and sending it over 400 feet to dead center field, the only shot of the night out there. But he was hardly done, using his next hack to crush a bomb to right center, carrying the bullpen entirely. Then came perhaps the coolest moment of the entire mini derby, when he went down to a knee to crush one more fly ball out of the park, giving him a dinger to center field, right center, and straightaway right. With the National League suddenly ahead 4-3, Jonathan Aranda of the Rays was called on, coming up about 30 feet short on his first fly ball before registering our only near miss we'd see on the night. A line drive to right that missed by maybe 5 feet, crashing high off the brick wall out there. This put the American League just 1 swing away from elimination. Unfortunately for Jonathan, he wouldn't manage to even be able to bring Pete Alonso to the plate, flying to shallow left center field to end it. This meant that the National League could come away victorious, with them having taken 2 of the last 3 All-Star games, narrowing the American League's all-time lead in the process to just 3 games, with the historical record slanted in their favor, 48, 45, and 2. I've made a number of videos this season on horrible ball strike calls, from the worst called strike 3 ever that missed by over half a foot outside, to an immaculate inning being stolen on a pitch essentially right down the middle, to even a hitter taking 3 pitches nowhere close, yet still being rung up. But we just saw something yesterday that was unlike any one of these, because it was actually wholly unique in the advanced pitch tracking era. Zach Eflin delivered the first pitch of the inning to Ernie Clement, who faked as if he was going to bunt before pulling it back, taking a sinker that probably should have been called a strike. But at least it was borderline. It was then on the 1-0 that he took this pitch, another sinker, with this one being literally right down the middle. Yet it was called a ball somehow. I'm going to show you the slow-mo of that again. And it's not like catcher Adley Rutschman was crossed up or something, even if the pitch wasn't thrown exactly where he wanted it. And it was a fastball variation, so you can't blame it on crazy break or something. At first glance this might look bad, but not necessarily feel original. But that wouldn't be correct to say. I looked up the offering's measurables, being where it came in on the Y and X axis, at 225 and negative 0.16 respectively, and then punched them into Baseball Savant's search, and came up with this result. That's right,
There has never been a miss in that location before. Thankfully for Baltimore, this wouldn't end up meaning much, considering they would win this one by a final score of 11-4, but it still stands, in my opinion, as some of the best evidence of why the ABS system is 100% a requirement going forward. Now, before you leave, today's mini breakdown is going to be of Maikel Garcia getting stung by a bee yesterday, in a moment that I'm pretty sure all of us can relate to that was caught in slow motion. Just look at the size of that thing. That's honestly more like getting bit by an animal. How would Garcia respond? How about by crushing a grounder up the middle nearly immediately after, and then catching center fielder Michael Harris II sleeping, en route to registering a hustle double? What a badass moment from one of Kansas City's biggest breakout stars of 2025. Cal Raleigh, Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani, and Kyle Schwarber. This is a list of every player in Major League Baseball so far in 2025 to have at least 20 home runs, an on-base percentage of .370, and an OPS of .930. And it's no coincidence that each of these 4 players are among the best overall hitters in the sport currently. But one name is actually missing from that list, Kyle Stowers of the Marlins, who's managed to break out in a major way this season, in an explosion that has placed him firmly among the league's best of the best. But he just managed to do something over his last couple games that none of those guys I mentioned before have ever done, because, quite simply, no one has. I'll get more into the specifics of that in a moment, but first, let's examine what he's actually managed to accomplish over his last 2 contests, starting with Miami's final game before the All-Star break on July 13th versus the Orioles. He would get to torturing them early, crushing a well-located splitter out to right center field, helping the Marlins out to a 1-0 lead. But this would be only a taste of his dominance in this contest, as just a single inning later, he would crush a hanging curveball, this time a 2-run shot. This brings us to our third AB, still facing starting pitcher Brandon Young somehow, who at this point was just trying to soak up innings for Baltimore. And this ended up being good news for Stowers, who would blast his third pitch type of the day to straightaway right, a 95-mile-per-hour fastball that sailed well over the fence. But in case you thought he was done, he would manage to add 2 additional singles, one of them coming in the 8th with the bases loaded. His final numbers on the day were astounding. 5 hits, 4 runs, 3 home runs, and 6 RBI, easily one of the best individual performances of the year. The All-Star break would then come and go, with him representing Miami well in Atlanta, even managing to hit a home run in the game's first ever swing-off, before the Marlins would open the second half against the Royals. And their hot hitting would continue even after the 5-day break, courtesy in large part to the young outfielder, who made it 4 homers in the span of 6 at-bats when he bombed a changeup to right center field, seeing it get over the wall for his 20th home run of the season, pushing the Fish out to a 3-0 lead. But things would take a turn in the middle frames, with struggling starter Sandy Alcantara giving up John Rave's first career home run, a shot that narrowed a lead that was once 5-0 to a single run. The score would hold up all the way to the 9th inning, when Rave, who had been struggling the entire season up to this point, notched his second career home run as well as his second of the game, an Oppo Taco that sailed over the head of Stowers, knotting things up at 5. This is where things would really get interesting, as Kansas City would manage to, in their top of the 10th, push across 2 runs on a 2-out double from recent acquisition Adam Frazier. This meant Miami had just 3 outs left in this contest, unless they could miraculously manage to tie things, or even win them somehow. But what felt pretty unlikely became a more distinct possibility when Agustin Ramirez singled in a run from third, narrowing the lead to just 1. And who would be coming up for the Marlins following Ramirez? You guessed it, Kyle, who, on a 1-1, would atomize a 97-mile-per-hour heater to the second deck in right field, a no-doubter that sent his team into a frenzy. This 2-game stretch not only was impressive on the surface, but, in fact, singular, as no one in the history of Major League Baseball had ever managed to hit 5 homers in a 2-game span that included a walk-off shot. Shout out to Sarah Langs on Twitter for pointing this out. What dominant back-to-back performances from the lefty, who's quietly becoming one of the game's best overall hitters in front of our very eyes. Now, thank you so much for watching, and please remember that if you ever see anything you'd like to see detailed in the Made the Cut video, whether that be a specific play, player, or narrative surrounding a team or something, feel free to reach out to my email, basebpoet@gmail.com. And if I do end up using your idea, I'll of course give you a shout out. Thank you so much once again, and I'll see you in the next one.